Hey guys, it's the WalterFootball.com After Dark Show for November 6th, 2024. Actually, November 5th right now. We usually start a little bit later. But yeah, I thought we'd go live on election night, as we said before, and we're going to have some guests joining us soon. I just sent the link out to everyone. So we're going to be joined by some people. And then afterward, once everyone signs off, we're going to do the Week 10 NFL picks against the spread. So we'll do that later. Evan is going to be joining us again for that. But when the guests come in, we'll welcome them and see what they think of what's going on tonight. Before we start, please hit like, subscribe, comment below, share this video. Visit the link in the description of the merch store. As you guys can see, Biden pooped his pants. That's the shirt I'm wearing. You can get all these shirts at the merch store here. We have a new one, which is "Make Garbage Great Again." I don't know. I like the shirt. I haven't gotten it yet. It just came up. So if I had this, I would have worn it tonight. But I like this one a lot. But yeah, you can get a lot of these shirts here at the merch store. 20%, actually 25% off sale right now. Let me refresh that, see if that's still the case. No, it's 20% off. Still a pretty good deal though. You get shirts from like $16 to $19. Also, please consider super chats, super stickers. All that would be amazing because YouTube ads pay nothing. So I always say that all the time. Just Slew and John Sanders, you guys help the most with the super chat, super stickers. It's so appreciated because we make almost nothing off YouTube ads. And also go to Amazon to buy my books. Our first guest is on. It's the Omnipheral. Omnipheral, how's it going?
Hey, I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yeah, we're live. We're live, by the way. I thought we'd go live and then I'd welcome in people as they join. So how you feel tonight? We've had some news so far. Trump is minus 280 to win right now. Kamala plus 230. So Trump's a healthy favorite, although he was minus 300 a couple minutes ago. So how are you feeling about tonight?
I don't know. I had a gut feeling he would win like a while ago, and then today I started to have like a gut feeling he would lose, and I'm kind of torn. I don't know.
You think he's going to lose? What's your opinion right now about it?
I don't know. I have this gut feeling he's going to lose for some reason. But I really have no idea. I'm not very good with like understanding the whole electoral college, like how much each state is like their value is and like how it compares to the last election. Like I'm not aware of all that, so
yeah,
it's hard for me to tell other than when I'm like watching the news to see what's happening and get their take on it.
Mm-hmm.
I know Pennsylvania, he's not winning at the moment, but I think they're like counting mostly mail-in ballots right now, which is going to be like mostly Democrat. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there was a shift in that, and here's the. I follow Election Wizard on Twitter. So Harris narrowly wins Virginia. It seems like Trump has had like gains in everywhere. Like he won Miami-Dade. He won. I think he won Miami-Dade. He won Duval County in Florida, which is Jacksonville, which Biden won 4 years ago. He almost won Virginia, which I thought he had a good chance because they have a Republican governor. But it was a close race. He definitely gained. It seems like he's gaining across the board. It says New York Times forecast Trump 279, which is good news. So Mike says it's close, Walt. Get your horse and buggy to pick up the Amish and take them to the polls. Everyone assumes that like we live amongst the Amish because we're in Pennsylvania. And I said that on Saturday. I've never seen an Amish person before.
Is that true?
There's no Amish people here. So like,
I mean, there's some that like work downtown, I guess, at like the Reading terminal selling like baked goods. Okay. You don't see them too much in Philly, but I've seen Amish people. But you have to go out to like Lancaster and those areas that are not in Philly.
Well, you can go to Lancaster. I never go out there though, so I guess I'd like no reason to see them. I don't know. I'd probably seen them like while driving to Penn State or something, and I just didn't notice. But
I'm sure. Yeah, you probably have.
Yeah, but like I never like talked to an Amish person.
I've never talked to an Amish. Well, no, I don't think I have either.
Yeah, it's like it's I don't know. You mentioned downtown. I never go downtown, although we used to both work downtown. So
I don't know how we got on this whole Amish topic.
Well, we had a comment here. Patrick says, I'm disappointed in Trump continuing to have rallies with Pompeo. I really hope he learns from the awful appointments in his cabinet from last time. I hope so, too. He did badmouth a lot of them. He called them stupid people when he was on the Rogan podcast. So I think that he learned his lesson. Although I think Trump is a little too trusting. It's like a flaw of his to hire bad people, as we saw last time. So I'm hoping he's more careful this time. I thought he was like more trying to play ball, and like the fact that he doesn't have to get reelected again, I think he's like less likely to lean on these swamp monsters. But I'm not like completely bullish on it. What do you think?
I mean, I can say that his team right now, his like transition team and everybody that's supporting him is like the best team of all time. Like Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek Ramaswamy and JD Vance, and like it's all the smartest, best people I can imagine. Hopefully they're actually like, in his cabinet somehow if he wins. But they make me way more excited that he has like, all those people surrounding him at this point.
Yeah, I like that. It's funny that you go back like 8 years ago before the 2016 election. Like if you were to tell someone that Tulsi Gabbard, Democrat from Hawaii, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., long-time Democrat, were on one side, and then you had Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger on the other side, you'd be like, okay, I guess that Kinzinger-Cheney side is Republican, and that Kennedy Gabbard side is Democrat, but it's like completely flipped. It's kind of insane how things have changed within the past 8 years.
Because the ideology behind the parties have changed completely.
Yeah.
It's just it's like literally like Republicans are like common sense. I mean, most of them are like just at this point it's just common sense, like moderate. Like the ones that are like on his team, some like libertarians, whatever. And then like it's like the far left radicals on the Democrats. It's just everything's like shifted.
Yeah, I don't even think it's Republicans and Democrats anymore. I think it's more like American First populists versus globalist puppets. That's how I
that's true. I mean, that's true.
Yeah,
to a certain extent, a lot of the people on his team now are definitely like America First.
Yeah, exactly. Patrick says Ron Paul, Dave Smith also joined. Yeah, I saw Ron Paul toward the end. I'm like, how do libertarians not vote for for Trump now? Like, they always wanted Ron Paul, and then he joined. And I love Dave Smith. I don't know if you've ever heard him. Do you know who he is, Dave Smith?
Nah.
You there?
You can't hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Did you hear? You know Dave Smith?
No, I never heard of him.
Okay, he's like he's a comedian, but he was running for, or he said he's going to run for libertarian candidate, and then he backed out the last second. I love Dave Smith. I think he's brilliant. He's like funny and like super smart too. Trump is back up to minus 300, which is good news. So if we have any news here. So I don't know if you're familiar with the odds if people are joining us or not. Minus 300 basically means if you want Trump to win, if you want to bet Trump to win, you have to bet $300 to win $100. Or you scale it down. Like if you want to win $10, you have to bet 30. Conversely, with Kamala, because she's an underdog, if you bet 100 and she wins, you win $250. So like that's basically how this money line works right now. So it's been bouncing between 300 and 280 for Trump. So Chris says Sports Interaction here in Canada has Trump at 1.33 times your money. Harris is at 3.5. So that's good news. Canadians are smart, I guess. I written Ron Paul for president every year for 5 or 6 elections. I did vote for Trump today. I live in a pure blue state. My vote almost means almost nothing. Well, I think it'd be cool if he wins the popular vote too. And I think Kenny said that he thinks that's going to happen. Kenny's going to join us later. I think that that's definitely possible, and I do want him to win the popular vote because that'll kind of shut everyone up about the electoral college is so stupid. Like these people just don't understand how that works or anything like that. So
that is what it is. I think a lot of people don't understand how electoral college works and how it is important for like a president to have to go to every state, and that states do matter. You can't just have you can't just have tyranny of the majority. Yeah.
We are a United States of America. That's like it's in the name.
Yeah, it's important that like a president actually has to appeal to states. You can't just have like people in cities dictating what's going on across the country.
Yeah, actually, do you? I mean, you were for the Eagles. Do you remember Torrey Smith, the Eagles receiver from like 5 or 6 years ago?
I do. Yeah, I do.
So he was on Twitter and he said something about banishing the electoral college. And I replied to him. I'm like, yeah, let's let the 5 or 6 largest rat infested cities decide everything. And then he
quote tweeted
me and he's like, well, Republicans live there too. I'm like, What does that have to do with anything?
No, because people, it's basically just the stupidity of the Democrats are all about. They'll do anything that it takes to get what they want, and so it's like, yeah, like, let's change the Supreme Court. Let's get rid of the Electoral College. It's like anything justifies beating the Republicans. It's such hypocrisy when they say that the Republicans are going to destroy democracy, and obviously it's all projection.
Trump wins Ohio already. I thought that he would win. He wins Texas as well. It's not a surprise, but you heard like some. I follow. I don't follow. Just like they pop up on my Twitter feed that like some Democratic accounts like, oh, we're gonna get Texas this year. It's like, no, that's not gonna happen. The voting odds still say Trump minus 300, so that's still the same. People just don't get it, and you're right. Like they always talk about packing the Supreme Court, but if the Supreme Court was 6-3 Democrat instead of Republican, they would never want to pack.
Obviously,
right.
It's such insanity. It's so frustrating and so upsetting. But like people don't understand this kind of stuff.
It's so disingenuous. So it's ridiculous.
I can never tell if they really understand that they're like the craziness of saying that like that you think the other side is anti-democracy and then it's completely you that's like that. I don't like, are they aware of it? It's very weird.
I don't think I don't think a lot of them have self-awareness. The ones who do though, I think are, I don't want to say like evil, but like they almost like they're just willing to do whatever it takes to win. It's just like their party over the country. Like they just don't care. Like it feels like they just want power or they want to siphon, they want to siphon from the people who have power, but like they don't realize that like those people don't care about them. That's how I take it. But Patrick says Dave's episode with Scott Horton yesterday was awesome. Scott has a 1,000-page book called "Provoked" about Ukraine-Russia war coming out in 2 weeks. Okay, that'd be cool. I should listen to that. I need to listen to Dave's show more often. I listen to Tim Cass mostly. And Dave Smith is he's usually a common guest on there. Tim Cass, by the way, had Ben Shapiro on last night, and he had Ben Shapiro and the other guy who's in charge at Daily Wire. I forget his name.
Knowles.
No, not Knowles. The CEO of Daily Wire.
I always forget his name.
Yeah,
the guy with he has like gray hair and a beard, kind of.
Jeremy Boring. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Jeremy Boring.
Yeah, it was a really good episode. I only got like halfway through, but I liked it a lot. I voted for Trump in general last year too. I mean, last time he means. When Trump won in 2016, captured 86% of the surface area of the U.S. That's why the Electoral College exists. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, every state should be represented. Like otherwise, you'd have just cities demanding everything and like taking all the resources from states away. And like, I always found it funny that Democrats always harp about like climate change and whatnot, or destroying the environment, and it's usually like if that is true, if there is something, if like humans are like negatively impacting the environment, I think it's coming from the big cities who use all these resources. It's not like the farmers out there or the people in the suburbs. They have their AC cranked on a little too high. It's destroying the earth. Whereas like it's the big cities who are using all the resources. So I always thought that was a little ridiculous.
And it's other countries. It's not even. Yeah. It's not, I think we talked about this like before. It's not even the U.S. does impact stuff, but like we're one of the countries that's doing the most in the world to actually stop climate change. And people are fighting for it in all the wrong places. Like it's China, India, places that are never going to stop.
Right.
Carbon emissions. So it's all a waste.
Yeah. The 10 most polluted rivers in the world, 8 are from China and 2 are in India. So.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, they don't care.
Well, they don't care because they can't afford to care. A lot of that, a lot of these countries that are the biggest carbon emitters, like they can't. They're not just going to like stay poor. Like they can't afford to get rid of fossil fuels, and so they're not going to. So basically, you have to just figure out ways to mitigate the dangers of climate change as opposed to trying to stop it, because it's really there's nothing we can do.
Right, but
if it's even as severe as they say, if it's even as severe.
Well, and back in the 70s, they had commercials for global cooling. Like they said they were heading to another ice age. So I actually listened to one of these commercials. And then remember when we were in school, like all we heard
chlorofluorocarbons.
Oh no,
the ozone.
The ozone.
Yeah, the ozone. Yeah.
Thing. It's like Miss Williams was like, oh, I have to worry about the ozone. Miss Barbash was like, yeah, like we're all gonna die because the ozone layer is going to disappear. It's like, yeah, what happened to that?
I know. I remember I used to like panic, like when I sprayed any
Right.
hairspray or something. I was like, I'm killing the ozone, the CFCs. I remember that.
That's what I remember.
Yeah, I mean, I don't trust. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was about to say, I remember you joking about it, and like you sprayed something in the air, and I was like pissed at you that you were destroying the earth.
Yeah. I mean, it's wacky, and like you don't really. I mean, I don't fully trust anything anymore, even with science. It's like you don't too much hubris and arrogance. And there's always stuff that we don't know, and there's stuff that's dangerous that we don't realize is dangerous until later on that we think is safe, and vice versa.
Yeah, it's
So.
like you just it feels like they're almost like paid off from it. I think I read that somewhere that they take they get funding if they say a certain thing, and if they don't, then they don't get the funding. So it's so difficult to trust.
I mean, yeah, it's true. That's true with a lot of scientific studies. That's another big issue, on top of the fact that well, like especially with like COVID, that was a thing where like funding depended on how many people were like dying of COVID. You reported. And yeah, studies and like regulators are all funded by like in the pharmaceutical industry, and it's all no good.
No, definitely not. It's horrible. I don't know. The whole COVID thing. I feel like awakened a lot of people, to this nonsense.
I hope so. There's a lot of things that I always hope like I kind of thought like, how could people vote for Kamala Harris when she's been the most unpopular vice president in history?
Yeah.
And the last 4 years has been a complete disaster. Like Trump almost won last time against Biden, but I think at the time people were just kind of like sick of having a controversial person in office and like dealing with that in the media, and just kind of thought Biden would be like a moderate Democrat. Even I voted for Biden last time, to be honest with you. This is before I got into the whole thing, like into politics and actually like learning things. I voted for Biden because that was my mindset. Is like, I'm tired of all the controversy and like hearing about it and them fact checking Trump every 5 minutes and all that nonsense. And I thought Biden would be like a normal dude, and like the last 4 years is a complete disaster. So it's like my hope was like just that people would be like, none of this stuff that they say about Trump matters, and you can just literally compare his presidency versus how bad it was the last 4 years and make up your mind based on that, because that's like the obvious thing. So I guess we'll see, but like, the media is like so crazy with the lies and the propaganda. It's gotten so out of control, out of like complete desperation for him to lose, that I don't know. I don't even know what influences people anymore.
I don't know. Well, the encouraging thing is, and I talked about this on Saturday. I don't know if you're familiar with the Gallup poll, the most important question, and this has 100% hit rate. The most important problem. So Gallup asks this every 4 years, and they started this in 1948, and this has determined the president 100% of the time. Even 2016, 2020, they've asked Americans, what is the most important problem? So in 2020, and then they also ask like which party do you trust to fix this more? In 2020, the most important problem is COVID, and the people trust the Democrats to fix that more than Republicans for some reason. Even though we had blue governors kill thousands of people in nursing homes, so that's ignore that. But in 2024, you can see here by a wide margin. Or actually, it's two things. So economic problems, economy in general is 21%, and then non-economic is tied. So tied for first, immigration, 21%. And then they go, who do you trust most to fix this? 46% say Republican, 41% says Democrat, which I don't know if these 41% are brain dead because, the economy and immigration has been awful under Biden and Kamala. It's not like Kamala's like a new candidate in a new administration. She's the vice president, and what always like just I found mind-boggling was like if Kamala's policies are so great. Well, first of all, she doesn't have policies, but like if her policies were so great, couldn't they just enact them now? And like I always see like stupid people like Mark Cuban on Twitter going, "Oh, she's not actually president now. She doesn't have to say." But like if her policies are so good and the economy's doing so poorly right now and immigration's doing so poorly, like can't they just like, hey, Kamala, your policies are amazing. Let's just do them right now to fix things. Like they don't do that because like they can't.
She has no substance. She was picked because of her race and gender, unfortunately. Yep. And she had literally no substance. nothing to offer. She was put in this position because she had to be, so that they can get their like donor money. Where she's like running for president, and like she has not, like she's no policies, no nothing. It's a complete disaster, and I just don't. It's sad that like people just can't say it because everybody just has like either Trump derangement syndrome. I think women. I think a lot of like, most people. I think had their mind made up for a long time. I don't think like a lot's probably changed for most people. I think a lot of people either just hated Trump. Like a lot of women, I think hate Trump just based on emotion, like based on his personality, and they're just like, I'll never vote for that guy. Other women are influenced by the abortion issue. And then there's just like dudes who are just super nuts that think he's going to like, try to take over the country through the military, like things that can't ever happen. It's so weird. It's just very weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Weak men make weak times. We're joined also by Nuggets here. Nuggets, how's it going?
It's going.
Hey.
How you feeling about tonight?
Well, I'm in a state where, it's already kind of been prepackaged for us. So up here in the Northeast. So it's gonna be interesting how the rest of the country goes. Yeah, I think there's still some toss-ups up there. I mean, Pennsylvania's still in play. Um, I mean, you could argue Michigan and Wisconsin as well, but who the heck knows? The problem is we're not going to know the results officially till like Wednesday or Thursday at this rate, maybe even Friday because of all this stuff that's going on with Georgia and Arizona. It's annoying more than anything. I remember like back in the day, you knew by like 1 o'clock in the morning who the president was. Like,
Yeah.
and now there's just so many legal challenges and misinformation out there. It just drives me nuts.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like I remember 2000 was the first year that we had to wait a while, with the Florida thing. But then
Yeah,
Florida cleaned
the
things up.
hanging chads. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And like now we know everything in Florida right away, but we can't. They even told us ahead of time. They're like, it's going to take several days to count. It's like, what? Like, why? It shouldn't take any time.
Because it's fishy. It is, honestly. Like I don't trust anything. They're so desperate to keep them out. I wouldn't put anything past them at this point. And this early mail-in stuff has to end.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should vote on election day, and that's it. And paper ballots done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then make election day a national holiday.
I agree with that completely. It was annoying for me to have to, I had to like leave work to go vote. Like, yeah, it shouldn't be that way. It should be a holiday. I agree.
Yeah. The only thing I would say about mail-in ballots, like if you're infirmed, like, I get elderly parents, right? Like
That's fair.
getting them to like like in Florida, right? I mean, they got the villages, right? Like telling them they have to go to a polling place. I think if you've got like a medical dispensation or something, or, sure. But
Yes.
if you're if you're traveling for work, like you should have been able to get home and vote, especially if it's gonna be a holiday, right? Like that would make sense. But if they can make Juneteenth a holiday, they should make this a holiday.
I agree, and I'm all about just trying to limit as much potential for corruption as possible, like or mistakes, like mail in. Try to make it as efficient as possible. But I mean, there should definitely be exceptions for certain people, but. Yeah, I think it should be a holiday, and the majority of people should have to vote in person.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing and able. Like, I got my butt up early and got there at 7:30 and voted right after I dropped the kids at school. Like, walk in and I'm done. That's it.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I got up super early too, 10 o'clock. Had
super early.
I went to bed at
sometimes I
6:30.
love Walter. Sometimes I hate him.
I went to bed at 6:30. I got 3.5 hours of sleep.
When
I mean, that's
die,
fair, but I was up
come
before.
back as Walter, so I could
What'd you say?
wake up when I die. I want to come back as Walter, because like to be able to wake up at 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh God, I'd give for that any day.
Well, dude, 10's early for me. I need 10:45, 11. That's like the sweet spot.
You see the knife just keeps going in my back, and you just keep twisting and twisting and twisting.
No, honestly, I get no sleep. I have to I go to bed at like 6 or 6:30 in the morning, just so I'm working all night. So anyway, we have some comments.
So do we want to talk trades?
We can do that in a little bit.
Patrick
says, let's read some comments. Patrick says, more impressive candidate than Kamala. And this is the woman who provoked Libya's Syria war, ruined Haiti, was buddies with Mubarak, and pushed Bill to bomb Kosovo. Hillary's more impressive. I mean, yeah, she Kamala has won nothing. She didn't get a single delegate when she was in the 2020 primary. And she had to quit
Yep.
because Tulsi embarrassed her on stage when she brought up that she was a slave master. She kept innocent people in prison, and she used them as slave labor to clean up forest fires. And I always like that. That's one of my favorite trolls on Twitter. It's like when I see someone say, "I'm voting Kamala because she's a decent person." I'm like, oh, wow, I'm surprised to hear that you think slave mastery is pretty decent. I'm like, you must be a white supremacist. And it's funny when the person I talk to is not white, and they're like, "Are you?" They're like, "Are you stupid or something?" I'm like, yeah, you didn't get that at all, or you have not been following the news. These people just are unaware of everything. Cassandra says Biden was just a normal dude. That was part of the problem, like grabbing a normal guy off the street and telling him he's running things down. Well, a random guy with Alzheimer's off the street and telling him he's running things down.
I think he has Parkinson's. That's my bet.
Why not both?
I mean, yeah, whatever. I don't know.
His memory is like pretty bad, and he says stuff like, true and honest shop at a pressure and handicap care, and this is 4 years ago. Even like a little bit longer than 4 years ago. Like he was not even.
Let's be honest. I think one of the candidates, maybe it was Tulsi, said it a little while, or maybe it was Nikki Haley, I forget. But one of them said like the U.S. Congress and Senate is basically like America's nursing home, right? I think there needs to be a point where, regardless of president, regardless of senator, congressman, there needs to be some sort of age limit. If there's an age requirement for you to get elected, there needs to be an age of where like you need to step down. Like we've seen it with Feinstein out in California. I mean, all these Orrin Hatch is one of them that comes to mind. McConnell, like, he shit his pants on national television in one of his press conferences. Like,
I forgot McConnell froze on TV a bunch of times.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Like, and now it's a possibility that we're about to elect the oldest person to the presidency. Like, yeah, Biden's old, but like Trump's up there too. So for as much as I, respect the office, but at some point, like cut it off at like 65 or 70. If you're over 70, you can't run for president. Something funny, of that ilk.
What's funny is like I've heard people say, "Oh, Kamala is the vote for the younger generation," but she's about to be she's like 60 or something. Like she's near retirement.
So, yeah, I mean it's young relative to the people we're dealing with now.
Yeah, I mean
Trump's not even
84. Is Trump 84?
No, was he 78? I thought he was 78.
78 or something. Yeah, he's 78.
Yeah. Still old.
He'll be 82. He'll be 82 if he wins.
Donald Trump is 78. Okay.
Yeah, he'll be 84. 82 if he gets elected and then serves out all 4 years.
Right. Trump minus 350.
Is that good? I don't know anything about betting.
If the number, negative
that's
300
a heavy favorite.
It was negative. It was minus 300. Now it's minus 350. So the more negative it goes, the better it is for Trump.
Yeah, that happened. But then Arizona, switched all that last time where Trump was like minus 500. And then I put a bet on Biden at plus 650.
Oh my God. I made the mistake.
I am a degenerate.
Trump was an underdog to start the night in 2020. And then I bet him as an underdog. And my plan was to also bet Biden as an underdog and just to win no matter what. And then Trump won Florida so handily. I'm like, oh, he's got this in the bag. I didn't bet on Biden. So that definitely cost me. I hear what you're saying about the age thing. The problem there is that with mental health, like science and stuff like that improving, I've heard people say that our current generation is going to live to 150. So that might be outdated. So what I think they should have is a mental cognitive test.
I agree with that. Yeah,
they take that live.
But everyone says it's like boat, truck, car, something else. And Trump said it a few times. There's an ad that Eric, the guy in California, the congressman in California that Trump hates, Eric Swalwell. Yeah, he made a whole thing about Trump's next home should be the retirement home. And it was like, you need to recite these 4 things. So
yes, so they're saying that. Yeah, no, they should have a legit test that they actually take live.
And it should be it should be live on TV or C-SPAN or something like that. Granted, yes, there's a HIPAA compliance component, but then again, we're talking about public office and the highest office in the world. People need to know if you're commander in chief has got the mental facilities to make a decision and be
Yeah.
able to press a button if they have to.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I think it's tough to say age because, like, age specifically, because people are different at different ages. They have different like mental acuity. Like Biden is in way worse shape than Trump.
Yeah.
So it's like tough to say, and like you don't want to deny people the right to vote for who they want if that person is like who they choose. But there should be some kind of mental test, and like there should definitely be, like, Biden should have obviously been what is it, like, what was the amendment that lets you kick somebody out of office if they're not fit?
25th.
25th, yeah. He should have obviously been kicked out. And there should be like ways to get rid of people if they're not fit for office, obviously.
I'm
Yeah,
actually
sounds like-
surprised they let him stick around. Like, honestly, after he pulled out, like, I'm surprised that they didn't just push him out completely. But I think it was more of like I hate to say like an honorable thing to do to keep him in, but
Yeah.
like,
I think it was like a payoff kind of, because they had to like, they're rewarding him in some way. Obviously, they promised him something, whether it be like money, or a cushy thing after he's done, or like they had to promise him something to get him out, and they weren't going to they would have ruined his legacy if they kicked him out, even though he has no legacy.
I think they promised not to go after his family for all this stuff.
his economy alone is awesome. I gotta be honest. Like, the economy's pretty badass right now. We're the envy of the whole freaking world right now.
Well, it depends what economy you're talking about. Like if you're in stocks, like the stock market is all time high because of inflation, and the stocks represent that. Like the inflation's so high that it's pushing up everything up in price, and so it's like, I mean, your stocks are worth more, but your money's not worth anything. What?
I don't know what inflation people are talking about. My gas is $2.50 a gallon.
It's like 350 here or something. I mean, Omnipheral, you live right around the corner. I don't know.
Some places it's $2.99 at the moment. But like, it's hard for me to say because, go ahead.
Are you Jersey or are you Philly?
We're Philly.
Yeah, both around Philly.
No, the reason I was asking, because in Jersey, like, they got to pay the tax because you can't pump your own gas, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be higher there. That's what I was saying. So
actually, I think it's cheaper in Jersey a lot of the time. My wife always goes to Jersey. I don't know. She goes to Jersey to get gas most of the time. Like, not most of the time, but like she will whenever she has the opportunity because it's usually cheaper. So I don't really know how it works.
No, that's fair. Just thought it. I mean, I don't remember because I lived in Jersey like 20 years ago, so I don't remember.
No, I could be wrong. I don't know.
But when I saw that today when I was driving by, granted, I'm driving an electric F-150, so I don't really care about gas prices, but I do for my wife's car. But when I saw 250, I was kind of floored by that. So,
well, they're lowering it for the election. Like, if Kamala wins, they're gonna spike
just like
it.
the Boeing strike, right? Like the Boeing strike got solved at midnight last night.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's all gonna go to crap if Kamala wins. Although it says on the screen here, Trump has won North Carolina, which I suspected.
That was a given. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Kamala took the funds for the hurricane away and gave it to Ukraine. What that administration did anyway. So why would they vote for Kamala unless they didn't want their homes fixed or something? So we have some more comments here. 60 is still stripping. What an amazing story of female empowerment. So nice.
Oh, her husband. I gotta be honest. Her husband had a line. Doug, good old Dougie. Said, Kamala just puts her head down and goes to work.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
And I was like, oh, Doug, you beautiful bastard. Like, there's so many, like, just think.
That's awesome. Mike says if Trump wins, he appoints Walt to his sports and fitness council. Walt says no more soccer, curling, or men's gymnastics. Big scholarships for punters and long snappers. That was my what do you say?
No, I was gonna say I kind of like the soccer. I mean,
you like the soccer?
I like the women's soccer.
Okay, well, fine. Well, no more men's soccer then.
There you go. I'm fine with that. I'm tired of seeing these guys, fall down like they've been shot when they get hit in the shin.
I know. My plan. He brings up scholarships for punters. My whole plan was to get my son some punting lessons when he turns like 7 or 8, and so then he gets a scholarship for punting, and it's a beautiful thing because then if he makes it to the NFL, that's like $1 million a year. Like even if he doesn't, he gets a scholarship, and there's no risk for concussion. Like the worst thing that could happen is like a torn ACL.
It's it's the equivalent of back in the 80s, 90s, my dad wanted me to be a left-handed reliever
Oh
for
wow.
baseball
Yeah.
because at the time minimum salary was like 500 grand,
Yeah.
and you travel the whole country. Everyone pays your hotel bills and your food, right? So be a lefty specialist reliever. You only have to work maybe an inning a game, you know. But that didn't work because I never threw left-handed. I could never master it. So
Well, you actually need like real talent for that though. Like you can't
I
just be
have
like,
talent. I just not with my left hand.
okay, okay. But I'm saying like for the common person, like you actually need talent for that. Whereas like a
Yeah.
punter, I feel like if you just practice enough, you could probably be like pretty decent at punting. You could be
Well,
like like
that
not
kid that
NFL
got
level, but like at least like Division 1A for
or get like an NFT scholar thing, right? Like, get something from that. That kid who went to Arizona State, Matt Ariza.
Ariza, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he got drafted by Buffalo, and then they cut
Mhm.
him because of the whole allegations. And then I think he's with the Chiefs now, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I mean, like, but that kid was making money as the punt god.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
So
like I said, it just like, at the very least you get a scholarship and you don't have to pay for college. Not like I don't know if we're gonna go to college here, like given like all the nonsense. Yeah, he's the Chiefs punter. Um, John says if you get a job, push for making daylight savings time permanent and Monday after the Super Bowl federal holiday. I never understood that. Like they have what President's Day in February. Why don't they just move President's Day to the day after the Super Bowl? Like that way, like at the very least you get that. But I also think that people should get a day off after the Super Bowl. It's like it is like the national holiday really. Like everyone watches the Super Bowl, but like now it starts late at like 6:30, and it doesn't really start until like 6:50, and then it goes long because of the halftime show, and like it's not done until like 10:30, and then like people are drained the next day. Like just make it a national holiday. I think that's like
Well, then you might as well make the day after like Halloween a national holiday, or like nights that people go out.
yeah. I mean, we had our first like double Halloween because my kids were both old enough to go trick or treating. So that was fun. I told the story. My son, it was like has no fear of anything. He saw this like giant animatronic zombie near my sister in law's house, and it said something like "I will eat you" or something. And like my niece, who's like 4, she's scared. She runs behind my father in law. My son, he goes, "Shut up!" And he like picks up a stick and like throws it at the thing. Oh man,
I
it's
mean,
Mm.
he's not wrong.
oh no, he said, "Shut up! Don't say that." And he threw it. It's so funny. Um, I'm like, Walt is the gambling czar. So I'm a gambling czar also, which includes this regulating Roger in the NFL. Yeah, no more 9:30 a.m. games. That is the worst. Let's
I
check in on
kind
the.
of like, I
Like,
gotta be honest, I kind of like those. I mean, I like a
I hate
full
them.
day of football. I mean, just constant football. That's beautiful.
Well, you're talking to a guy who struggles to get up to 10 o'clock in the
Ooh,
morning. Here,
that's
what?
true. Yeah.
What? Any
Uh,
news?
no. I have many different things happening tonight.
Is that basketball DFS
Nope,
hockey? No.
hockey.
Okay.
Yep. And I was right. Fiala revenge goal.
Nice.
Cash it.
Nice. 4 day, 10 hour workday too. I guess. I mean, the employers can do that though, right? I'm always like, I always found that like the whatever hour workday was kind of like antiquated. Like, and I know we're different here, but how I do it with my employees is like, I make sure I have like a list of tasks for them to do, and as long as they do it, then they can work on their own schedule. For example, with Charlie's like he has to do mock draft, stock report, big board. He has to cover 2 games on Sunday. So he has like a list of things he needs to do, and like he could do them at his as leisure. Like he could do his mock draft whenever he wants, just as long as he gets everything done. And that's how I think that should happen. Like I think that like the whole 9 to 5 or this, what would it be like? It would be 8 to 6 every day or whatever it is. I think that's so bad, and I think it just makes people just I don't know, kind of like disenfranchised after a while because like they get so tired from work and like I have to go to work for 8 hours a day. It was like if they're given a list of things to do over a certain time period, then they can just do it whenever they want, and then they have more time, or maybe not more time, but like they have more flexibility to do stuff that they actually want to do. So that's how I think it should be. But I don't know. Like I said, we're not a conventional company.
Yeah, I mean, if you have that kind of some jobs, you can't do that because you're not given like tasks to do. It's like something you have to do from a certain period, like the whole time. But yeah, I definitely think like no micromanaging and give people freedom when you can, like including work from home.
Yeah, I think that's for the best. As long as like work from home can be a little dangerous, and I think that's where the task stuff comes in because like it feels like people are less productive at home. And I think that I've heard that from so many people, but like I've worked from home ever since I started doing this full time in 07. So I guess like I'm used to it, but at the same time, I do get bombarded sometimes. It's like I'm in the middle of something, like I'm asked to do these tasks, or like I have to pick up my son from daycare. Where like if I was in an office, I wouldn't be doing that. But the whole task thing comes in where like I know I have to do a certain number of things every single day or every single week.
Like those are the kinds of jobs where work from home is good because when you have to do certain tasks and you have to get them done, then it's kind of like if you're not getting them done, then you're fired. So like exactly. Even if you're working, but like work from home is good for that reason, like where you have to pick up your kids or there's like flexibility, because that's the reason why a lot of people might stay with the job. Like my job is mostly work from home, and the reason that I keep it is because that's a huge benefit for me because my kids get home at like 3:40 in the afternoon, and I have to help watch them. If I had to go to an office, I'd be like, forget it.
Yeah. It really depends on like what you have to do and where your circumstances are.
Yeah, it depends on the job.
So see, we have some stuff here. It says with estimated 29% reporting, Harris is underperforming Biden by around 5% in Duane County, Wisconsin, a key Democrat stronghold. And then there's another one with 53% reporting Harris underperforming Biden by 1.5% in Oakland, Michigan, a key Democrat stronghold. Shout out to the Oakland Grizzlies up there in Michigan, which I was shocked because like Oakland has gone into the NCAA tournament a couple times. I always assumed it was like Oakland, California, and then one time they're like Oakland from Michigan. I was just so like what the? I was like my mind is blown. I was like, what is that? So it says that earlier today, Harris is up 60-40 on Poly Market for Michigan. Now it's Trump 61-39. How much do you guys like buy into the importance of these like betting markets, like Poly Market or whatever?
It's been so wonky the last like 2-3 days where like I think they had Trump at like minus 350, then he was down to minus 175, then they had Harris like minus 110 at one point. And this is all in the span of 48 hours, 72 hours, where it's kind of like, how much can I really trust it? Right. So I don't know. It's me. I don't put much faith in it.
Yeah. What do you think?
I'm more looking like historicals. Like I'm looking at like what's going on with Pennsylvania right now. I think like the first batch of things have come in where like Kamala's up to like 60-40. And they're trying to get her to like if she can get like a Philadelphia like 500,000 vote cushion, they think they might have it. Compared to previous years. So
with estimated 87% reporting Harris underperforming Biden, 3.3% Lackawanna County, a key Democrat county and former home of Biden.
Yeah, where is Lackawanna? Is that one of the 4 on the Jersey border?
Do you know Omnipheral?
Lackawanna?
Yeah, where is that? It's
I have no idea.
Scranton, PA.
It's Scranton, yeah. It's not where I thought it was.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like Bucks County out that way. That's what I was thinking it was. But
yeah, we're in Bucks County. Where it's like this is so anecdotal. But I've been counting like as I'm driving around, like picking up my son or whatever, going to the gym. Like I've been counting Harris and Trump signs, and like so if one house is like 4 Trump signs, I count it as one. So I've counted 26 Harris signs and 75 Trump signs. So there's way
more Trump signs.
Yeah, Yeah,
That's what made me feel. That's what made me feel good about it, is because I guess I was like seeing that people were more emboldened to like put out their signs and not be worried about it, and it made me feel like, you know, he has more support and more open support.
Yeah.
But then there's still like, I was at work today actually, and like a bunch of coworkers were like shit talking Trump voters like right in front of everybody, which I thought was not appropriate. And saying stuff like, you know, how could 50% of people vote for him? And like, he's gonna, as soon as he gets into office, he's gonna like lock up everybody that tried to get him and get revenge. And I was like, it's the opposite of what he's done. Like, it's all projection again. Like, he didn't lock up Hillary Clinton. He didn't do anything. It's like people are just making stuff up.
Well, they're trying to lock him up.
Right, they're trying to lock him up. It's all projection. It's all hypocrisy and projection. It's all it is.
Yeah, but when he says, when the man himself says, "I'm going to be a dictator my first day of presidency," like,
are you being sarcastic, or?
No, that's, he actually said that. And then
that was taken out of context. He was talking about, first of all, it was a joke. Yeah, everything he says is taken out of context. It's completely insane.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it is. It's the mainstream media takes every single thing he says. He does say wacky stuff. I'm not going to lie. He does have like rhetoric that is like off the top of his head, because that's how he talks. He talks for like 4 hours about nonsense in his speeches. But
and you're worried that Biden's got Alzheimer's or Parkinson's? I mean, like,
no, I just think that's his personality. No, I think it's just his personality. I think that he thinks that works with people because he won the first time, and I think like that's just his way of doing it. I think it's kind of arrogance. I think he doesn't like, you know, listening to other people having speech writers, and he just likes to do his thing. But yeah, I think he has like a narcissistic personality that like rubs people the wrong way, but his actual policies are very moderate for a Republican. And a lot of the stuff that he says is taken out of context by the media on purpose, like in an extreme, like just complete lies. Like that he was, like when they said a violent rhetoric with what's her face, Cheney, that he was saying that she should get shot in a firing squad. That was a complete lie.
Yeah,
it's just so crazy that they, huh? No, he didn't. He was talking about that she thinks she's a war hawk, and that she should be sent overseas and see how she feels with a gun on her, with like the guns trained to her as she's putting the soldiers in that position. That was the whole thing he was saying, but they only took one small clip and tried to frame it as though he was saying that she should be in front of a firing squad. And it's just absolute lies, which is ironic because they fact check everything he says.
Well, I find it interesting that the guy with bone spurs doesn't want to go fight a war.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Who do you think? Fat, ugly gorilla.
You talking about Trump? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Does he have bone spurs? I don't know.
Yeah, that's why he got 4 medical deferments and didn't like have the balls to go fight for his country.
We didn't want to go to
Vietnam. I don't know about him.
I wouldn't want to go to Vietnam.
I wouldn't go to Vietnam.
Because apparently Studio 54 was his Vietnam with Epstein, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah, I mean, whatever with that. I mean, fine. Like, I don't know what his deal was with like actually trying to fight in wars when he was younger. But I'm just saying that, like, I'm just making
the to West Point. He could have gone, but I have bone spurs. I can't fight. Okay.
I don't know. All I'm saying is that they take what he says out of context on purpose. And it's basically just lying.
I think both of them are taken out of context.
Nah, everything that the thing is, like, the right doesn't really do that. Like Biden actually said that Trump supporters are garbage. Like, that wasn't taken out of context. That was literally what he said. There's not really many circumstances where they do that. The left is just so desperate to keep them out that they're willing to do anything.
Yeah. At the end of the day, as long as my taxes are down, that's all I care about.
It's fair enough.
Speaking of, we have our "Make Garbage Great Again" T-shirt, which you can get on the merch store. I worked so hard to get that thing, and I did it in Grok. And like make an Oscar the Grouch similarity with like that looks like Trump. So it has like the blonde hair and it's orange. It just made it orange itself. It's funny. But yeah, you can get that. No, it is taken out of context a lot. Like there's a lot of like the very fine people hoax is like something that's like been perpetrated a lot over the years. They still say it too. And it's like, and like it's like mind-boggling to me. Like people still quote it to me when I talk to people. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I could play the entire clip for you right now. It's like they just refuse to listen to it.
Well, it's manipulation. It's like the media is lying, which is a shame. It's their job is supposed to be just reporting, and it's become just straight propaganda.
Yeah, it's it is all propaganda. Like you can't trust the media, and I think that's something that people. I think that's something that COVID helped like lift. Like people trust the media a lot, and then like you had all these COVID lies, and I think that exposed it for a lot of people. And I think Trump helped us expose it too, because you had like all the media always says like stuff about him, like, and then it was easily fact checked, where like you could listen to his whole clip and realize that he wasn't saying this stuff. And it's like, what, like, why is the media lying? And you realize, like, no, they're not, as you said, like, they should be reporting the news. Like, they're not reporting the news. They're just activists. They're political activists.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just shifted. They become just basically activist organizations, like completely partisan. And so you have to rely on like independent news sources to actually see like the full clips of things. And that's the saddest thing for me, is just how the media is just not trustworthy at all anymore. Just, I don't know. Anyway,
Trump jumps to minus 400. It's good news. Because Sandra says maybe I should put 100 grand on Trump at minus 172.
If Cassandra's got 100 grand, she can just give it to me.
Hey, is that Cam?
Hello, T.
How's it going?
Good. What's going on?
Not much. Thanks for joining us. It's awesome. I follow you on Twitter for so long. It's glad to have you on the show.
No, I follow you too. You have more to offer than I do on there.
So how's it going? How do you feel about tonight?
Oh, it's over.
It's over.
Yeah, the don't fuck with Christians is kind of my motto.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. I don't know if you just saw Trump jump to minus 400 on Bovada. I don't know why I have Bovada up. They left Pennsylvania, so I can no longer bet there. Not that I wanted to. I know like two people who won 5 figures on there. They just didn't pay them out. But it's
really?
Yeah, no. The two people who bet my draft props a couple years ago, and they actually like sent me screenshots of this. One guy won like $35,000 on the draft props that we offer, because like we get inside info and stuff, and so he tried to cash out, and they said no, you're a part of a gambling syndicate. We're not going to cash you out. And like he sent me screenshots of this, so I know it's legit. And I'm like this, it's ridiculous. And he's like, should I get my lawyer to call to call Bovada? I'm like, they're a Costa Rican company. They're just going to laugh at you. Like they're not going to listen. And so I'm like, the best you can do, and like I'm like, I'll help. I'm like, just go on like a Twitter storm, say like they're not paying me out, like should make them untrustworthy. And so they gave him his money back, but they didn't pay out his winnings.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of sounds like voting.
That's so true.
You're straight, white, alpha, male.
Yeah.
Shredder.
That's awesome. Yeah, I wanted to get some of your thoughts on the NFL as well, but I mean, we can do that in a little bit. First and goal, asking, well, are you going to go over the games tonight? Yeah, we will in a little bit, maybe like 10:30, 11 or something like that. But I was just like following the feed on Twitter from Election Wizard and whatnot. But I mean, it all seems like good news for Trump. So like all the betting markets say that Trump's ahead. And I asked this to the other guys in here, like, how much stock do you put into these like betting markets, like Polymarket and whatnot? Like, do you think they're legit? Like, when you see like Trump getting like boosted up or whatever, like, do you think there's legitimacy to that, or do you think it's just like people throwing the money around?
On Polymarket, I think it's that Frenchman. I think he has $40 million. I'm sure he's loading more right now, but I don't know. It's hard to say on all those markets for me. Polls, yeah. I trust that more than I trust any polls. They obviously lie, and they just poll anyone whose testosterone is below 55, males. Everyone else they talk to is women sitting at home, if I had to guess.
That's what we're saying on Saturday. Someone brought up the Iowa poll where Harris was +3 randomly, yeah. And we're like, what is going on there? Like, why is she +3? And then it was posted that like the top 2 issues that people who voted in the poll their top two issues were democracy and abortion. I'm like, that is like, that's so off of like what the average American's worried about right now.
You know, that's what's so great about how idiotic the Democratic and liberal side is that the Supreme Court has ruled on abortion, and it's up to the state. And that's what these fucking idiots run on every year, and it's over. It's not like Kamala is going to overrule the Supreme Court. It's impossible. It's
They don't understand it.
It's over, and it's not even a thing anymore. And that's what they have to run on, because obviously they're not going to say we're running on, you know, cutting children's dicks off or anything, or illegal immigration. That's all they have that's semi-relatable, which, you know, I love Trump, but I can relate to, if someone needs an abortion, they probably need it, but it's up to the state. That's period. The Supreme Court put a period on that.
Yeah, I think most people still don't understand what the overturning of Roe v. Wade did.
Yeah, so many people are like, oh, so you hear about all these women dying like in parking lots. It's like,
no.
First of all, it's like that's not happening. Like, second, like there have been like a couple incidents where they've taken like bad medications and stuff, and it's never like someone had a miscarriage. They can't they can't have a procedure to remove it. That doesn't work.
If you have a miscarriage, you can have a procedure to remove it. I mean, that's all obviously propaganda bullshit. And if there was obviously a huge problem with somebody, a woman, and she needed an abortion that bad, she can drive. I mean, in Texas, it may be a long drive, but all these other states, it's not far.
Yeah.
Drive next door and get the abortion if you're going to die, but you're probably not going to die.
Yeah, but what's it with the Texas AG who's saying, I want your medical records because if you have an abortion in another state, I'm going to arrest you?
I haven't seen that, so it's probably, I mean, did Kamala post that or something?
No, it was actually Fox News.
Yeah, I don't trust Fox News either. Fox News used to be good when they had Tucker on. I don't trust them anymore.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if that happened, what are they going to do? Lock her up?
Well, I'm just wondering because that's a violation of HIPAA, right? I mean, like, why are you going after my personal medical records?
Well, then people in the state should vote for a new governor.
No.
Or a new agent. You know, that's the whole point, is that you should be voting for people in your state that reflect your values. So if you have a problem with that in your state, then you have a democratic ability to vote for whoever you want that will legalize abortion or do it. You know what I mean? That's like the whole point. That's what people don't get. They think that like somehow voting for Trump or Kamala is going to make a difference in the abortion in their state. And Trump,
it does. That's what the Democrats run on.
Well, they're lying. Yeah,
yeah, it's just a blatant lie. Like, run on something else. You can't run on economics. We've seen that. You can't run on energy. We've seen that.
They don't have anything. There's no policies.
If you want to fight in a war, that's what they can run on, I guess. I don't know.
No, there's no. It's all scare tactics and lies to try to get people to not vote for Trump because they don't have anything on their side.
Yeah, he's Hitler.
No, he's Hitler. He's Hitler who's going to ban abortions.
They said he's Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin combined in the last one.
I mean, his own running mate said that about him.
That was a long time ago, though. He said
it.
I mean, he changed his mind. Like, you know,
I think people can't change their minds.
He was already president, and he wasn't Hitler. He was already president.
Hey, Nuggets, when you're picking lineups, do you change your mind?
No. I don't believe in swap.
Yeah, right.
No, Dave joined us. Bobby Burner, how's it going?
Hey guys, good. So far, good.
How are you feeling about tonight?
I just got done trying to put my daughter to sleep, so I've been trying to catch up. But good. If Virginia holds, really good.
Oh well, there's a lot of new. Pennsylvania's leaning Republican now.
Yeah, Trump's minus 500 here.
Y'all act like you're surprised.
Is there a parlay?
This thing is
the most
over.
Popular votes, but loses.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
That would be like the fourth time in like American history that you win the popular vote, but you lose the election because the Electoral College screws you.
The electoral college is the only thing that keeps this country in line.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd get some syringes and go into my kids' rooms right now and start loading with opposite of what they are.
What did I walk into? Jesus Christ!
I'd say people in my work today were talking about drinking bleach if Trump wins.
You should
I
bring
hope they
bleach in with you
do. I mean,
tomorrow.
I know. I was like, yeah, good. Sounds like a plan.
Here's some bleach.
I'm like fucking psycho.
Disorder. It's gone so far left. Like Bill Clinton, Obama, I guess he was here, but it's gone so far to the left that you can't vote for him anymore unless something is seriously wrong with you. So they probably should drink the bleach.
Yeah, the bleach.
What do
Go with
they
the bleach.
offer? Nuggets, tell me, what do they offer? What did you vote for with Kamala, who didn't even fucking win? She shouldn't even be here.
So who should be then?
Biden.
Yeah, Biden won
Biden was the nominee.
He was part of the ticket. She was part of the ticket. I mean, like, okay, let's say Biden died. Okay. In that example,
he didn't die.
I'm just saying, in that example,
he didn't die. So
I'm just asking.
He's dead right now.
If Biden died, okay.
Yeah,
if Biden dies, you libs could say, hey, my vote counted, but you can't because y'all all voted for fucking Biden, and they said, fuck your vote, fuck your opinion. We're running Kamala out there, or whatever her name is.
Kamala.
And you can't argue with that. That's what they did. There's no freedom of speech.
The way I look at it is he basically died when he gave up, and then they just when we continue. They should have. Honestly, well, then again, we could go about like Kamala just wiping the floor with Trump too.
No, she didn't. All she did was say bullshit, and got fact checked by 8 people. Trump killed her in that too, and it's all
okay.
It's all coming out to light. You're seeing.
All right,
but go ahead.
Is that Burkowski score?
I just want to know can Democrats even vote for who they want to be their nominee anymore?
Not in the last 4 elections they can't, or 3 elections they can't. It should have been Biden in 16. Not Biden. I'm sorry, Bernie Sanders in 16, and it wasn't.
Yeah. They removed Bernie. Yeah. They removed RFK. Like,
fuck, Joe Rogan voted for Bernie. I mean, god damn, you had it all.
Bernie should have had the nomination, and then they used super delegates to take it from him at the convention.
Yeah, there's no freedom for you guys, and that should suck. You should feel bad about that. I would.
That's crazy to go from Bernie Sanders to Trump.
Yeah. No,
Bernie
that's
Sanders
how bad it is.
Or is a populist? Or was a populist? I don't know what he is now. But
well, he bent the knee. I used to say, like, these millionaires and billionaires need to pay the fair share. And then, like, he became a millionaire, and then he stopped saying millionaires. He only says billionaires now. Like what a hip. Bernie Sanders?
He's a billionaire.
No, he's a millionaire. Yeah. So he used to criticize millionaires and billionaires. But like once he became a millionaire, he stopped saying millionaires. He only said billionaires.
Once he bought his lake house, like many folks from New Hampshire, he has 2 homes.
God.
And you too can write a book and become a millionaire. Capitalist society.
I've written 3, so but I'm not a multimillionaire. We're joined by Butters. Butters, how's it going, and how are you feeling about tonight?
It's going good. We got one child, I think, in bed, so we'll see about the other one.
Oh man, Trump is up to -700. We when Omnipheral and I were by our lonesome here about an hour ago, Trump was -300. Now he is -700 here. And for those who don't know the betting odds, whatever, I'll explain it again. Trump is the favorite here. Now he's -850. This is live. If you want to bet Trump to win, and you want to win $100, you have to bet $850 to win 100. That's
so you should bet Harris. That's what you're saying.
So, but yeah, if you bet Harris, if you bet $100 on her at +550, that means you win $550 if she wins. That's how big of an underdog she is.
Oh God, I gotta do that. I gotta loan that money. I can go buy.
So yeah, that's increasing by the second here. I don't know if you guys have anything on the TV.
I'm seeing 201 to 81 right now.
I was saying 198 to 99.
I'm not sure what's going to happen in Wisconsin. I already saw that they're recounting 35,000 votes in Milwaukee.
Oh, man. It's
Yeah.
too big to rig, boys.
That's what it had to be. They had to win the popular. And I think that Trump will win the popular vote this time.
He's up almost 4 million votes right now.
Yeah.
Popular.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think he's gonna take it this time.
I love when they come.
Hey.
I love when they come on here and they're like 0% in. Oh, we've already projected this one to win. It's like, okay.
It is true, but that always bothered me. It's like so annoying. I wish you just didn't know until the end.
Walt, a friend of ours, I won't name names, he was listening to another group, and he told me that Virginia got called for the Democrats. So I'm like, I'm looking at the AP, and Trump's leading. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I thought I told you I thought that I thought Trump was going to win Virginia. I thought he had like a slight chance to win Virginia. Not a slight chance. I thought he was like a little bit more than 50-50 to win Virginia.
Sure.
Like I thought it's good.
Fox is saying 117 Harris, 195 Trump.
I'm seeing 205. I'm seeing 205 to 117 right now.
It's crazy.
I'm looking at the AP. I got 198.99.
That's what I'm looking at.
But everyone has different numbers. It's funny.
I always thought the AP was like the authority on it.
God
The
damn.
AP's like the oldest
Trump's
one. They've been
murdering
like
her in
70 years.
Michigan.
So I'm not saying they're the end all be all, but they're a pretty mainstream source.
Yeah. Here we go. New York Times forecast shows Trump winning the popular vote by 0.4%.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah.
The New York Times is saying that?
Yeah.
What do you
That gives
think
me
about New Mexico right now, Walt?
I thought he had I thought Trump had a chance in New Mexico as well. I thought he'd have a chance in New Hampshire, Virginia, and New Mexico.
If he wins Virginia, he can lose all the Rust Belt states and still win this thing.
Well, I always thought that like Virginia, because they had a Republican governor, and because they had that thing in Loudoun County where the transgender person raped the girl in the bathroom. That angered so many people, and that's why they went to Youngkin for governor. And so I was like, how do they come back from that? Like all these stupid policies are just endangering women. Like they claim to care about women, and yet like these women get harassed in bathrooms by these guys who pretend they're girls. Like it's ridiculous.
The AP, I think, just called Colorado. I got 198 to 109. Colorado.
Yeah. Isn't Colorado typically blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, Colorado. That's not a surprise. Colorado was.
If you've been to Denver, just go to Denver. You can tell it's blue. It's a fucking shithole.
Yeah, Colorado's been not a surprise.
Yeah, I was there.
My ex used to live in Boulder. I've been there a few times.
I was in Denver a couple of years ago, and like you'd be driving down the interstate with like nothing around you, and you would just start smelling weed and everything. You're just like, what the hell? But then you see homeless everywhere. Like I went to a place and right across the street where it was just a homeless camp. It was like, all right.
Yeah.
A lot of homeless.
Yeah. That's what happens. Like in San Francisco, they actually have something called the poop patrol, where they go around cleaning poop up off the street. Like this is what happens.
Yeah, but that's only when she's in town. When she's in town, and Gavin's got to pucker up,
Yeah, that's the insulting thing is because they proved that they can clean up the streets when the prime leader of China shows up, and then everything goes to hell again when when he leaves. And so like they actually can fix this problem, but they just choose not to. It's so ridiculous. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are fed up with this stuff. So New York Times forecasting Trump 293, Harris 245.
Ooh boy.
I hope they're right. I never thought I'd say that about the New York Times.
I know. The New York Times said Hillary Clinton's going to win a 99% chance.
I forgot it. I forgot it though. Thanks a lot, Walt.
We got to be up till 3 a.m. to watch this.
Yeah.
It's not going to matter between Arizona and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin with all the new laws. Nothing's going to get decided tonight.
Yeah, Wisconsin changed.
Who passed those laws?
Wisconsin.
Republicans.
Wisconsin changed their state Supreme Court, and it kind of flipped. And then they were talking about the fact that that something with the drop boxes, and they may try to like flip it at the end or something of that sort. And I was like, come on, let's just make it fair.
And same thing with Georgia too, because they've got all the manual recounts that they automatically get triggered. So you're not gonna hear about Georgia tonight.
Well, the hope is that
Well,
he
Georgia's
mops up everywhere
he's
else.
pulling away in Georgia.
Yeah, I saw a big lead in Georgia too.
Georgia's over. Luckily,
He's up almost 5 points in Georgia.
the blacks are tired of the Democrats.
Yeah,
He's also pulling away. He's up 1.1 in Pennsylvania right now. He's pulling away in Pennsylvania. Now,
If we can just beat the
Pennsylvania-
gays,
What's that?
I mean, I don't know. The blacks, I think, are coming to Trump. The Mexicans love Trump.
yeah.
The Puerto Ricans hate him.
All we have to do really is beat the Karens and the gay guys of the world, and we win the election.
The childless cat ladies.
White
got
dudes for Harris.
The white dudes for Harris, yeah, it's the same thing. It's like the childless cat ladies. They got so mad when I was joking about I said I forget who I was talking to, but I was like this is why women shouldn't vote, and then I got so many people being angry at me, and then I would reply, I'm like, I only meant the childless cat lady. Sorry, I should have specified.
No,
And I bet you her name was Karen.
That's probably true.
Walt, do you see what's? I know it's super early, but Minnesota, he's got an early lead too.
Really?
That's not surprising.
It's
That's backlash
super
against
early in
Walt.
Minnesota, but the reason why I even mention it is because typically the urban areas come in first because it's a relatively small geographic area with a ton of voters, and they just kind of like mass dump their votes. So
I think
why
Walsh
you'll
was
see
the wrong
states like even
decision.
red states, like Texas was blue for like a half hour, then it went red because all the urban areas dropped their votes first. So when you see these results come in and it's like Trump's leading early, it's kind of like a big red flag if you're part of the Harris camp.
Ooh.
My dad actually voted in Minnesota about noon here today and said he was like voter number around like 3. He said 368, and he was in and out in 10 minutes, which I was actually surprised about because there's been lines all over the place, and he's in the suburbs of Minneapolis.
Walter, you said that women shouldn't vote.
Yeah.
This 8/26/20 is the date that the country kind of wavered, and we've been fighting it ever since.
8/26/20.
Mhm.
What was that?
Do what? 8/26/20.
Yeah,
Just look it up.
I got the.
Is that when women got the right to vote?
Is that August
I'm
20th,
guessing.
1920? Is that what it is?
It's just a joke.
Oh,
Yeah.
I missed it.
I should check to see their local.
I got a couple buddies that every time.
Okay. I thought. Okay, I get it. All right. Okay.
I got a couple buddies, and every time we're like, "Hey, girls, y'all just pay the tab," and they'll tip 45%, and he just goes 8/26/20.
I thought you were talking about something that happened 4 years ago. I'm like, wait, what was I doing 4 years ago?
No, this is
I see what you're saying now. I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying now.
I still don't get it.
That's when the 19th Amendment passed. Yeah,
Oh, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Women
All
can
right,
vote.
okay.
Sorry. Bad
Yeah,
joke. My wife should be able to vote.
Yeah, I was actually my wife actually said she's like, I wish you could vote for us. I don't want to deal with any of this. So she's the one that brought it up. So anyway, we have.
Well, if they ever say something dumb or over tip somebody or something, to say to your buddies 8/26/20.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Iowa went to Trump. So that poll that we had that was Harris +3 in Iowa, we know is bogus.
But he won Iowa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The AP hasn't called it yet, but it's probably coming.
Yeah, the whole poll was Harris +3, and then they asked people, what were your top issues? They said abortion and democracy. And first of all, America's not a democracy anyway. So the people who say that is ridiculous.
I don't think anyone knows that.
I think people who pay attention might know that.
Well, yeah, but I think it's I don't think most people realize that it's not technically a democracy.
Yeah, no, I get so much on Twitter when I say that. People are like, they're like you have no idea what we're talking about. It's obviously democracy. Like they just
The
don't
word
know.
democracy is not in the Constitution.
Yeah, there you go.
Booyah.
Now I'm gonna say that. So now I know.
I mean, I would fact check Dave Wolf, the random guy on his couch here, but I'm pretty sure that's true.
I trust Body Burner more than anyone. Donald
Are we
Trump's
gonna
now.
win the popular? This guy's trying to get a bet with me.
Well, look at this. Party a popular vote winner. Trump is minus 400. So like if you're getting like even money on that, you could just bet this right now. You could bet Democrat, and then you could win no matter what. But I do think that Trump is going to win the popular.
He's giving me 50,000 to win 250,000.
Wait, what?
I'm risking 250 to win 250.
You're risking 50 to win 250.
Yes.
Well, that's 5 to 1. That's pretty great.
Yeah.
What are his live odds?
Minus 400.
Yeah, minus 400. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like,
Win the popular?
yeah, right here. Oh, it's minus 200. It's changed. So,
So is this just
minus 200?
Is this just all national elections, or is there any betting markets for like House and Senate as well?
Yeah, I think that like U.S. Senate elections. Yeah, you can go here. I don't know what they have. They have no odds right now.
Because Wisconsin is pretty close on the House race right now. They're saying right now they're a difference of 500 votes.
Yeah. I mean, at 5 to 1, I think I'd take it. Then again, like I'm not in a position to bet 50 grand, you know. But at the
You're
same
also
time,
not like a 5-time million maker.
Yeah, I know. I have not won 100K on DraftKings. I won a little bit less, but no, I was saying that 5 to 1. I think those are pretty good odds. So I don't know. Did you do it?
He won't answer.
Oh, okay.
He won't answer, Senator. He has too many bodies in the closet we got to deal with later.
I think he was just kidding.
No, he said 500 to win 2.5. I said 50 to win 250. I need to know in 2 minutes. And his only text back was in. And I called him and he didn't answer.
Oh, okay.
Well.
Huge lib.
Oh, okay. That would explain it. I don't know. I feel
he probably got
like,
like 50 crypto or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what 50 Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly.
Or 50 worth of Bitcoin.
Yeah,
I don't do
50
crypto.
Bitcoin is a lot.
You don't want to do crypto.
I don't.
Yeah. So Mike,
Have y'all seen the Tim Waltz election party?
No, what is it?
Is it a sad clown?
Huh?
Is it in the ladies' room
Free tampons for every man.
or the men's room? I should say, tampons.
They're partying hard.
Is that like? Hold on.
That's him on the left.
What is?
I can't
that?
make
I
it.
can't
It
tell.
looks like a funeral.
So they were just showing in Wisconsin because Wisconsin, based on the laws, they couldn't remove Robert Kennedy Jr. off the ballot. So he's still getting 8,000 votes right now.
What did I hear about like Florida? Because the census got all screwed up, they might be getting two extra electoral college votes. Like what the? And if Trump loses, he might sue for that. Like what the hell?
Yeah, that could be a whole thing. There was like a mess up with the census in some states. Like I think while Trump was president, like whoever was under him doing that, and yeah, that could be like a huge area of contention if like Trump loses because the census messed up how many electoral votes each state has or certain states.
It was California. It's like 6 states were overrepresented, and only I think Ohio was the only red state, and then it's like Florida, Texas, and a handful of other smaller states were under-repped. So basically,
Maryland,
they were looking at
Maryland won a Senate seat.
They were looking at like the map of 270, and if Harris won all of the Rust Belt states and Trump won all the Sun Belt, it'd be 270 to 268 for Harris. But if you would have correct those issues, Trump would have had 270. But that might not even
and
do it happen.
and Cruz got reelected. It looks like,
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Cruz.
and Barrasso out of Wyoming.
What'd you say about Maryland?
The Democrat, Angela something, she beat out Hogan.
Okay, not surprising, Maryland.
And Ricketts won the Nebraska special.
Yeah, look at this. Swings in New York's outer boroughs. Bronx plus 21 to Trump. Queens plus 20 to Trump. 11. Brooklyn plus 11 to Trump. That's pretty nuts. But I'm not surprised. It's just like based on how this economy is going, and what we said before. It's like you can't be surprised by these sort of swings. Like given how bad the economy is. And I know that we touched on the economy like a little bit earlier, where like the stock market is just soaring right now, but that's because inflation's so high. That like your stocks are worth more, but the money's not worth anything. So like, what does it matter? And so it's like really what it comes down to is like people can't afford groceries. Like Bloomberg said that 26% of people can't afford groceries, and they're taking out loans to buy groceries, which is pretty insane.
If Trump wins, the stock market's gonna rip.
Yeah, I think that like
obviously he's a better economist.
Yeah, I mean the market was ripping with him before COVID, and then it crashed, and then because of COVID, and then it rebounded. Actually during COVID, I think like around June is when like it started going up again, June 2020. And then like everyone made a lot of money in the stock market, for anyone who invested. And then it went down when Biden got in, and then it went up again, but only because of inflation, because like your money's worth less. So, whatever you're buying has to be worth more. And so like I see all the time that people are like, oh, stock market's all time high, and it's because of inflation. So the inflation's got to go down, but with the economy is going to be so much better on the Trump. Well, that because we lived through it from 2016 to 2019. Or 2017.
What do we do about the deficit when it explodes because of him?
Well, the deficit went up in 2020 because all that spending during COVID. If COVID didn't happen, then they wouldn't have spent as much. So like,
I'm just saying. I mean, I looked at his plan, and it's like it's 3 times what Kamala's is.
Well,
I mean, I don't want to pay 25 trillion.
Yeah, she doesn't have any plans.
Yeah, she has no plans.
What about domestic oil?
Yeah,
highest production.
Let's look at something like that, huh?
I mean, we're producing the most oil we have in a lifetime right now.
Yeah, I know. I live it. And you know why?
Do.
You know why?
What's that?
Because of Trump.
Yeah,
and we're still doing it because of Biden, because he drained all of our SPRs, and he did deals with OPEC, Iran, everybody, because that was his only option to eliminate U.S. production. And we're still producing more now than we ever have because of what Trump did to get us energy free. And we can do it. That's what's insane, is that we can do it. Trump knows it, and Biden stopped it. And yes, we're producing huge because we banked on that. But oil and gas prices are going to soar under Kamala and probably under Trump, because the Democrats already fucked it up, drained all the SPRs, did the deals with Iran and OPEC, and now we're sitting here, and I know exactly what's going to happen. Trump's going to win. Oil price is going to soar, which means your gas prices are going to soar because of the drained SPR, and Democrats are going to say, look what Trump did. He made gas prices go too high, because no matter what, no matter who we vote for, no one can say what Biden did to the SPRs. Yeah. Period. Oil and gas prices are.
Doesn't bother me. I got electric.
It doesn't bother you?
Nope.
That's what your economy and your military is built off of. It should.
Yeah, doesn't bother me. I can get from point A to point B in my electric car. I got a Ford F-150 Lightning. I'm good.
Well, if you care about your country, then you care about those two things.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
That's just a bad answer, buddy.
Do you remember that debate where Trump versus Biden, and he said Biden was like, I'm gonna stop the Keystone Pipeline, and the moderator, like, she went like this. She's like, why did you say that? And you know, I was like, wow, that's so. There's no way Biden's going to win Pennsylvania now. And I guess like people didn't pay attention because I guess people were too concerned about COVID at the time.
No, it was a weird election, but
It was.
yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of good happen, even for the Democrats and liberal people, that it's going to be hard to deny after these next 4 years when things get really good and their lives are better. Despite what any of them want to say, their lives are better from 2016 to 2020. They made more money. Their lives are better. Everything was cheaper.
Yeah, but Trump hurt their
And
feelings.
there's no denying that. COVID ruined everything and made everybody have a very short-term memory.
Yeah.
But going forward, here in about 3 or 4 years, I guarantee you, Nuggets, I think you lean left, that your life's going to be better economically.
Yeah.
Can I get 10 to 1 on that?
Do what?
Can I get 10 to 1 on that?
How do you prove
10 to
that?
1. I'm hoping that Trump makes it at least 4 to 1, 3 to 1.
Yeah. Trump is minus 900 to win right now. Minus 200 to win the popular vote. He was never this high in 2020. I said it earlier in the show. Back in 2020, Trump was an underdog to start, and I bet him as an underdog. And then he took the lead when he won Florida, like, pretty easily. And I thought about betting Biden, like hedging, you know, but I was like, man, he won by so much. But he was never minus 900. I think he was like minus 300 at like the Apex, I think, or maybe like minus 350. But he was never like minus 900. Like that's insane. What would that be? What would that be in like spread like for a point spread? Is that like an 18-point favorite or something?
Minus
Like
840?
Minus 900.
I think the Chiefs were like minus 750 last night, weren't they?
Yeah, I'm gonna look right now. Like for NFL, he's also minus 900 bookmaker. So the Chiefs are what are they, minus 8? The Chiefs are minus 8 this week, and they're minus 394. So
yeah, but it gets tighter when you get to like 10, 11, 12. But I bet it's at 900. Maybe it's a 13.5 point spread.
Yeah, maybe. I could actually look for college football.
Like Kentucky when they lost on Columbus Day.
Here we go. So I see a 19-point favorite in college football, and they're minus 856. So that's even like a 20-point favorite or something, 20.5. Which, you know, there have been crazy upsets, but
those are amateurs. Let's look at NFL. What is there anything minus 900 in NFL?
No, this minus 9.
Any team that's playing the Patriots.
It's probably like Saquon Barkley to get 22 yards, minus 900.
Yeah, that'd be funny to look at. Yeah, I don't know. That's a huge favorite. So, like I said, Trump never had this lead in 2020.
We went. Yes, he did.
Well, I
went to bed and you could have got Joe at like 10,000 to 1.
I got him at plus 650.
You did, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and then I woke up and Arizona flipped, and I was happy with what was in my account.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
What Trump, is this, Bovada?
Yeah, that's Bovada. Trump, 87.9% of Poly markets win. It's over. Well, if this were a clean and fair election, it would 100% be over. And I still think Trump's going to win, but you never know what shady crap. It says race call, Trump wins state of Georgia.
That's a surprise.
It's a surprise? Or
because
you mean
they're calling it this early, yeah.
They're calling it this early?
Because they have all the recalls and everything. I'm surprised they're making that projection already.
It's good news.
He won Georgia, for real?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Well, is that the AP calling it? Or who's calling that?
It's Election Wizard is calling it. That's how we run here at Walt's Football. We follow Election Wizard.
That sounds like baloney.
I don't know. I think Election Wizard's pretty legit. I've been following him the last 2 elections. He's pretty on point. But I don't know. Well, I don't have the TV on. You guys could maybe tell me what you're seeing.
The AP hasn't called it yet.
Huffington
He's
Post
up,
has Georgia for
he's up
Trump.
3
It's got a
points in
242.
What are you saying, Dave?
He's up. Sorry, I'm like leaning back, like trying to watch. He's up about 3 points with 88% reporting. So it's looking good in Georgia, but the AP hasn't called it yet.
Okay. And what
Now,
are
doesn't
you
mean
saying?
he's wrong. This wizard guy, whoever the hell he is, but
What are you saying, Nuggets? What are you saying about the Huffington Post?
Well, the Huffington Post is 242 to 108 right now, and they got Georgia.
They got Georgia. Okay, interesting. It's weird. It's so weird that like some call it and some don't. I would love it to be all official, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. Sue says with the Trump win this November is now Mental Health Month. TDS is real. The crazies are going to be acting en masse.
I can't. That's what I keep thinking about. Like, I just can't wait to see them like lose their minds.
I would just.
Well,
say
at least they don't have enough.
Sure.
At least they don't have guns.
That's true.
Oh, Fonnie Willis, the DA, won re-election.
Ugh,
Which is the worst.
worst.
Yeah, it's horrible. Mike says, here's what I don't get. These big cities have been crap holes for many decades, yet they keep voting Democrat. Wouldn't you vote for change? Isn't that the definition of insanity? Is expecting
They
the
keep
same
doing the same
result?
thing over and over again. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's funny that that Einstein said that, but he was talking about agriculture when he said it. Most people don't know that.
He was talking about Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It's a time traveler. He knew all along.
Probably.
Yeah. With that call, I wonder
New York's gone for Harris.
Yeah,
how close is it though?
Yeah, I got 4 different sites calling it.
I mean, that's not a surprise. I just wonder how close it was, because I know the governor's race was closer than people thought it would be.
57-42.
57-42. I wonder what the polling was. I don't know what the polling was, but
74% is in.
okay. Well then, who knows what it will be.
Michigan right now is going to Kamala.
It's going to Kamala or right now?
Yeah, 51-46 right now.
With how
only
many?
22% in though.
I'm seeing about 1.2, 1.3 million in.
Okay.
Virginia flipped back blue too, but we'll see.
Dave is up to 85 followers on standby, waiting for an election post from him. So everyone,
50 more followers.
everyone follow Dave Wolf 88. If you do, and Dave gets 100 followers, then he'll have to post political stuff on Twitter.
And that's
Here
so,
we
I'm
go.
so uncomfortable doing that, if you can't tell.
Cassandra says the Patriots are minus 21 versus the Jets in Week 6, 2008, and the money line is minus 1,200. So yeah, so we're talking about like a favorite of like 18 and a half, looks like.
That's shocking considering that was a Matt Castle game when he was quarterback, because that was after the Brady injury.
Yeah, the good old Matt Castle days. They went 11-5 that year.
They did go 11-5, and they missed the playoffs.
Yeah,
I was
crazy.
not happy.
Crazy. Like it just, I mean, that kind of, I mean, if people didn't already know that Belichick was the best, so like that kind of just cemented to it, right? Because like that was always like, hey, is Brady doing this for Belichick or vice versa? But like then it's like, yeah, the guy goes 11-5 with Matt Castle, who went on to Kansas City and did nothing. So
Him and Mike Vrabel. Yep.
yeah, I still don't know why Tennessee fired Mike Vrabel. I don't know.
Because they're tanking.
Who are the Cowboys going to get? Shadur and Dion. I'd drink the bleach that Nuggets actually isn't going to drink tonight. He can just overnight it to me.
I'm just drinking bourbon, man. I'm good. Don't bother me either way.
I can't remember. Someone told me they were drinking bleach if Trump won.
Not me.
That was me. Not me drinking bleach. Someone was telling me that they're going to drink bleach if Trump wins.
Yeah,
the Cowboys are. If they should let me run the Cowboys, we'd have a Super Bowl
and you wouldn't have signed Dak for 35% of your cap.
I'd sign. Yeah, I would have signed Dak. He's top 5. The quarterbacks in the NFL are so fucking bad.
Top 5 in the
I'd
state of
him,
Texas,
and
like
then I'd let everyone go and build around him. All trades, just trade everything.
Well, did you? With Charlie Campbell broke the news like during the offseason. I don't know if you saw that report from us, but Jerry Jones was considering firing Mike McCarthy, and then someone talked him out of it. And then if he
it
was
was
going
the hooker down the street.
right, if he was going to fire McCarthy, he was going to interview Jason Witten for the job.
See,
Oh, that's a
see,
Jeff
that's the
Saturday
problem.
thing.
Yeah.
I got to get him out of there. There's no way. I have a group of guys that I guarantee if they bought it, we would win so many Super Bowls. You wouldn't fucking believe it.
He's so old. Like he's got a.
Yeah. He's 80, isn't he?
Is he? I thought he was older than that. Jerry Jones. Let's see.
He
He's
bought the
82.
team what? Yeah, exactly.
He's 82.
There should be we got term limits for presidents. Be term limits for owners.
No, there shouldn't be any term limits for either one of them. There should be term limits for politicians, probably.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. But as sharp as Trump is, and you'll never admit it, like the guy, for being as old as he is fucking sharp as a tag.
That's why he's jerking off two guys at once.
Up at 3 a.m., yeah. Dancing up till 3 a.m. last night. Kamala slept in till like 3 p.m. Trump was up at 8 a.m. Looked tired. He's just like, fuck. Been working my dick off, you know. Kamala's been getting hammered. I've been working my ass off. I'm fucking tired. I gotta work for this shit. She's just depending on the idiots to vote. And he goes, you know, I'm tired. We're having a party tonight at Mar-a-Lago. And I was like, that's my fucking boy. So there should be term limits, but he's just sharp. He's older than fucking.
Well, there's already
he's older than sin, but goddamn, he's good. Do what?
Well, there's term limits, but we're talking age.
This is it for Donald.
Yeah, we're talking
age limit. Sorry,
age limits. Yeah,
there
I
should
said originally, like anybody 75 or older can't run. That's what I originally said, or maybe it was 70. I forget which.
No,
but like I think it was.
Arguing with. I mean, he's just so sharp. Fuck, he's
and then there should be a mental acuity or cognitive test, and it should be public.
He's done them. He's done them.
He hasn't done it publicly. Like put it on live TV.
I would love to see him on live TV, like he did with Rogan. Anyone that wanted to talk to him, he was like, "I'll fucking talk to you right now." Kamala's like, I don't know. I can't make it there. I'm going to fucking go to Saturday Night Live. You know, I mean, he's attack. He's sharp.
Yeah. She demanded that Rogan would come to her for 1 hour instead of 3. And she was actually in Texas. And he said we could do the interview anytime, midnight, 8 a.m., noon, like whenever. Like we're down for it. And then she said no.
She said, I'm not coming to you because you're smarter than I am and you're more popular than I am.
She wanted to do 45. I heard she asked to do 45 minutes.
45?
45. This is
she's only got 5 in her.
When Joe Rogan was interviewing Elon, he said this, that she asked for 45 minutes. And he almost did it, but then Trump came on the show and did 3 hours, and he thought, I can't do 3 hours with Trump and then let Kamala do 45. That's ridiculous.
He did 3 hours with Trump, and it had 45 million views in fucking 12 hours.
It's crazy. It was great. It was great too. It was a great interview. And then I like Vance on there too. What? There's another.
No, hockey goal. I'm making money. Don't worry about me.
So who do you guys think, like, as like a young candidate, like, other than like your normal candidates you'd see out there with like Vance and AOC and all that, is there anyone else like that's like younger that you think that would even like have a chance to run, or like even would have like be able to like have a good debate with one another?
Yeah, I have plenty of guys out here that would do it. There's only one guy I know that would actually do it. I don't know if I should say his name, but JD Vance is really good.
Yeah.
JD Vance, Tim Walz was the best thing the Democrats have run out in 8 years, and JD Vance destroyed him.
JD Vance is a genius.
Like, he just fucking murdered him. Like, Tim Walz debating Kamala, he would kill her, just like Kamala got killed and everything. But liberals can't vote anymore. They tell you who your candidate is. But Kamala would have got destroyed by Walt, and Walt gets destroyed by fucking Vance.
Yeah, Vance. So I think Vance is the front runner to be president in 2028.
I agree. I think that's why he was like Trump was investing in him as vice president. He was also a great person to like kind of speak for the campaign as like a surrogate for Trump. But yeah, I think he's going to be president one day.
I do too. He's impressive, and if you read his book and watch it, or I mean, it'd be simpler for liberals like kind of to see the images. Watch the movie about him. It really is. It makes you kind of like, I don't care what side you're on, be like, holy fuck, like what this guy's done is impressive.
Yeah.
In my opinion, but maybe I'm an idiot, but his life was fucking hard.
I mean,
And
his book's like a bestseller. It was like the Ron Howard movie. Crazy.
You can watch the movie. I think it's called
Daily
like
Wire
Trailer
also
Park
called
Mom
Georgia
or
for
something.
Trump.
Sorry, Dave. What did you say?
The Daily Wire also called Georgia for Trump. They have Trump 242, Kamala 108.
Awesome. Trump is now minus 1,200. This is the highest we've seen him.
Is he really?
Yeah. Yeah.
But Virginia looks like it's going back to Kamala. I think she pulled that out.
Yeah, I know I told you, I thought there was I thought better than 50-50 chance for Trump in Virginia, but I wasn't counting on that.
There's so many like Washington hangovers in the state.
Oh yeah, it's the trash overflowing from Washington D.C.
So what's making him such a heavy favorite? I mean, I've just been doing this on what state are we looking at?
272 is the number. He only needs 30.
Do what?
But he still needs to pick up, one
I
of the
see him
Rust
at
Belt
211.
states. Well, there's different sites. I'm just looking at the Daily Wire. Daily Wire had him at 242, but the AP has him at 210.
What?
So the AP
What's the
hasn't called
difference?
Georgia yet.
Is he winning
But
Wisconsin
other
or
sites
Michigan? Is he
What's
getting
that?
Michigan or Wisconsin or something? What's
no,
making...
so the AP hasn't called Georgia yet, but some other sites have. That's kind of, I think, the difference.
Yeah, Wisconsin's going to be pretty tight.
How many votes in Georgia?
16 electoral votes. I think also North Carolina's been called by some folks, but it's not called by the AP.
Yeah, it was called a while ago on Election Wizard.
Yeah.
It
but
was
the
like an
AP
hour
hasn't
ago.
called it yet. So there's 16 in North Carolina, and then another 6 or 32 electoral votes that some sites have for Trump, and the AP doesn't have it yet.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it says Trump leads Iowa by 12.5%. So that
I was already. Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying that Harris poll, which was up 3, that was off by 15 points. That's insane. Like, how can it be off by 15 points? Like, how do you take any poll seriously from now on? Like that lady, forget her name. She basically tarnished her legacy. Although I guess she's 68, so maybe she's done anyway. But I mean, really, she's gonna be 72 the next election. At some point she has to retire, right? Is she gonna do this forever?
No.
Yeah. Harris needs an Aaron Rodgers thrown Hail Mary to win now.
She needs a sweep. She needs to
I
sweep.
don't see where y'all are seeing that. I mean, I know you're looking at betting odds, but it doesn't look like she's sealing anything, or he's sealing anything up right now.
I think she has to sweep the Rust Belt. She has to sweep Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and currently he's leading in all 4.
I want Nuggets to break it down. Nuggets?
So right now, Kamala's winning Michigan by 4. At least I'm going off HuffPost, right? And I'm also looking at New York Times. So there, Wisconsin is about 0.6. We're talking 10,000 votes in Wisconsin. Even if they lose Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nevada, California, Arizona right now is leaning Kamala, but it's close by 0.2, I should say. And New Mexico, Kamala's opened up a big lead. It's 10 points.
Right.
She's gonna win New Mexico. That's the fuck. That's my next door neighbors. They're the biggest idiots in the world.
Yeah, I could see this this issue that's going on in Milwaukee causing delays for Wisconsin, because I believe it was won by 1% or less than 1% the last two elections in Wisconsin. And I think that's what, because right now they're recounting 35,000 votes in Milwaukee right now, and there's only 55,000 or 55% that's only been reported so far. So it'll be interesting.
All right, something I noticed, by the way, popular vote winners, which Trump minus 320 right now, Harris is plus 230. Why is Michelle Obama here? It's like 300 to 1.
Because people ran her in.
That's going to be a lot of write-in votes.
Yeah. Like,
Is
what
that
is
just a
that?
hang for? Is
They
that a
need
hang
one
for
more
when
man
he's
in there.
Floated as the candidate.
Yeah, they got big Mike in there.
Michael Levian.
That reminds me of a video I saw going around. I think it was 2016 when they had some sort of county that had 9% going to D's nuts.
Nice. Love it. That's so funny. That'd be like an organized thing, because how do all the write-ins say the same thing? That's funny though. Yeah, Trump now minus 1,400. The numbers just keeps going up. It's like, I don't know. It seems kind of insane. Yeah, Kansas wins. So yeah, we're waiting on those states that I bet a few of them aren't going to be called tonight. Do you guys know when? Do you guys have a prediction of when it'll be officially announced? Whether it's 3 a.m. tonight or tomorrow.
When they're done cheating.
When you need this certain amount of votes, and then oh man, the state is now showing 200% voter turnout. What do we do?
Yeah, as soon as they get the cheating strategy in place, it'll be done.
What's crazy is that there were some counties in 2020 that were 150% voter turnout. In Australia, it's actually illegal not to vote. If you don't vote in Australia, you get fined $100 or something. Or maybe it's even smaller. It might be $25. You do get a fine if you don't vote in Australia. In Australia, they have a 91% voter turnout. It's not even 100%. So the fact that some of these places have 150% voter turnout, just insane. How does that even happen?
Cheating.
Yeah, cheating.
Yeah.
And Seltzer, that was the name of the Iowa poll. So she was apparently 100% accurate, until this year, and now she's off 15 points. So Mike says the states that have completely gone to hell are voting Harris: New York, Illinois, California. So what does that tell you?
It tells me that everyone that could get out got out already.
Yeah.
Jersey just picked a Democratic senator. That's confirmed. Oh, Kelly Ayotte wins the Republican governorship in New Hampshire.
What was did Harris win New Hampshire?
It's not called yet.
Right.
That's all. Yeah.
It's leaning that way. Yeah. Actually, no, it is called. Yeah, 52-49.
I don't understand that. New Hampshire is a yellow state. It's one of the two yellow states. And how do you vote for as a libertarian? How do you vote for Kamala? No, she's going to take.
Ask Massachusetts the same question. I mean, we voted for Romney for 2 years and voted in Democratic senators every time. And then also with Charlie Baker. He was Republican. We got him in twice. And we still voted all Democratic senators. We've never sent a Republican senator in 70 years.
Yeah, but New Hampshire is different than Massachusetts in that it's known as the free state. That's where a lot of libertarians are. Rather than.
But that's first. But true. But all their state seats, governors and all their legislatures, are run by Republicans. But their federal seats are all Democratic.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know.
I mean, it's back. Everybody's got their own thing, right?
Yeah. Popular vote is minus 400 now. So and Trump is minus 1,600. Low T, do you ever get that vote that bet in with a popular vote? He's texting right. I'm not here.
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
No, he won't answer.
Okay.
He's pissed. He's probably crying.
Yeah, maybe he saw the odds on the sports books. Is like, wait, I could just get almost an underdog instead of
He took Kamala plus 110, and
oof.
it might be the worst bet in the history of bets.
Yeah.
But I signed a clause. I can't post it on Twitter. Can't do anything.
Yeah, she's 8-1 now to win. So if you think she still has a chance, this is the time. You can get 8-1 odds. Are there any?
I can't bet anywhere. I can't. I'm in Texas. I can't bet legally.
Well, yeah. I don't know if you've ever been to bookmaker.eu. I think that's the best offshore sports book. I know that's not legal, but
What is it? Bet you?
bookmaker.eu.
Oh.
I
I
think
bet
that,
with the cartel, and
okay.
they don't offer this.
No, bookmaker's awesome. I think they are the best offshore sports book. Like they're so much better than the Bovadas and the Bet US's and whatnot.
Really?
Oh yeah, they're the best. I've been with them.
How do they pay you?
Bitcoin. Or actually, they will send. I think they could send you a check. At least Bovada sent me a check before. It takes a while. They don't do direct deposits, which sucks because that's how I get paid out in FanDuel and DraftKings. But
North Carolina just flipped back as a too close to call.
Oh, really? North Carolina, really?
Yeah.
Well,
On what site?
I'm on Huff, I'm on MSN, and I'm on the Times and AP. Everyone's saying too early to call now.
I don't know.
Is Trump gonna win? I gotta go to bed.
Not tonight. He's not gonna win tonight. He might win by Friday, when Arizona and Georgia and everybody else do their manual recounts, because that's what the Republican legislatures wanted.
Yeah, didn't they say there was drones and SWAT teams around the polling areas in Arizona?
Yeah, Maricopa, yeah.
Yeah. So we got national popular vote. Trump is up 46 million to 40 million. We had Trump leads early results in Minnesota, 61% to 36%. That's 9% reporting. And then what else? Bernie Moreno will defeat U.S. Senator Sherrod Brown. So
That's a pickup for that Republican pickup, yeah.
Yep.
So I'm seeing some local reporting here, and it's saying Wisconsin 56% precincts reporting, and Trump's up by about 25,000.
Okay.
I'm seeing 30 on HuffPost,
Okay.
and with 59% in.
And then this one's saying about 13% in Minnesota right now, and Trump's up by about 65,000. But that's only about 13%.
Yeah.
It's pretty close in the Senate, both the Senate and the House in Wisconsin too.
Yeah, Trump up to minus 1,800 now, and I was wrong. I said if you wanted to bet Harris, bet her now at 8-1. She's now 8.5 to 1. So keeps on going up. I don't get the North Carolina thing. They misappropriated the funds they should have gotten to Ukraine. That was the Biden-Harris administration. How do you vote for that? I know I said it before, but it's absurd. How do you as a North Carolinian, how do you vote for that? I don't know. But anyway, I know you guys, we've been on for a while. I don't know, if you guys need to sign off or anything, feel free to just go off. I'm going to be on for a while longer because we're going to do our Week 10 NFL picks on here. But if you guys want to stay on and do the picks as well, just chime in because we're going to have Evan on that. That would be cool too. But I mean, we can still do this for a little bit longer. I just know that tomorrow's a work day and it's already 11 o'clock. So you guys.
Yeah, some of us don't get to sleep until 10.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I actually have a dentist appointment tomorrow. I made it.
9:30.
Oh, you're leaving the house for once?
Yeah. I do have to sometimes pick up my son from daycare. I have a dentist appointment at 11 a.m. It's my final one because I got a tooth extraction.
No more dentist points ever.
No, actually,
more.
that's not true at all.
None of
Because
this.
that's not true at all. So I had a tooth extracted here, but I need one extracted here too because there's a hole in my tooth right now. And so my dentist is like, "Do you want to get them both at the same time?" I'm like, "Well, how do I eat? I'm gonna eat like a rabbit for 4 months?" He's like, "Yeah, that's true." So I told him after the football season, I was gonna get my other tooth extracted, and it costs like $3,000 too. Like this whole procedure, it's ridiculous.
Is it like a wisdom tooth extraction or is it
No, I already got that extracted. It's by the way, I got my wisdom teeth extracted in 2001 in March of 01, or sorry, 2021 in 21. And so obviously, this is still a little bit during COVID. And so they're operating on my mouth, right? Obviously, to get my wisdom teeth extracted, right? So they wake me up they knock me out, they wake me up, and they wheel me out to the hallway, and they're like, "Here." And this lady, the nurse gives me a mask, and she's like, "You have to put this on." I'm like, I started laughing because I was still like goofed up.
Yeah.
I was like, "You've been operating on my mouth wide open for a half hour. What's this
What
mask
does it
gonna
matter?
do?" It's like, this is the stupidest thing. I was like, I don't know. I was kind of loopy from the anesthesia, but I was laughing like so hard. Like, this does not make any sense at all. Like, congratulations on being so illogical. Anyway, see if we got anything new here. So election in Arizona, it is Trump up 0.2 with 50% reporting. So we know a lot of cheating goes on there. That happened with Carrie Lake last time, where they had they misprinted the size of the ballots, and so they wouldn't work in some machines, and like the judges even saw that and they threw it out. Like, they didn't even look at it. So election results in Wisconsin, Trump up 50.3 to 48.3, 58% reporting. So Bitcoin all-time high, by the way. Trump is very pro Bitcoin. It's a 74.8K.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Look at that.
God damn.
How many Bitcoin do you own?
No shit.
I own like a quarter of a
Zero.
Bitcoin. like a quarter. Actually, yeah, probably like 0.2. So not much. Yeah.
Between that and the squirrel one and
The squirrel.
Soul, it's been a good couple of days. Peanut, that was a peanut.
I was trying to get a Squirrel Lives Matter logo going. I couldn't design it on Grok. It just wouldn't work. I couldn't find a good design.
Well, what did I use the other day? I used Powerline, I think it was, as my AI. That worked.
I like Grok.
That's got some
I like
fun
Grok. I like Grok. And it did that. It did it's done most of my shirts. Well, ChatGPT did some of them too. But I do like Grok, and it's free. And they on ChatGPT, this is the funniest thing. When I was trying to do pictures of Nancy Pelosi, and I'll pull this up as an example. So where is it? So right here. So you guys may not be familiar with this, but I made, how June is Pride Month. I made Deadly Sin months for everything. So March is Greed Month, right? So this is Nancy Pelosi eating ice cream with a NVIDIA. It's because she's invested in NVIDIA. So I try to have ChatGPT make this picture of Nancy Pelosi. I'm like, I need a picture of Nancy Pelosi eating ice cream with NVIDIA in the background. And it kept saying I can't produce pictures of Nancy Pelosi. And so I was like, all right, okay. I was like, what does Nancy Pelosi look like? And it gave me 5 bullet points. I'm like, okay, I want a fictional person named Nancy Stock Trader, and she looks like this. And I copy pasted the bullet points. And I was like, now I need a picture of Nancy Stock Trader eating ice cream in NVIDIA. And that's what it gave me. And it's it's so stupid. I don't know, but that was ChatGPT. But yeah, but
Gronk's apparently I use GPT too, but my buddies are saying Gronk is better.
Yeah, Grok is a lot better. You can do anything. It's never said you can't do this. Yeah.
I've never got that yet on GPT.
Yeah.
What are you typing?
Well, try to say I want a picture of Nancy Pelosi eating ice cream, whatever. That could just be it. It'll just be I can't make a a picture of a person or something, like a famous person. The state killed Peanut. I don't that was crazy too. I don't like, why did they kill that squirrel? Like, at least set it free. Like, I don't even like them taking away from that guy. But like, why would you kill it?
Because it
It was
bit
this
one of the dudes who was trying to capture it, and so they had to test it for rabies, and you have to kill the animal to test it for rabies because you have to cut its brain open.
Okay.
I don't know if I explained that well, but
Yep. So what's the point? Like,
Nuggets. Are you okay, buddy? Let's
Yeah,
talk football. Get your mind off this. This is
Hey.
over.
I don't care either way, man.
You're rooting for fucking A&M against South Carolina. I was with a bunch of Aggies. It was 44-20 with 30 seconds left. Those motherfuckers wouldn't let me change the channel.
why?
Just change the channel, buddy.
No, I'm watching women's volleyball right now. It's great.
Are you betting that,
Sure
or
it
is
is.
just
Is
for
that a trick
for
question?
entertainment?
Is there a trans or is it just straight women's?
No, that's the San Jose State one. That
What do
like
you
everyone's
watch?
like, no, this is the Cal Berkeley versus Stanford. Stanford's got some decent looking broads. I'm in for that.
They just pull the lines on Pinnacle. It's over.
Did they really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when
That's what Empire's saying.
I love it when like Scotty Scheffler is like in the zone and like you see the odds on him. It's like minus 3,000 to win, minus 5,000 to win, minus 8,000 to win. I'm always joking. I'm like with my wife, we were out for our anniversary. I was just looking at the odds. I'm like, hey, do you have an extra $8,000? We could win $100 right now.
Yeah, I think the reason it's like that is because Oregon, which I think is typically blue, came in pretty heavy for Trump, where it's 67%, but it's only 2%, but still, that's a big number.
Well,
Yeah, he just murdered this fucking. Can't believe people actually voted for her. Can y'all? I mean, I'm not trying to be a prick, but seriously, Kamala.
yeah, I never
The
understood.
nuclear codes to that bitch.
I never understood the
Are
I never
you
understood the
shitting
argument
me?
for her. Like, I never understood the argument for her because the
No one
economy.
can argue.
Right,
No one.
Like, it would be one thing if she wasn't even in office right now. You could be like, okay, maybe she'll have some new ideas. Like, obviously she doesn't, but like, you can at least make that argument. But she's in office right now, and the economy is terrible, and the border's terrible. That's what people care about.
Yeah, but she's just. If I gave her a dictionary, she put it in her lap, and I said, "Spell cat," she couldn't spell that son of a bitch. There ain't no fucking way.
I come from a middle class family.
So she would get
She's like,
2 votes.
Well, let me tell you, I'm a black lady, Jamaican or Indian, whatever you want to hear. I'm like, no, spell
Unburdened.
cat. I gave you a dictionary. She just can't do it.
No.
If she wasn't running against Trump, she would get like 2 votes.
Correct.
Yeah. People just hate Trump.
People hate Trump. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
It's the range. Well, it's the media.
Yeah,
They make him out to be a Nazi. It's all like baloney.
yeah, it's yeah.
That's what's scary. They can make them hate you so bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And he can be. I mean, I don't know if he's a good guy or not, but just judging by his children and the way they speak and the way they behave.
Yeah.
And how respectful they are and well spoken they are. I can only dream that my children will be like that.
No, yeah.
So, is he a good dad? That's a plus for me. Liberals won't look at that because they want to kill their babies.
Yeah.
Does he like good education? Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Is he fiscally responsible? Yes, he is.
How many times has he been bankrupt?
He never went bankrupt. His business.
He filed for
He's had like 180.
I wish I was that successful that I could file for bankruptcy and still be a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, no, he's five out of his 180 businesses went bankrupt. That's like a really good percentage.
See,
like,
but that's kind of just a shitty point. I mean, yeah, going bankrupt sucks, but if you're trying and you're building buildings and you're trying to make a fucking business and you have loans from people and it doesn't work out, you're trying to fucking make a badass thing for the whole city, the economy of that county, everyone. And he went bankrupt trying to build a casino.
And then he
But think
lied about
about
how much his
all,
finances were.
but you can say that. But think about all the clubs and all the golf courses and all the hotels and all the real estate that he's done that hasn't gone bankrupt.
Yeah.
And how well he's done and how much money he's paid in New York alone on taxes. Like the guy is
He famously said,
he's
"I
a
don't pay
builder and a
taxes."
maker. He's a
He didn't say he doesn't pay taxes.
Yeah, he did.
He
He said,
he no. He said I don't. He
started
said I don't pay taxes where there's a loophole that's legal. He's like, why would I?
Exactly.
And like, why would
So
anybody? That's true.
Yeah.
I'm not
Nuggets,
paying.
what
I'm
you're
just saying.
talking about is him writing off losses, and that's deeper than most people can understand. But if you don't think he's paid taxes to the state of New York, you're fucking out of your mind.
I'd love
He
to
is-
see it.
I
I'd
bet
love
he's
to
in
see the paper
I bet he's
trail.
in the top 100 people in the whole state of tax paying for the last 30 years. If I had to bet.
Yeah,
If you had
if
to
he
bet,
did-
but the problem is he won't release his taxes, so I will never know.
well, he doesn't have
Why
to. The
would he?
IRS has
I
audited
wouldn't
him.
Would you release yours?
Listen,
I
did
already have.
Nancy Pelosi or any of these other Democrats that are doing all the insider trading ever release their taxes? I think that's like ridiculous.
Pelosi does. She has to. And so does. And what about MGT? She's doing the same shit. So is Vance. They're all doing
What?
it.
No,
If you're in Congress and in the Senate, you should not be allowed to trade stocks. And
No,
end
I
of
agree.
story.
I agree with that. And y'all should
Yep,
follow.
I agree too.
Y'all should follow this guy. He kills it.
Yeah,
Polytrack,
The-
or whatever. You just copy and paste the best.
well, it's also
tracker.
that guy, and it's the unusual Wales who's got the Pelosi tracker and all these other trackers about like stocks that recent senators are making. It's like, why is the senator investing in that?
No, I agree. And there's a lot of Dems and a lot of Republicans that do it. But
Oh
Trump-
yeah, I'm just saying.
but Trump's
Make it a,
not doing it. We're talking about Trump.
no, we were
Would
talking
you-
about.
Would you say even if you're out of office, so even if you're out of office, you still are like monitored, or would you say that no, you're still not allowed to trade? Because technically, then you would be a private citizen.
Yeah, if you're a private citizen, no problem.
So would they?
you don't think
Would you
those
say that they
motherfuckers
would
supposed
need
to-
like some sort of trackers or some sort of like monitors or something, just because you were a public citizen and now you're private? Like, would you have to say that there's something going on just in case you have some connections, or?
Like, but it's like it's the same thing as like if somebody tells me, hey, I got this idea for a stock tip or something or whatever, they heard something. It's the same thing on the street, whether it's that or you're, a former congressman and somebody in Congress is telling you the same shit. Everybody's got a rat hole somewhere.
I have a different perspective. I think they should all be able to stock trade. In fact, I think they should be encouraged to stock trade as much as possible. But all 99% of their gains after taxes should go to their constituents.
Yeah.
That way, it'd be like, wait, why, Congressman, why aren't you making enough money for me?
That's fair.
Yeah, that's what I think. Anyway, I don't know. I think if you do that role, it should probably be like, yeah, if you're 8 years removed from being out of office, maybe you can do it then. Because then that way, might not be too many people that you're familiar with. But like I always thought that like the problem with saying like no stock trading for government officials is like, okay, they want stock trade, but they're going to tell their cousin or like second uncle or whatever. Like they're going to tell someone they know to invest in the stock, and then that person is going to make a crap ton of money, and then they're going to invest in their PAC or whatever, or launder money somehow, and then they're going to get the money in some way. Like it's just not going to work. Like I like honestly, like you should ban it. Like, but it just doesn't. It's not feasible. Like it will never come to fruition, unfortunately. So these people are too corrupt. They're gonna find some loophole, and like that's why like. Yeah, I joked about that 99% like to constituents, but like I think that's the only way to fix it. If they have to give away all the money they make, like let them have the 1% for their troubles, but like give the rest of it to the people. I don't know. It makes you sound like a communist, but they make their money unfairly. So
is Kamala gonna do this speech, or are we gonna have to go to bed?
I don't think
It's 96%. It's fucking done.
Speaking of speeches, like, did you notice that like of all of her speeches when they've had someone come up, they've always been like on their phone, just like reading like scripted scripted messages and everything. It just seemed really odd. Like, it wasn't even like on a teleprompter. It was just like literally reading from the phone. It was like, this seemed really odd to present yourself as a presidential candidate and you're just reading off a phone.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, she can't spell cat with a dictionary in her lap. She's a fucking idiot. And it's amazing that this many people voted for her, but, you know, there's a lot of mental illness in this city or this country, and it's time to bring back mental institutions for a lot of these people.
Yeah, like I love what Reagan did for the most part, but that was one of the couple missteps he had, was like stopping the mental institutions, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, if you cut your dick off, you got to fucking go to the mental institution.
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
I mean, I don't know how people argue that that's normal.
It's crazy.
I might be fucking crazy. I don't know, but if your dick, if I chop this fucker son of a bitch off, check me in.
Yeah, I mean,
y'all mark my words. If I chop it off, I'm in. Can't be around my family. I can't vote. I can't do shit.
Yeah, you made yourself a eunuch. Like,
I want this to be recorded so y'all can just, if that ever happens to any of us, we have to check in. Except for Nuggets, I guess. That's normal.
We are joined by the Cap is Fake. Kenny, what's going on? How are you feeling about tonight?
What conversation did I just walk in on? What? I would have to agree. If I ever mutilate my genitalia, please check me into a mental institution. I think that's a fair request.
Why are you talking about mutilating his genitalia? What are they?
Wow, I just walked into something interesting here. I'm feeling great, man. How do you guys feel? I'm sorry I'm super late, but we've been had some family stuff to attend to, but I've been following the results and curious what the mood is online tonight.
See, well, before we answer that, Trump is a minus 1,800 favorite right now on Bovada.
Well, I mean that's partially informed by, like, some of the other forecasts, right? Like New York Times has them at a 65%, something like that, a little bit ago.
Yeah, but a lot of these results are coming in, like right now. The most recent ones, election results, Pennsylvania, Trump up about 3.2 points with 70% reporting. There have been a couple other ones where it's kind of like stood out. Arizona up 0.2, Wisconsin up 2 points right now. Trump early results in Minnesota up 61 to 36 with 9%. That's only 9%, but still.
Yeah.
So like
still pretty surprising though for Minnesota.
Yeah,
I can't remember. I honestly can't remember the last time I voted red.
And he's minus
that's
4.
backlash for Walt because everyone's pissed about the way he handled the Black Lives Matter. I mean, I got friends that lost businesses in Minnesota because of Walt's incompetence. Like, that was the absolute wrong pick. If she went with like Shapiro or something, but he's probably the next, presidential candidate that Dems are going to run.
I actually met Walt a couple times in college.
Josh
he just
Shapiro.
did not seem to be like. He just did not seem to like be interested in talking to anyone, which was really weird because he was going for whatever state office he was going for at the time, but he just did not seem interested in talking to pretty much anyone. So it was like, well, so why are you here? Why are you campaigning on a college campus, sort of thing? So it was very strange.
Well, it's probably hard for him to talk because I bet he has so much anxiety going out in front of the public, knowing that he's swallowed horse cum.
Yeah, it's not going to go well with the independents there.
Democrats
might be like, "Well, it's a good idea." I know it sounds good.
I mean,
just like
there's no way that rumor is just who made that up, and if they did, that's the best fucking rumor I've ever heard. There's no way. Like, there has to be something out there about that. Nuggets, can you explain?
No, I just got that AP projects Harris to win Washington and Oregon.
Yeah.
It
Well,
kind of
Oh shit. We're fucked.
And
Got it.
California.
Do any of y'all need a beer?
kind
I
of
need bourbon.
kind of expected that to happen. So I mean, the main ones are we still have to see what happens, but yeah. So Trump just moved minus 450 to win the popular vote. Just
Oh my
pretty.
god. He's
pretty
the
said plus
fucking
150.
goat. He's the greatest of all time. He won 3 straight elections. That's fucking unbelievable.
It's great. First time since FDR.
They should have that on Ply Market. Will Trump say the first president in history to win 3 straight?
He says it every time because it was stolen from him.
Yeah, it was.
It was. So he's gonna say it. He's gonna say, no one's ever done it. I won 3 fucking times.
I hope he doesn't.
Except
because
FDR,
he's
who won
wrong.
it 4
FDR
times in a
said
row.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's 4 terms.
Yeah. He died in
He
the
died
fourth
in the
term, but he
fourth
still said it.
Yeah. Well, after they changed the rules. After you can only win twice after they changed the rules, and he won it 3 times. So pretty impressive. Yeah, I mean, it's looking good right now. It was looking good at this time 4 years ago, and then we saw what happened. So you can't always be like, hey, it's 100%. But I would be shocked at this point. I thought that Trump would win. With the economy in shambles, the border in shambles, those are the 2 issues that the voters cared about the most, and people trust the Republicans to fix that. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most stark things tonight. I'm in Florida, and Trump's going to win Florida by about 14 points, which is remarkable.
Yeah.
He's going to win 56% of the vote or more, to 42 or something like that. But Amendment 4, which is was the pro-abortion amendment on the state, it needed 60% to pass. It only got 57%, so it didn't pass. But this means 57% of Floridians are voting for an abortion amendment, and about the same number are voting for Trump, which just shows a lot of people are pro-abortion but still voted for Trump because that's not as important of an issue to them. And I think the left just worships abortion, and they make it all about not realizing Americans care about the economy and jobs and immigration and crime, and they care about abortion. Not everyone worships at the altar of abortion the left does. So I think that's pretty telling.
I
They
brought this up
rejected
earlier.
Amendment 1 though in Florida.
Yeah, I brought this up earlier. The Gallup poll, the most important problem, and yeah, what I was saying before, economy 21%, immigration 21%. To your point, Kenny, abortion's only 4%. So that's 1 in 25 people think that abortion is the most important issue, which I think is insanely high. We have bigger fish to fry here. It's not like we have a perfect economy, a perfect border. How is abortion the top issue? But still, that goes to show that you're exactly right, Kenny. Is that this is not as big of an issue as people make it out to be. I think it's mostly the media just going nuts with it, because how the media is basically just this propaganda machine, and they just want I guess they just want to rile people up or something, or make it seem that it's a big deal. And it's kind of great. This Kamala's one of our biggest platforms was the pro-abortion stuff, and you're only appealing to 4% of the population. Of course you're not going to win.
Yeah, Nuggets. What do you think? Do you want your wife and children to be able to have abortions?
I want them to make the decision about their own bodies. Yes.
I saw all these guys crying, voting for Kamala, and they're like, "I voted for my daughters." And it just made me think, do you really?
Whatever you do in your doctor's office, man, hey, that's your own business. I don't need somebody telling me what I can and can't do.
Well, I just think that it was weird that men were saying they're voting for their daughters, crying.
Yeah.
It's
I wasn't crying.
voting
I was
for
just
your
saying,
daughter to get raw dogged and have an abortion. That's fucking a weird thing to say. Just don't tell us. Vote for.
yeah, don't tell us, right?
The
So the government shouldn't be able to say you can or can't. Just do what you need to do.
Yeah, the government.
I would disagree with that
say,
vehemently. You should not be allowed to murder your baby. That's another point, though.
But that's a more of a philosophical conversation.
We could have that if you want. I'm glad to. Let me know.
No, I really don't. I just want I want the decision to be made. That's all. I don't need anybody telling me what I can and can't do.
Well, the government's already told you can't own black people as a white guy. I mean, isn't that terrible that the government stopped you from owning a black person? Man, that government that's telling you what to do. Gosh, isn't that awful?
Well, Kamala used
The
slave
false
labor.
equivalency.
Oh, it's the exact same actually. It's exactly the same. The exact same argument that was before that fought for slavery is with pro-abortion. A woman says that baby is not a real person, so I can do whatever I want. It's like a white person saying the black person is not a real person, so I can do whatever I want to it. It's the exact same argument.
It is, but they won't have that. But it's fine, and I'm
I
not
rest my
that
case.
big on that. No, you're right.
But I think my point was that most Americans don't care actually.
Yeah.
Like most Americans are kind of like whatever. Like we're voting on the economy, and we don't care if you're pro-life or pro-choice. And so you got a bunch of pro-choice people in Florida voting for Trump because it's just not as important to them as the other issues. I think I think the left has made a bigger issue of it than it really is.
It's a state issue. I
Now
don't
it
know
is,
why
yeah.
these presidents run on it when it's a state issue. It's been solved. It's over. It's done.
Hey, Walt, I'm gonna jump off.
Okay. All right. Thanks for coming on,
Dave.
well,
I missed you, bro. It's good to see you, man.
You too,
oh
Ken.
yeah, you guys are supposed to argue a little bit about.
Dave, I calculated how many points your running backs, by the way, has scored in our league this year compared to Alvin Kamara. And Alvin Kamara has by himself has outscored your running backs. So
Yeah, that's easy to say when like literally every running back on my roster has been hurt.
Well, I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe you should have traded for Alvin Kamara.
No, I don't want Alvin. No, I don't want Alvin Kamara. Your trades are bad. Good night.
I tried to make a trade with Dave Wolf in our league. He didn't have it. That's all right. Anyway.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other night. That's awesome. So 79% reporting Harris underperformed in the Chicago metro area, Cook County, by 12% compared to Biden's lead in 2020. So, and I just saw that the popular vote for Trump went to minus 550. So that the 5-1 that Low T was going to go looked pretty juicy.
Hey, has Virginia been called anywhere already?
I don't know. I've heard
Fox
different.
News has not
Yes.
covered Virginia.
I've heard different things.
It's Harris.
Oh, okay. It's interesting because Fox News hasn't, and neither has MSNBC. But it looks like
90
online
90
maps are saying it's been called already.
Yeah, I got HuffPost and I got New York Times saying it. 50% for Harris, 47.8 with 95% in.
Wow, it's a bummer. I thought there was a chance there.
I thought Virginia might go to Trump, but it was pretty close. Like we were saying before, a lot of the trash from Washington D.C. flows over to Virginia. It's not enough that a girl gets raped in the bathroom by a guy pretending to be a girl. They elected Youngkin that way, but I guess I don't know. You gotta vote. You talk about caring for your daughters. I actually saw I saw a picture on Twitter where this guy was voting for Kamala, and the girl goes, "Daddy, why are you voting for Kamala?" And the guy goes, "Because I wanted to abort you." It's so dark. It's so dark, but true.
That's so dark, dude.
I know.
That's mean.
It's dark.
That is dark, but it's still a little true.
And there's my parlay. Cashed.
You cashed, nice. Payout? What are the odds?
It was plus 4,300.
Nice. What'd you have?
I got another one. It was Lekinen. It was Eberle, and it was who was the last one? Oh, Makar.
Did you file unrealized gains after you place that bet?
Why?
What do you mean why?
Why would I file unrealized gains when I place it?
Unrealized gains, you got to file your taxes with Kamala.
Yeah, she was saying that.
I'm lost there.
Yeah, no, everyone was lost. What the fuck is unrealized gains?
That would destroy the economy.
That's my point. That's my point. Thank you.
It would 100% destroy it. Yeah, 100%. No one would buy anything ever again.
No.
Ever. My unrealized gains?
Yeah, everyone would sell everything. Like the The problem is like all this, the rich CEOs would sell like a big part of their companies, and then but like no one would buy it because if it went up in price, you'd have to sell too just to pay your taxes.
Yeah, there's no incentive to own anything.
Yeah. That was. I can't believe she said. Do you think that she knew what she was talking about when she said that? I feel like she just heard some talking point from some communists.
Look, yeah, she did. She wants to tax people. They're like, oh, she's like, just pay us for the dividends we think you're going to make on your owning your stock.
Yeah.
Over the next year. You're like, well, fuck.
You
gotta pull out your Excel and say my dividends did this. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's not just stocks. It's like your house. Like you buy a house.
Anything.
Yeah, if your
I'm
house.
just saying, she's trying to get the ultra rich with that own stocks. But yeah, your house.
Yeah, your house goes up $50,000 in value over a year. Like you have to pay taxes on that, even if you don't sell it. Like where do people get? You have to take out another mortgage just to pay the taxes on that.
Yeah, no, she's a fucking idiot, and anyone who voted for her is too. But thank God that our IQ of a country is at least above 85, because it looks like we're going to get this.
85 is not a really high bar.
I know. You got to be 84
Griffin,
low.
like your child is mentally above this line. Well, next time I know a mental person, tell me above this line.
Harris has a backup job lined up for a McDonald's at least.
Is Trump about to steal Wisconsin?
Is he? I'm not
68% in. He's at 51%.
The whole unrealized gains thing that started with because Elon was able to use, he used his Tesla stock as collateral to get a loan to buy X, Twitter.
Yeah.
And so all the liberals were angry that he, can you imagine what this election would be like right now if he had not purchased X or not purchased Twitter? Like, think about how totally screwed our nation would be. Like, not all heroes wear capes. Like some heroes just buy social media platforms and expose them for the tyrants that they are.
I'm just more concerned about Eli's government entanglements. He's the biggest government contractor. He's got an incentive for Trump to win. I mean, with all the Starlink contracts, he's talking to Putin, one of our adversaries. It's just all sorts of fun.
I saw a stat, by the way. United States, we have there's about 12,000 American satellites globing Earth right now. 7,000 of them are owned by Elon Musk.
Yep. To which I went, if Trump lost, which Elon just shut off the satellites. He'd be so pissed.
7,000 of 12,000, 3,500 are owned by the federal government, and then 1,500 are owned by elsewhere. So it's Elon and then federal government, but he's 2x of the federal government. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, if you're worried about Elon being in cahoots with Russia, just look at what he's done for all of Russia's adversaries, supplying them internet.
Yeah, it's true.
That's just a silly fucking liberal argument that will get destroyed. That's it.
I just can't imagine. Twitter has been such a huge asset to conservatives in this election cycle. If not for Elon, I mean, think about 4 years ago, they were suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story. I mean, it's what a turnaround in terms of the impact it's having.
It is crazy. Yeah, that laptop story. Like, I can't believe that they shadow banned it. And there was a poll saying that
shadow ban, they just banned it.
Yeah, they just banned it. Yeah, I mean you couldn't even read about it, but they it was like 5% of people said that they would voted for Trump instead of Biden. Like, it's crazy. And Trump, Elon buying Twitter is so huge, and it's so great that you can go somewhere and say anything before. And Cassandra says Jack banned from Twitter multiple times for saying things that Elon now himself says regularly. It's crazy. I want to read this from Evan, who's going to join us shortly. Evan, you can pop in if you want. But yeah, I mean, we're going to get to pick soon. Kamala now 14-1, same odds that I played Tampa last night before they got the ball back for the final drive. Never know, could go to OT. Will she go for 2?
Did you see Baker Mayfield's face, by the way, when the Chiefs won the the one that the coin toss.
Yes.
Baker's face. He was so just like disgusted. He had no confidence that he was going to get the ball back.
Yeah, I saw
Nope.
a meme. I saw a meme on Twitter when they won the coin toss, and it was some guy. I don't know. It's from some movie, but he had a rope around his neck, and he was looking at the camera. And it said Josh Allen. He's like, "Hey, Breaker, first time." Yeah, how do you not go for two there? That was insane. I can't believe they didn't go for two. Which
I
I'm
can't
glad
believe Trump won this fucking election. It's over.
Mike says Democrats not out of tricks yet. Now they'll say Trump can't be president because he's an insurrectionist. Yeah, it was that the senator who said that he wouldn't certify Trump if they won. Was it Raskin?
It was but he's a congressman. He's not a senator.
Congressman. Okay, Jamie Raskin was.
That's fine. JD Vance will get certified.
Yeah.
By the way, I mean,
JD Vance won't be vice president. It'll still be Kamala. She'll have to certify it.
By the way, Fox News is still not called Virginia, and neither has MSNBC or ABC. None of the major outlets have called Virginia. Am I being dumb in my optimism?
No, I don't think. I thought it was super close.
He can win everything. He's gonna win everything. He's the motherfucking GOAT.
Hey Cam, I got a football question for you.
What is it?
So, what are your thoughts on Chiefs going undefeated, making it to the Super Bowl, then having an Eli moment and losing in the Super Bowl? Could you see it happening?
I mean, if they can go undefeated, they 100% can't beat the Lions.
Because Lions over the Chiefs in the Super Bowl right now are plus 1,500.
I don't know if the Chiefs can make it. They might. Their defense is really good. I think Lamar's going to win? I think Lamar or Burrow will beat him this year.
You think the Lions are going to win?
Mahomes just isn't good. Everybody thinks he's a god, but in reality, in my mind, Joe Burrow is so much better.
Do you think the Lions are going to win this year, or who do you think?
Yeah, I think they're going to win the Super Bowl. Pending injuries. I mean, they already lost. What's Hutchinson? Who was it?
Yeah,
they got Darius Smith today in a trade though.
Yeah, it's just hockey's good. Just a disruption every play, but the way they run the ball and golf just doesn't miss because everyone's open. It just reminds me of an Andy Reid type offense where it's easy to run. They play, I don't know, B+ defense and A+ offense. That's on the Lions. They're powerful.
Yeah, they're a machine right now, and I like them a lot. Yeah, unless they suffer an injury. I've been putting like every bonus bet I get on like FanDuel or whatever, or BetMGM. I just put it on the Lions or the Packers to win the Super Bowl. I think it's going to come to one of them. The Eagle. It might be the Eagles too, but I think the Lions are the best team. So I've had so many bonus bets on the Lions. Like I'll win like a substantial amount if they win. I haven't placed a single dollar on them. It's been like nothing but bonus bets on the Lions.
That's smart. I put all my bonus bets the one day I was in Arizona on first touchdown bets. It's really dumb.
Those are fun though. And then like you get pissed off when it's the second guy scoring a touchdown. It's happened so many times to me.
At least Hunt scored a touchdown last night.
Yeah, the very end. I saw some guy hit this huge parlay with Kareem Hunt scoring a touchdown.
Really?
Yeah, it was. He had everything. He just needed Kareem Hunt, and it paid out. I think 600. No, it was like 66-1 or something. And like he got the Hunt touchdown, or it might have been more. It might have been. I forget what it was, but he had 3 anytime touchdown scores, and then 2 yardage props. So whatever that would be.
Like the K-Dot and then the Kelsey one.
Yeah. I think that was it. You probably saw the same thing I did on Twitter. But yeah, Trump now minus 800 to win the popular vote. So keeps going up.
Well, he can win the popular and lose the election.
Yeah, it's true. But
I was
then
wondering
all
what's the
the what'd you say?
what's the election at?
It's still minus 1800. Hasn't moved. But if he wins the popular and doesn't win the electorate, you'll never hear any liberal talk about the electoral college ever again.
Mm-hmm. This pic of Trump, Dana White, and Elon talking at his fucking party is incredible. Might be my favorite picture of all time.
That's great. Yeah, I can't believe that idiot Todd Bowles didn't go for 2. That's crazy. Evan asking, is Biden watching this right now, or is he fast asleep? I'd be shocked if he's awake. There's no way he's
he
awake.
goes to bed at 6:30 every night. What are you guys talking about? Right?
Yeah. Remember he had a cap on his election, his pre-election. Like, remember, it was like he wasn't taking like media stuff after like 10 a.m. some days.
By the way, MSNBC or Fox News, I just go back and forth between them. Neither one have called Virginia. So if he wins Virginia, then it's over. If Trump wins Virginia, then we can go to bed. Like,
what is the number right now? The electoral college votes or numbers?
How many electoral college votes is Virginia? No.
Overall, like what do they say right now?
NBC has them at 230. Fox has them at 216. But based on what will likely happen if he wins Virginia, that means it's 100%. I mean 99.9%, right?
Yeah.
He would go if he wins Virginia. He would go to like negative 8,000 on the popular vote betting. I mean, it would go through the roof.
Yeah, they would just take off the board at that point.
And aren't they in like 99% or something like that?
This chick that Anna Seltzer, the Iowa.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she's fucked.
Yeah.
They're just ripping her on Twitter right now. It's hilarious.
She's been the most accurate pollster in America for like 24 years, and in one poll she threw away her like all of her credibility is gone. She's like 15 points off.
15. Yeah, it's crazy.
She's so fat. That's crazy.
She's 68 years old too. Like, this might be her last general election.
What a bummer.
God, you could be 68. Just don't be fat.
Way to throw away your career credibility.
Yeah. It's like the opposite. Like Peyton Manning and John Elway winning the Super Bowl in their last seasons, and then they retire. This is like the opposite. It's like finishing with the worst record and then retiring.
Like Belichick?
Yeah. Well, Belichick will be back at least. He'll be somewhere. It'll be like
he'll be with the Jets. He'll probably be back with the Jets.
He'll die before he goes to the Jets.
Will you announce?
What's that?
Will you announce the winner of the election?
I'm going to jump off, boys. Good. Thanks for having me on here tonight.
All right, Butters. Thanks for coming on.
It's almost midnight my time. I gotta get to bed too. Some of us have to get up at 6 a.m.
Announce the winner.
Announce the winner.
There is no winner yet. Until he gets 270, there's no winner.
That's true.
Well, Walter Football is calling Trump. So
it's good. It's got to be too big to rig. Too big to rig.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Been fun, boys. Have a good night.
Yeah. All right, guys.
All
right. See you guys.
Walt, is it just us? Oh my gosh, did I scare everyone off? That's crazy.
Yeah, everyone's like, Kenny's here. We can't have his controversial takes. It's like Wednesday night. All right, we're gonna have Evan on soon.
I do want to tell you, I do want to make mention. I'm not going to be on. Sorry to everyone who watched. I'm not going to be on tomorrow or next week. I'll be out of town for 2 weeks. But how about this? 2 of my favorite running backs were totally derailed by the trade deadline. Khalil Herbert being traded to the Bengals. So I keep saying, okay, I want Chase Brown to take the lead and Zach Moss to be out, and they finally give all the carries to Chase Brown, and then they trade for Khalil Herbert. Like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? So,
yeah.
So
Well,
if they actually play Khalil
Moss got
Herbert,
hurt. Zach Moss got hurt, so they needed a backup.
yeah. But if they actually play Herbert, I mean, and Herbert and Brown, and either one of them would be great. Another one would be helpful. So, bummer.
Yeah.
Well,
Did you see any other trades? Anything stand out to you?
The Cowboys are dumb. Yeah, think about the compensation that was given up for DeAndre Hopkins, Amari Cooper, and Deontay Johnson, and the compensation that was given up for Mr. Mingo is comparable or more than. I mean, I just love the Cowboys being run by an incompetent guy who's still in 1980s. It's fantastic.
I don't understand it. Like, I get like, okay, we like this
Pure
guy.
incompetence.
We like this guy ahead of the draft, right? And it's like, okay, like if they offered like a 6th round pick for him, which like he's not even worth a 6th rounder, like I'd be like, okay, fine. You think you can salvage his career? Sure. But like they give up a 4th round pick for him. Like that's like that's a guy either like a low end starter or high quality backup. Like he's not either. Like he's not even playing right now. Like Jalen Coker is playing ahead of him. Like who the hell is Jalen Coker?
Yeah. So weird.
Mondo asking, should I do Aaron Jones and Kincaid for Jacobs and Ingram? Tight end premium league. Okay, so you got to factor that in.
I'm not sure what that means.
So I mean, it probably means that like tight ends get 1.5 times points.
Yeah. Jones and Kincaid for Josh Jacobs and Ingram. I think I prefer Jacobs and Ingram.
Yeah, given Jones's injury history, I agree. Like Christian Kirk being out is such a boon for Evan Ingram.
Yeah.
Like because
Good.
they always cannibalize each other because they occupy the same space in the middle.
They run a lot of the same routes.
Right. So yeah, Christian Kirk being gone, like Evan Ingram is gonna be great the rest of the year. So yeah, I like, and plus Jacobs' durability is much better.
Kincaid and Ingram to me, like either one can go off in any given week, but then either one can give you a 0 in any given week. Like I think they're comparable. Like you know, maybe Kincaid's a better player and a better offense, but situationally, I think Kincaid could give you plenty of donuts along the way. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think Jacobs, if Ingram and Kincaid are a wash, Jacobs is better than Jones. So I would make the trade.
Yeah, I like that. Election results in PA: 80% reporting Trump, 51.3, Harris 47.8. So looking good.
Wow. All right. Virginia was finally called by both Fox News and MSNBC. So my hope for Virginia is dashed.
It was very close though, and like a lot of people didn't even think that Virginia was going to be up in the air.
Yeah.
What's his name? There's one guy on Fox Sports or something. He's like, post your predictions for all swing states, and he posted like the normal ones. They posted Florida too, but he didn't have Virginia. I'm like, I replied to him. I'm like, what? Virginia is more of a swing state than Florida is. You know?
Yeah. Trump won Florida by 14 points tonight.
Yeah, that's not a swing state anymore.
Like, it's unbelievable. So
yeah. Hey Evan, how's it going?
What's going on? I was listening to some of the show before. Following
Mr. Evan.
Yeah, it was a fun night. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into the picks. But yeah, it was
real news.
Exactly. Yeah, we can make money this way then rather than betting minus 1,800. Have you placed any bets tonight on the election?
No, I looked before when it was 6-1. I'm like, oh, this is a good time to take Kamala, and then I 14-1. I wrote into the show. That's where I bet Tampa Bay last night. I'm like, oh, let me take Kamala here. But I was just following the odds on this Kalshi betting app.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, it's just getting ridiculous. I think it was like 95 or 96%.
No value.
Yeah, it's crazy. I made the same mistake. I said early. I'm sure you heard. I said early in the show. I'm like 8-1 looks pretty good for Kamala right now. If you want Kamala, just better now.
But weren't the odds like crazy 4 years ago? I think it got to like minus 400 or 500, and then all of a sudden it was like 3:00 in the morning. The odds just started dropping like a stone.
It was like minus 400 because I know because I bet Trump is a dog, and then when he won Florida, he's a big favorite, and I was like, oh, maybe I should bet Biden, but I'm like, he won Florida so handily, he's gonna win this, and I didn't do it, so it was a mistake. But he was like Trump was never like minus 1,800, like that's insane.
Not like this, no.
Yeah, minus 1,800. We talked about this before. That's basically like a 20-point favorite in the NFL.
We've seen 20-point college favorites lose.
I know that's true. Yeah, and
That's
we
true.
almost saw a 20-point favorite and the NFL lose with the Patriots against the great AJ Feely, where it came down
That's
to the
right.
wire. Yeah,
And again, you had Tampa Bay last night. It was 14-1. I think it was 14-1 middle, like right before Kansas City punted with 2 minutes to go. Like that game is not over.
yeah,
Right. There's a very good chance they're going to run the ball, punt, and Tampa's going to get the ball back, and the odds just are incorrect. And at that point, you're getting 14-1. You might as well play it in case they come down and tie, and then you hedge, which is what we did. I also had a play on yes overtime at 6.5-1,
oh nice.
and that was nice. And I was hoping that they would not go for 2, and of course they didn't, which was a huge mistake. I don't know how you don't go for 2. New England didn't go for 2.
Yeah.
Tampa didn't go for 2. Like, what are these teams thinking? You have a chance to a
Win the game.
55% shot to put the ball in the end zone. I would much rather have the ball in the hands of my offense than flip a coin and give the ball back to Mahomes. Makes no sense, but I'll take it.
True.
So, yeah, so I think we'll know the count tonight, probably around 3:00 in the morning. At some point, this will stop. Like all of a sudden, you'll see 97% reported, and it'll just stall. And that's when you get the trucks backing up into the back of the warehouse.
You know,
And they're starting to count ballots from somewhere. And the next thing you know, it's getting closer.
Got to make
We'll
it
know
too big
because
to rig.
Bitcoin
Too
will
big to
start
rig,
dropping.
guys. I'm gonna jump off, but I just wanted to throw a shout out. I wore my money laundering shirt to the polls today, and I got one dirty look and one oh yeah. So
I love that because some people either don't get it and they look at you like, oh, I don't understand this, or they're like, oh, that's the best shirt I've ever seen. So it's like one or the other. Yeah. So yeah, I think Henny, thanks for joining us on the election stuff.
Sweet. Go Eagles, go Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we'll see you in 3 weeks. 3 weeks. So
I'll be back on the 19th. So I'll be available the 20th to record.
okay. All right. Have a good night. And
Good night,
yeah.
brothers.
All right. See you later. Okay. Yeah, Evan. Thanks for joining us for the picks. A little late. Sorry about that, but we had.
It's all right.
Yeah, we had.
We're ready to talk about some important things.
Yeah. How was your week 9 or
Week 9 was tough. We had a
Week-
chance to go 5-0 in place in the Super Contest. Didn't work out. 2 and 3 is not going to get it done.
Yeah.
But it was otherwise a good week because we started playing the square propositions and just taking money line parlays. I had a nice 9-game money line parlay that ended last night with Kansas City, which gave me the opportunity to hedge and play Tampa live. So we'll take it. I mean, the public just continues to win, and the trends continue to favor the favorites, who are now we're halfway through. Favorites are still at 55% on the season, and road teams are also 55% on the season. And if you're playing road favorites, you're at 65% on the season. So, in order, if the trends are going to be that way, might as well take advantage. So we did not do well in the contest play. 2 and 3 is not acceptable. Hopefully we could turn that around, but still a lot of opportunity to make money. And again, especially on live in-game stuff. When you see, I think I saw somebody post yesterday, oh, the Chiefs are down. They're now even money. It's time to take Kansas City. I had no action on the game. How do you not take Kansas City when they're down by 3 or 7 with Mahomes getting the ball back in the second half? So a lot of opportunity for in-game live play. And then college football, and we're going to talk NFL. Similarly on these trends, SEC, which is obviously a lot of fun. If you're betting SEC underdogs, 29-12 on the season, 16-3-1 for road teams in the SEC.
Wow.
So we'll stick 99% to the NFL, but if you're watching college football, which has been a great season for college football, tonight was the first release of the odds for not the odds of the bracket. SEC underdogs 29-12, road teams 16-3. So definitely a lot of places where you can make some money on football every weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. You're always great with those live bets because you had you took Seattle at what, like 9-1.
Right before that drive that I said, yeah, Seattle's got the ball back. They have timeouts. 9-1, might as well take a flyer. And I think they took a sack on the first play.
Yeah.
And I said, poor start, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's worth the Flyers because the odds just are incorrect. I mean, these algorithms are set that it's like a 98% or 93% that you're going to win. If you look at like an ESPN Gamecast, for a lot of games, you'll see that the odds of winning fluctuate dramatically, and you can really take advantage. It's worth $50 or $100, and all they have to do, they don't have to win that game. They just have to get a first down. They just have to cross midfield. Maybe there's a penalty. You know, you're trying to stop teams in 4-down territory where they're aggressive and the refs are flag happy. If they get close to scoring, you have hedge opportunity. If they tie the game, I hedged. I mean, of course I hedged. I'm not in the business of throwing flyers out. The minute they tie that game and go to OT, I'm on the Rams and I'm on to the next game.
Yeah.
So even if you're losing ATS pregame, if you're watching some of the live, like you're watching now Trump just move like 95%, okay, so maybe it's over. Is it really over? I mean, you know,
he's
if you're
minus
betting-
4. He's minus 4,000.
minus 4,000. Okay.
Wow.
But is it worth throwing $50 on Kamala Harris now, 12-1? Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
you're
have
right.
access to doing it right now, but who cares? And if the odds start fluctuating in 2 hours from now as they start counting other states, just hedge it back the other way. I think we saw before, it's funny, California was closed. And as soon as California polls closed, it said like on Fox News, it showed like 0% reported,
Yeah.
right? And they called California the win. And I was like, okay, well, we all know Kamala's going to win California, but there's no votes reported. How do you call it? I said to my son before, I said, it reminded me of the like the Family Guy clip of the Mets season where, and there's the first pitch and the Mets season is over. And
I remember that. Yeah, that was
for
great.
California, it's funny. So yeah, we take advantage of the live in-game stuff with, especially when you can play, you know, a team is down by one score. It's not, and just because the odds pregame are so high for Kansas City to win, so that algorithm is set that now all of a sudden you have an unrealistic number to get back Tampa Bay at 14-1, and it's a great bet. And I do this all the time, every game, like without fail. It's like, why not throw a flyer? Is the game over? No. Am I going to get 20-1, 15-1?
Yeah.
You might hit once in a while, but again, it's not about hitting the win. It's about hitting the team coming back and being able to use your equity position to hedge and get both sides of the coin at plus money.
Yeah. No, that's the way to do it. I didn't even ask you via text whether you hedged with the Rams. I knew you did because they were underdogs. Well, you got Seattle at 9-1, and then the Rams were underdogs after Seattle scored. So of course you got the plus money there. So that was.
I may have gotten it like minus at some like minus, you know, 110 or 120, whatever it was. It was obviously
Either way, you still win. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an immediate bet to win. And you're basically going 50-50. It's like you're winning, you know, a couple $100 either way. Again, I'm not in the business. I'm not in the gambling business. This is not about gambling on the craps table or just flipping coins. You're there to try to hedge out a position and guarantee yourself a profit, and then play with it as the game moves along. You do this with college basketball or NBA when teams fall behind by a lot. But you do it especially with Mahomes. Like, what's Mahomes' record when he's trailing? I mean, he's probably above 500 when he's trailing. I think well above 500 when he's trailing. I think I saw Kansas City has trailed in almost every single game this season. They're 8-0. It's like, oh, well, they could have lost, or they should have lost. Like, yeah, they could have and should have lost a lot of games, but they still have Mahomes, who finds a way to win. And we'll talk about that when we get to the Denver game. I think it was Troy Aikman last night who said, like, if Kansas City needs 3 yards, they get 4. If they need 7 yards, they get 8.
Yep.
They will win the game. They will find a way to win the game. They don't have to win by margin. They don't care to win by margin. They do exactly what's necessary to win the game, which is why, you know, it was so interesting that they were not able to get a first down on the last drive and end the game on their own terms. They had to punt. So, you know, that's something kind of teasing ahead. One of the reasons why I go against Kansas City a lot in the regular season is because they don't care to cover by margin, but the power ratings are not going to make them a pick 'em or a 3-point favorite against teams like Denver or Tampa Bay. So there's a lot of advantages that you can take advantage of these lines and power ratings. One other thing I wanted to point out, you know, we talk as we get into the games, you know, these coaching decisions, and Kansas City obviously had a big one, and a bunch of games had. These games really come down to 3 or 4 decisions in game every week. It's not, you know, we could talk so much about matchup and spot and situation. At the end of the day, Tampa Bay decided to kick the extra point. New England kicks the extra point. There's a 3rd down or a 4th down here and there where teams elect to go, kick, punt, and then, of course, if they elect to go, what kind of play call they're running. teams are creating their own luck. So it's it's important to understand who the teams are, who the coaches are that you're betting on or betting against, because sometimes it's not lucky. It's we expect certain outcomes based on the aggressiveness of some of these teams. Washington, we expect to be aggressive. Philly, we expect to be aggressive. But then you have like a Gerard Mayo, New England, who has no clue what he's doing. Just no clue. You ask him after the game, what was your rationale? I don't want to talk about it. You don't want to. You're there for a media presence. I don't want to talk about it. Is code word for I have no idea what I'm talking about. So therefore, I'm not going to answer. So you build your own luck as these games go on with some of these, these 2 or 3 major decision or outcomes in these games that really, really change the results. So important for us now as we go through the games to kind of pay attention to which of the teams that are quote unquote getting lucky, but maybe it's not luck. Maybe it's something that we could come to expect or not expect from certain coaches.
I just looked it up. In the Patrick Mahomes era, the Chiefs, when trailing at halftime, are 21-15. So There you go. That speaks to what you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Chris says, I would like to point something out, not to criticize. Criticize all you want, seriously. But perhaps to just, Walt, you lost 15 units, 5 each, betting on Minshew, Bo Nix, and Flacco all playing on the road. Well, I mean, I looked it up. Bo Nix is 3-1 against the spread on the road. I don't have an issue taking Bo Nix on the road or Flacco on the road's fine. Maybe Minshew on the road, but I think it's more not on the road, but rather against a potential good team. I called the Bengals a bad team last week. Maybe I misevaluated them. That could be the case. Or maybe Minshew is terrible. I don't know, but that was quite the the tilt, because Minshew had engineered 2 backdoor covers the prior 2 weeks, and of course he couldn't get one. He was actually benched. It was Desmond Ridder doing most of the work in the fourth quarter, and they actually almost covered. It was 31-17. They were driving the ball. They went over midfield. 8 minutes left, and then Desmond Ridder takes 2 sacks in 3 plays, and then the Raiders just give up, and they give up a long touchdown to Gesicki. So. Do you factor any of this like bad quarterback play in on the road when you handicap, Evan? I'm gonna ask you to answer this while I run to the bathroom real fast, because I've been here for 3.5 hours just sitting here. So I will be right back. But could you answer that to Chris?
Yeah, I don't really factor in road as much, and we talked about this a couple of weeks ago with home road splits in general. I just don't really see any sort of disadvantage for some of these quarterbacks on the road. Obviously, road teams have done very well this year. Road teams are hitting 55%. I factor that more in college, or maybe with rookies. So maybe there's something to be said about a Bo Nix on the road. But when you have Minshew's a vet, Flacco certainly a vet. I don't think the road team or being on the road will really change the outcome or change the ability of those quarterbacks to perform. So I really don't factor road teams or road quarterbacks as much as I really used to. I think really for me, it comes more down to coaching or the teams just in general. I mean, Bo Nix, I said last week, I'm really not a fan of Denver. I don't think highly of Denver really at all. So I don't think that was really a Bo Nix problem. Minshew just really has no weapons and no offensive coordinator. They obviously fired their offensive coordinator. Their defense kind of quit on the team. So when I look at a team like the Raiders now, and again, that wasn't even Minshew at the end. It was really a Desmond Ridder, who's just a horrible quarterback, whether he's home or road. So I'm not sure that the road, being on the road really makes that much of a difference. Obviously, losing 5 units on each of them is not good, but I don't think being on the road will really have a tangible effect on those quarterbacks.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. It's been like almost 4 hours I've been sitting here. All right. So are you ready to get into the games?
Yes.
Okay. Let me pull up the correct tab here. Not fair, because I had all the election stuff up. So the first game is a rematch of a game that was very tilting because the Bengals were plus 2.5. They led by 10 3 times, and then they had the ball in overtime, and they didn't cover. The Ravens are favored by 6 on the road here. I like the Ravens here. I think they're the better team. I think you would agree. And that means that I would be betting them on Thursday because my rule is to bet the better team on Thursday. If I think they're going to be focused, which I imagine Baltimore is going to be focused because this is a big divisional game. It's a big rival. The problem here, though, is like this just screams backdoor cover. Like Joe Burrow's so good that he could just get the backdoor cover here. So I'm not going to bet this one. But if I had to, I would lean Baltimore. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I would lean opposite. I would lean towards Cincinnati, and I've been actually you've been against me on all these Ravens games the last few weeks. Yeah, and now I'm kind of turning the tides a little bit. So I think Baltimore, obviously a juggernaut offensively. I mean, they're number one in everything. They're number one in passing offense. I think they're number one in rushing offense. They're number two in passing offense. They're number two in red zone offense. They've really just shown that they could be a juggernaut offensively with Henry, and Lamar's playing at an MVP level. Their defense obviously stinks. Their secondary is terrible. Their secondary is giving up big plays every single game. Their first game, neither team was able to stop the other. Cincinnati is also, I think they're number two in red zone offense. And I see no reason why Cincinnati would be stopped any more than Baltimore would be stopped. So you have backdoor potential here. This game, these are familiar teams with one another, a divisional game that I expect to be close. Obviously, I believe Baltimore is significantly better, which is why I think the spread is correct. I have Baltimore a good 3 or 4 points better than Cincinnati, add in a little bit of home field plus the Thursday night factor to the better team. And I think this line makes a lot of sense. I think it's really important to see if T. Higgins plays. That's obviously huge. You have Higgins and Chase playing at the same time, puts a lot of pressure on the defense. And Orlando Brown. I think he was limited on their practice report today. So I would like to see that both of those guys are in. Neither defense can get a stop. The play here is the over. Let's see somebody who might be behind by 7 or 10 points. Now, if Baltimore goes down early, that's where I look to live bet on Baltimore. If Cincinnati goes down early, I think we've seen a couple of instances where Baltimore cares, even though it's a familiar opponent. They keep their foot on the gas and they run away. And we saw Cincinnati 2 weeks ago get blown out by 20 against Philly. So maybe if they are behind, maybe they start pressing a little bit more. But I can't trust either one of these teams to win by a margin against a good offense. And therefore, I would lean towards the Bengals here at 6.5.
Okay. Chris says, although the Colts definitely could have, would have, should have covered, they decided by losing by 18 by 8 was okay. That was very upsetting, that game where they didn't give the ball to Jonathan Taylor once again in crucial situations. I feel like Shane Steichen needs like an intervention or something. Where like, hey, you need to give the ball to your best players in clutch situations. It's, no, I want to give it to Ashton Doolin. It's like, no, Shane, you need to do this. It was so frustrating that it's 14-10 with 5 minutes left. Like even with 3 minutes left, like the Vikings hit too many big plays on that next drive. So that was unfortunate. But I know you had the Colts as well. So
yeah, and that was the first time they didn't have a game within 6 points, and obviously Flacco was horrendous in that game.
He was.
I mean, they led early. The game was tied. And then, they had plenty of time to take a couple shots at the end zone at the end. But, I mean, it is what it is. They didn't play well. Neither team played well in that game.
No. Well, you mentioned horrendous quarterbacking, and I'd like to present to you the Giants versus the Panthers in Germany. This is our gift to the Germans here. So the Giants are favored by 6 for some reason, although I still wouldn't mind siding with them. There's no way I'm going to bet this game. Like especially not at 9:30. I'm not like if I take this game, it's 9:30. I'm groggy. I'm sleepy. I'm like, and then I choose the wrong side. Like I'm in a bad mood the entire day. And like maybe I shouldn't handicap that way, but like these are two horrible teams. I don't want to back the Giants at -6, but then I don't want to take the Panthers with Bryce Young at +6 either. Now I know he won last week, but that just makes me want to take them less because bad teams generally off of a win is just something you want to fade. So I am going to pass this game completely outside of our same game parlay and player prop bet. I would side with the Giants just as a fade of Bryce Young off a win, but like I said, I don't want to back the Giants either. Do you have a strong conviction on this game?
No, you shouldn't have any strong convictions on international games, although favorites tend to win these international games, win and cover.
Yep.
We've seen that in London. We've seen that, I think it was in Germany last year, or we saw the Eagles earlier this year in Brazil. When I look at Bryce Young, he won last week. That's okay. He actually didn't play so poorly. He played all right. Just shows how bad the Saints defense really is. This line opened at 4.5, and I was stunned by the opener. I made this line 7, and I commented last week that I don't understand how Bryce Young is ever an underdog by less than 7 points. Now, last week, the Saints shot themselves in the foot. They got down inside the red zone, and they kicked 2 short field goals. And we talked at the open about coaching decisions, a couple of decisions, 3-4 decisions a game that will change the complexion of the game. And by kicking those 2 early field goals, all of a sudden it's 6-0. Then they gave up a touchdown at 7-6. And all of a sudden Carolina's in the game. And then before halftime, it's 13-7. And instead of kind of running out the clock, Kamara ran to the outside, got pushed out of bounds. It was an incomplete pass. And all of a sudden they give the ball back and it's 13-10 at halftime instead of 13-7. So there are these small couple of plays that kept Carolina in the game. And of course, Carolina, give them credit, drove the field and took a lead. And then Carr is chucking the ball deep late. So I don't buy that all of a sudden Carolina, all of a sudden they played well. They didn't play well. They were outgained by about 150 yards. They were outgained per play. And now they won a game, and now they're all excited about winning a game. Now, on the Giants side, Giants ranked number 32 in yards against rushing, okay, per play. I always like to look at the per play numbers. Giants number 32. And Carolina is not horrible at running the football. So Carolina should be able to run the ball and, dare I say, keep the game close. But I would not back Bryce Young at anything under a touchdown. I made the line 7. I was surprised when the line opened 4.5. I was not surprised to see today that it moved to 6 and may continue moving in that direction. You never want to bet on these early international games, but I lean the Giants in this game. Also, the Giants played well last week. I mean, they didn't win. They almost covered. They didn't play poorly. Washington controlled the game. And even though they're 2-7, I expect the Giants to be the better team. By the way, these two teams, not only are they both 2-7 straight up, but they're both 2-7 against the spread, which is really pathetic. I mean, this is our gift to Germany. So enjoy the game in Germany, but I would lean towards the Giants anything under a touchdown.
Yeah, Chris hitting the nail on the head. The only international game you have any interest going forward is the Jaguars after they're back-to-back, in their second of back-to-backs, which is the best home field advantage right now, even though it's not home field. All right, next game is I have a little bit more interest in this one. Bills at the Colts. Bills favored by 4 here. So this is a horrible spot for Buffalo. They're just coming off an emotional last-second win against the Dolphins. 61-yard field goal to beat one of their rivals. Then they have this game against the Colts, and I'm sure they watched that Sunday night game with the Colts coming up, and they saw the Colts lose to the Vikings. After this game, they played the Chiefs. It's a standalone game at 4:25. I assume I think Romo and Nance are going to be the ones calling it. It's going to be a huge spotlight game, and they moved the other 4:25 game out. So it's going to be the only game on TV. So everyone's going to be watching that one. It's the big, revenge game from the playoffs. It's a battle for the number 1 seed. I have to imagine Buffalo is definitely looking ahead to that. So you have a look ahead factor here. And I also think the Colts have a nice advantage here with their running game. The Bills can be beaten against with the run. They could also be beaten with pass catchers out of the backfield. So I like Jonathan Taylor a lot here. And not just that, Buffalo against the pass, they're really good on the outside, but they're weak to the slot. So you have Josh Downs there. So Indianapolis's two best offensive players, Jonathan Taylor and Josh Downs, have plus matchups in this game. So that makes me like the Colts here. They're a competitive team. I believe you mentioned spread records. The Colts, I think, are like 7-2 against the spread, if I remember correctly. So I like the Colts here. Not like one of my favorite plays, but I like them enough to bet them. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I don't want to repeat everything you just said. So, exactly what you said. Those 3 points. Number one, the rushing of Indy. Buffalo gave up 149 yards rushing last week. It's like every time I looked up, Devon Achane is rushing for 12 yards, 15 yards. It wasn't like breaking one 50-yarder or a 30-yarder. Like they were constantly picking up 8 to 12 yards on the ground in a couple of those drives. It was one 97-yard drive. If you look at that drive chart, there were multiple 10+ yard rushes in that drive. So certainly Jonathan Taylor has a positive matchup. Josh Allen, after the game last week, used the word exhale in his post-game comments. That's not a word I want to hear a quarterback say going into the Kansas City game next week. That's their game circled. I expect them to win this game. They've put up 30+ points in 3 straight games. I do think Indy can hang. Their offense, Indy, on Sunday night was horrible. Against a better defense, a blitzing defense. And I think Flacco this week, there'll be more of an effort to run the ball, get the ball downfield, get a couple of red zone opportunities. There's backdoor potential here. There's certainly the potential for the Colts to have a lead. And last week we just said it was the first time the Colts played a game that's not within 6 points. You saw they were willing to fight at the end, down 2 touchdowns. They moved the ball into field goal range and kicked. And I certainly think the Colts +4 are a nice play. I think the line is correct. I mean, you look, I was on Seattle a couple of weeks ago against Buffalo in that same spot, and Buffalo just roasted them. So I'm not in a rush to bet against Buffalo, but the spot, the word exhale used by Allen, the run defense here, and puts me on the Colts. I don't know if it's a contest pick. Maybe it is. It's certainly something that I would consider. Sometimes I get cold feet because I just lost with the Colts last Sunday night.
Yeah.
But all things considered, I think Colts +4 at home might be a good pick here.
I'm on the same wavelength there. Like, this might be a contest pick, but I'm not sure. This is like 5th or 6th right now.
Yeah, I rank this like now my early. It's way too early. Injury reports and whatnot. Like on my initial looks, I wrote down a number 8.
Okay.
So like right there. Like usually I have 8 or 9 picks that I highlight, and this was one of the 8 or 9 games that I highlighted to really kind of dive into.
Okay. I like this one more, and it's another AFC South team at home getting 4 as well. So the spread's kind of funny because the Packers were at the Jaguars, and it was about the same line. The Jaguars lost, but they still covered the spread. I have some numbers to read for you here. The numbers against the blitz are super important because the Vikings blitz at the highest rate in the NFL. You have to keep that in mind. So last week when Joe Flacco took over for Richardson, I liked the Colts a lot more because Flacco's completion percentage against the blitz is 51 compared to Richardson's 29. Flacco's not even that good against the blitz. He was just so much better than Richardson. So 51 versus 29 is really good. Trevor Lawrence's completion percentage against the blitz is 64%. This year, he's against the blitz, he's 47 of 73, 545 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions against the blitz. And so obviously small sample size because it's one season. So you go back. I didn't look at last year because he got hurt halfway through the season. So the stats might be skewed. In 2022, he had a 69% completion percentage against the blitz, 8 touchdowns, 4 picks. And then the year before, when he was a rookie in that whole Urban Meyer disaster, he actually played against Brian Flores' defense in 2021. In that game, he was 25 of 41, 319 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, and he won that game. So Trevor Lawrence is really good against the blitz. So I like this as a schematic, schematic situation for the Jaguars. And then, motivationally, the Vikings are coming off a national TV win. So this could be a potential flat spot. Like, there's no way they take the Jaguars that seriously coming off a national TV win. It's not like a huge letdown spot, but I think it's like, it's like, I feel like they're not going to be 100% right now coming off a big win. I like the Jaguars here. I love the matchup for Trevor Lawrence. Obviously, they have issues defensively that Minnesota will be able to capitalize on. But I think this will be a close game, and I think it could even go to the Jaguars. But I think a 3-point game either way. So I like the Jaguars here. What are your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I also highlighted the Jaguars. This was my number 9. So this was like the last game that I wrote down as a possible contest consideration. My problem, though, is Jacksonville's defense is number 32 in the league. You got yards per play defense. Their secondary is horrendous. They're going to have a really hard time defending Jefferson in this game. It's like almost every single week they're on the verge of getting blown out. And then a few times Lawrence has fought back. But he just continues to make these losing plays, like these bad turnovers. He threw a pick before halftime that really kind of set them back. Of course, at the end, they finally, somehow they're down 22-0. A bunch of bad calls from Sirianni or poor execution, really, by the Eagles on some of those 4th downs. All of a sudden, the Jaguars are in the game. Like, next thing you know, it's 22-8. It's 22-14. Jaguars have the ball with a chance to win the game. And now, usually he's been sailing the ball over receivers' heads. Last week, he throws the ball short into the end zone. It gets picked off in the end zone. So Lawrence has made a lot of these losing plays. But losing plays is okay when you're getting 4 points, right? So like Green Bay, they came back, touchdown late. I do agree that they theoretically could have a lead. I'd like to see what's going on with Brian Thomas. I know he played last week. He was supposed to be out for like 4 weeks. All of a sudden, he's playing without missing any time. Is he healthy or is he just gutting it out? So that really makes a difference. They really don't have a lot of weapons now with Kirk down. So And then there's a huge coaching mismatch. Like I love what Flores and O'Connell are doing with Minnesota, and Doug Peterson's probably your next coach fired. So now that Dennis Allen's out, Doug Peterson's probably the next guy to get the boot. And we know that he doesn't know what he's doing. We know that the team basically, at least defensively, it looks like they've quit on him. So it's hard to really want to back this team that I have confidence will be down. And the question is, are they going to fight back once they're down? They've shown that they will fight. So that gives me reason for optimism. And of course, they're home. I agree with you. I don't know that Minnesota really takes this game like it's a divisional game. But I did highlight Jacksonville at 4.5. Certainly something I'm considering. I'm not rushing on this one, but I do agree with your side here.
I'd like to tell you one thing I'm scared of in this game, and maybe you can talk me out of it. So Cam Robinson was he was obviously on the Jaguars a couple weeks ago. Now he's on the Vikings. Now, I think that there might be an advantage for the Jaguars here, knowing that like the edge rushers know him and they might know his weaknesses. But my worry is that like what if he knows like the tendencies, or what if he knows like like the blitz stuff, like what if he knows like that sort of thing. I remember there's one game where in 2003, maybe you can remember this, Lawyer Malloy was cut by the Patriots. He went to the Bills, and he knew all of the Patriot signals.
I think that was for like one game. Didn't Belichick pick him up for like one game? Oh, I'm sorry. He left the Patriots and went to the Patriots.
Yeah, he went to the Bills.
Right.
So,
there was somebody else that Belichick picked up for like one game and then cut.
I think I remember. I can't remember who that is, but I do remember that. But like that game, so Belichick cut Lawyer Malloy right before the season. The Bills signed him. They played each other week 1, and the Bills
30-0.
31. Yeah, they won 31-0.
31-0.
The beautiful thing about that was the final game of the year was also Patriots Bills, and the Patriots won that 31-0.
Right.
Beautiful bookend. But are you like? Should I be worried at all? Should we be?
I don't think that's going to factor into my handicap here.
Okay.
Like you said, it can go both ways. The defense can know what his weaknesses are, and he might know blitz calls and pickups. But I think, well, maybe Peterson's not smart enough to figure this out. But you can easily.
I worry. I don't trust him at all.
Yeah. I would normally say that they'll change something up. Like they're not going to go in and have the same cadence or the same call that he's going to hear the call and say, okay, guys, they're blitzing the A gap, or they're dropping back from the A gap and they're coming around the edge. Like, I don't think that's really going to factor in here. I think what factors in here more is Lawrence sailing the ball over guys' heads. Weather. I always have to check the weather, especially in an outdoor game, if it's going to rain. I don't know what the temperature or the weather is like right now for Jacksonville. I'll quickly take a look. It's a slight chance of rain. So if I got, if you have word on Thursday, Friday that there's a greater chance of rain, I have no interest in Trevor Lawrence in any sort of weather. Rain, wind, nothing. The guy is inaccurate. He makes losing plays. He's just not a winning quarterback, and their defense is not good enough to contain Jefferson. But I would take the points. I think the points are fair. It's not a line like we're getting 7 or 7.5. They've shown that they're willing to fight. And I think Minnesota now has 3 straight games on the road. It's like, let's get the win and move on, right? And now you're laying points with Sam Darnold on the road. Sam Darnold had a terrible game this week. He was awful. He was throwing picks. He fumbled. He took a sack and fumbled for a touchdown. So he was not impressive at all. Their defense continues to be impressive. So I like the points. I don't trust the coaching. I don't trust Jacksonville's defense, but I do like the fact that they have not given up offensively when they're down 10, 14 points. They've shown that they're going to try to come back. And I just cannot understand how Doug Peterson still has a job there. It's mind-boggling. And eventually he's going to get fired, and maybe somebody new will come in. Lawrence has had Urban Meyer. Peterson, he needs somebody new, but he has shown that he's a loser. He's ultra-talented, but he is not a winning football player. He's well below 500 for his career, and it's not even close. And if you go back in time, Peyton Manning never had a good defense. He was the MVP every single year. No matter what happened, I'm not trying to compare Lawrence to Peyton Manning. To me, Peyton Manning's the best quarterback I've ever seen, at least when it's not a 20-degree and win game. But his team was 14-2 every single year, 13-3 every single year with the worst defense in the league. So I don't want to hear excuses about Lawrence losing games because their defense is bad or their coach is bad. Lawrence is a losing player, but we don't need him to win. We just need him to cover. So +4, we'll take it.
The funny thing was Manning finally had a good defense in that final year when he was decrepit and couldn't complete passes downfield, and they won the Super Bowl. When he was just a game manager.
Good for him. He deserved it.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's like he put the work in. It's like a retirement gift. Thanks for the reminder. John says he was at that game. Brady threw 4 picks in that game. It was very strange. I remember being shocked by it, and then just realizing I was like, oh man, Laurie Malloy knew all the signals. So Chris says, is Trevor Lawrence a bigger bust than Bryce Young when you factor in expectations?
No.
Yeah, Bryce Young is so bad. I don't think you can say that.
Bryce Young will be out of the league in a couple of games.
Yeah.
Lawrence got a $200 million contract. He's not a bust. He's just certainly not the winning quarterback that you need him to be. He's a very talented player. He's not a winner.
Yeah, I would like to see him with a good coach. Now obviously he hasn't met expectations, and the fact that he needs a good coach means he hasn't met expectations. But you have Doug Peterson, who's a colossal upgrade over Urban Meyer, but still not a good coach. So I would like to see him being coached pretty well. So all right, let's get to the next game. We have Pittsburgh, Washington. This line was 2.5, and then the Redskins traded for Marshawn Lattimore. It went to 3, which upset me a little bit because I was going to bet the Steelers on the teaser at 8.5. Now you can just take the Steelers at +3 if you want, but I don't know if I have any interest in this game. Curious if you do, because I'm Washington. I don't want to bet on Russell Wilson, even though Mike Tomlin's an underdog. That's usually a great time to bet him. It's still, there's not much room for error here. If this were +3.5, +4, I'd have more interest, but +3, it's kind of tight. I don't trust Russell Wilson, even though he's won 2 games in a row. Maybe I'm just wrong here, but I just don't get it with him. But then you're like, do you take Washington? But Washington has to play the Eagles in 4 days, so they could be distracted. So it's a bad spot for them. I think I still lean Washington, but I'm not going to play this game outside of maybe a teaser if we get 8.5. So what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I'm going to continue to be on Washington. I've been on Washington pretty much every single week this year, as you know. And Pittsburgh, the one pause for me is Pittsburgh's off. I don't like teams off of the bye and a win, right? We've talked about teams that are coming off a bye and a loss versus a bye and a win. So I don't like teams that are kind of fat and happy off of a bye and a win. Although Tomlin's 13-4 in his career off a bye, and they've won the last 7. So straight up. And of course, as an underdog, you just have to win the game. That being said, I don't know that this is a look-ahead spot. This team has proven over the last few weeks that every single time they're in a bad spot, including last week, they kind of turn around and show up. And they get better and better every single week. Their defense has gotten better everywhere. I love the Lattimore trade. When Lattimore's healthy, he's a very, very good corner. He's also a veteran leader, and he's a winner. So putting a guy like that on the backside of your defense really kind of gives confidence to the rest of the team, to the rest of the defense, and I think will very much help them. There were times where I used to bet the Saints or not bet the Saints based on Lattimore's availability. And just his presence on the field was such a huge part of their equation. Now, Washington, you think it's maybe a bad matchup defend against Pittsburgh's kind of turnover driven defense with Watt. Washington leads the league in fewest turnovers, only 3 turnovers the entire season. They're another team we talked about earlier with the coaching decisions. They've been very aggressive offensively. They've been at the top of the league going for third downs and getting third downs. Where they failed this year, their only weakness potentially is their red zone offense, which may regress to the mean. But I love the fact that they're going for it. I love the fact they're protecting the ball. Their defense continues to improve. Now, I made the line 2.5, maybe 3 now with Lattimore. Maybe there's a slight adjustment there. So I do think the line is correct. I don't think there's a tremendous amount of value here, and I know this line already moved to 3. But I still really like Washington to win this game. We talked about waiting for the Pittsburgh bye week to bet the Pittsburgh under. And the Pittsburgh over-under is 9.5 wins. I was hoping at a 6-2 with 9 games remaining that Vegas would at least project them as a 500 team, meaning 4.5 wins out of their 9 games, and I would get maybe under 10.5. And Vegas is too smart for that. Vegas has them line 9.5. Vegas has them going 3-6 or 4-5 because they recognize Pittsburgh is very overrated, whether it's Fields or Russ. They have a very difficult schedule coming up starting now. And I expect Washington to continue to take care of business, continue to get better. And I'm not a fan of Russell Wilson. I know he had some good moments in the last couple of weeks. I find them to be more luck than good. I love my cousin Jaden Daniels, and I'm going to continue riding Washington. And I said to you a few weeks ago, we have over 8.5 wins, which is a lock. Now the line's up to 11.5. And at some point, I wanted to come back in and take the under. And this might be the time to take the under. 11 has a lot of wins. To ask this team to get 12 wins is with the schedule coming up with a couple of games against Philly is a tall task. So I'm considering, even though I like them this week, maybe playing that under 11.5 and kind of middle my 8.5, getting 8.5 to 11.5. But maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll wait one more week. I do expect them to win this game. Line moving towards 3 means the professionals agree with my sentiment that 2.5 was a little low. And even at 3, this is definitely for me highlighted as one of my contest plays.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, no worries about the look ahead to Thursday against the Eagles?
No, I really don't. I mean, I know that's a huge game coming up, but I think this is the team that has shown thus far that they're taking one game at a time.
Okay.
I want to pull up Washington's schedule here. Just kind of look week in, week out. Give me a half a second. Washington, 1 week after another. I mean, they had huge win. They beat the Giants early. Obviously nobody really knew about them. They go on the road to Cincinnati. They get a huge win on the road against Cincinnati. Monday Night Football. Short week. They turn around 6 days later, again on the road, and they dominate Arizona, 42-14. And Arizona is an average team. That's not a bad team. Certainly they have a weak defense, but that's not a bad football team. And they killed them on the road. They turn around after a blowout win, and they take care of business at home. And they win by 3 touchdowns against Cleveland. They then played well, again, coming off 3 straight big wins or 4 straight big wins. Now they're 4-1, new team, rookie. Everyone's talking about Jaden Daniels. And they competed against Baltimore. They pushed the spread. They competed. They didn't get blown out. They turn around, dominate Carolina. Coming off of a big win, they come out and maybe they should have lost to Chicago with the Hail Mary. But remember, I said this last week, they were up 12-0 in that game. That game wasn't going anywhere. Chicago was doing absolutely nothing. They turn around off a Hail Mary, take care of business. They really controlled the game against the Giants. That wasn't a fluke at all. So I've been impressed every single week. This team gets better and better. I think they'll continue to get better and continue to take care of business. And that Philly game, where is that Philly game next week? That Thursday, it's in Philly.
Yeah.
That's their first real test. Then we're going to learn next week if this team is for real. Is this team going to be, a one and done? They'll not win the division. They'll be a wild card. They'll get their feet wet, or are they really going to get, a 3 or 4 seed in the NFC playoffs, or dare I say a 2 seed, and really have a chance to make some noise. You'll know next week, Thursday night, if that's the case. But now I expect them to continue to play well and win this game.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I am on Washington. I was worried about the look ahead, but you are right. They've taken care of business every single time so far. So, yeah, they keep getting better every week. All right, the next game, Falcons at the Saints. Falcons are favored by 3.5. I thought this line movement was a little weird. There was the Falcons were -1 on the look ahead. The Falcons beat the Cowboys, whom they were favored against. And, the Saints lose, of course, to the Panthers. But does that warrant a 2.5-point line movement? I know that Chris Olave got hurt. Obviously, he's a big part of their offense. And, now they have cluster injuries at receiver with Rashid Shaheed injured as well. But a line move of 2.5 just seems a little too extreme for me past, the key number 3. And also the Saints fired Dennis Allen, which has to be an upgrade for them. Dennis Allen, one of the worst coaches we've seen in our era, like especially against the spread. Like I think he was like 32-50 against the spread, if I remember correctly. So I think whoever they get is an upgrade. And whenever a coach is fired, players will play harder because they won't want the finger pointed at them. It's like, hey, we know it was that guy who caused the problem. So I plus the Falcons are coming off a couple of big wins here. They already beat the Saints. I know this is a divisional rivalry, but they already beat New Orleans. So and they see this like. It's like a wounded animal. Like, are you gonna like stomp on their head? Like, I don't see the Falcons like giving it their all here. And these games are always close between these teams. Like, no matter how good one team is or how bad one team is, these games always come down to the wire. These Falcons and Saints. So I like the Saints plus 3.5. What do you think?
It just seems too obvious. That's the problem, right? It's like this is one of those lines that are like, wait, what? Look ahead was Pick'em, and we talked about Carolina before. The Saints should have won that game. If the Saints don't kick field goals early, let's just give them 1 touchdown. Let's say they they keep the ball and just, don't be stupid. Don't go out of bounds. Don't give the ball back to Carolina. Add a couple of points to New Orleans. Take away a couple of points from Carolina. They outgained them by 150 yards. They won that game big. Why now all of a sudden is there warrant for this line to move the way it has? So just kind of like, new coach bump. It just seems too obvious. And that's why I kind of like the other side. Now, I don't like the other side. Like, I'm not playing this in the contest, and I'm certainly not laying 3.5. Like, my number is 2.5. So if this line were 2.5, I would tell you I like Atlanta. At 3.5, I don't really like anything. But if you take away Olave and Shaheed, in the first game that they played, those two guys accounted for like 80% of the passing, right? Last week, who did Derek Carr throw to? He threw a bunch of screen passes to Kamara, and he threw to Taysom Hill.
Mhm.
They had most of the receptions in that game because there's nobody else to throw the ball to. New Orleans defense right now is number 32 in the league, I think. 31. Jacksonville's number 32. This team has lost 7 straight. They're reeling. They obviously needed a new coach. They can't stop anybody. Atlanta, yes, the first game they played, forget Shaheed and Olave. Atlanta in that game had the muff punt, if you remember, in the end zone.
Mhm.
And they had a pick 6. And they still barely won. So even with those huge 2 monster swings, 14-point swings on a muff punt recovered in the end zone, which never happens, and a pick 6 before halftime, they still should not have won that game. But Atlanta's playing well. I do expect them to continue to play well, even though the motivation may not be there as much. I don't trust New Orleans with Derek Carr, who's really bad. Last week, 4th and 3, instead of taking the first down, he's chucking the ball deep, 50-50 ball. It's like, what are you doing? Right? That just made no sense. He has nobody to really throw the ball to. The game is Kamara, and that's it. And defensively, they're a disaster. So I just can't back that team. And then again, the spread is just fishy. So when you see like a 3.5, like, wait a second, why did that line move so much? That just doesn't make sense. So because it doesn't make sense, I'm going to play the road favorite trend, which is 65% ahead of the new coach trend. Not bet this game, but I lean Atlanta to win the game.
Okay. All right, let's get to the next one. We have Broncos and Chiefs. I was really hoping for the Broncos to either beat the Ravens or come close to beating them, because I was hoping that the line would drop. The advanced line was 9, and it's gone to 8, but still not far enough to get to the ultimate or second key number of 7. But I do like the Chiefs here. I was expecting them to expose the Broncos as frauds, which we both thought they would be. But even though we took Denver last week because Baltimore had that look ahead to Thursday against the Bengals, but we were 1 week early, or I guess 1 week too late on Denver being exposed as frauds, which they were. Like, although I thought their offense would maybe be exposed as frauds, their defense was so bad against the Ravens. Like they missed so many tackles, it was ridiculous. And that now you have the Chiefs with DeAndre Hopkins emerging faster than I thought than most people would have expected. I thought he would eventually be a force, but like his second game, he was dominant. So that just speaks to how great Mahomes is. So I like the Chiefs here, even though they have the Bills next week. This is the first time they're seeing Denver. If they had already beaten Denver earlier this year, I could maybe see them looking past the Broncos. But if they lose the Broncos here, they're not going to be too far ahead of them. Like 6-4 versus 8-1. It's like still a little far ahead. But if Denver takes the second game suddenly, like they're in danger of losing the division to the Broncos. So I think the Chiefs will be focused here, even though they just are coming off an overtime game on Monday. It's not one of my favorite picks by any means, but I do like the Chiefs at -8, even though I was hoping for 7. Who do you like here?
I like Denver here.
Okay.
And I said to you last week and the week before, and I think the week before that I think Denver, I thought Denver are frauds all along. I don't like Denver at all. I have Denver in my power ratings. I have Denver at 27.
Wow.
So I'm not a believer in Denver whatsoever. I don't think Knicks is any good. I think their defense is overrated. I think some of the wins they've had were fluky. I think they've caught teams in the right spot. Now, I don't like Denver because I like Denver. I like Denver because I said before, and Aikman called this out last night, the Chiefs do exactly what they need to do to win games. I would have been on Baltimore last week, other than the fact that there was a look ahead for Thursday, which we got wrong, but that's okay. Because then Baltimore is a team that will run up the score. They can't defend anybody, but they run up the score. Kansas City does not. Now you have Mahomes on a bum ankle. He had his ankle twisted against the Raiders, which he commented on after the game. I was very concerned when I saw him pulling up on that touchdown pass as a football fan, not so much someone who's rooting for the Chiefs in that game. But if you're a football fan, you do not want to see Mahomes getting hurt and missing considerable time. That would just be a real shame. But they do exactly what they need to do to win games. Let me give you a couple of the winning margins they've had against Denver. Now, first of all, they're not losing this game. They've won 9 of the last 10 against Denver. So that's not a problem. They're not going to lose this game. They're going to be certainly focused, but they're not focused to win by margin. So they've won 9 out of the last 10, but they've only covered 5 of those 10. Since 2021, wins against Denver by 13, okay, 4, 6, 3, and 11. And the game 11, by the way, they're favored by 10.5, so they barely covered. And last year they lost 24-9 in what was, I guess, a weird game. I don't remember exactly what happened, but
they were going to Germany the next week against Miami. Yeah.
So they lost 24-9. In the last 2 weeks, they've been favored by exactly 8.5 points, and in both of those games, they won by a touchdown. So Denver's grossly overrated. Buffalo's on deck. There's no need to go for margin here. It's a 1:00 game. The back door is open. I have no belief in Denver. I don't like Denver at all. But Denver's going to fight. Denver's going to try. And if Kansas City's ahead by 14 points, like the Raider game, there's no reason for them not to just sit back, high shell, cover 2, let Denver go down the field. And if Kansas City has the ball late, unlike last night, they'll be able to hopefully run that 4-minute drill, 6-minute drill. Now, my power ratings, given the fact that I have Denver so low, makes this game over 10. So my numbers tell me, 8.5, there's value on Kansas City. But I'm not going to take Kansas City laying more than a touchdown in a game where I know that they haven't covered against Denver with historically good success. They're going to win, and they're likely going to win this game by exactly a touchdown. I think I made this game 24-17. Kansas City just not the team anymore to put up 30+. So if they're going to cover this game, they're going to need to get closer to 30. 24-17, they're very happy sitting on the ball. It could be 24-10 late in the game, and I'm not comfortable with that cover in that situation. So I do like Denver. One of the games that I highlighted as a possible pick.
Yes, you have 24-17. I have 31-17. So the Chiefs getting that extra touchdown.
So you have that extra touchdown late.
Yeah, maybe that'll be the difference there. I'm not rushing to bet this one. I do think this is a fantastic teaser leg down the Chiefs.
Oh yeah, for sure. Kansas City's not losing this game.
Yeah,
unless Mahomes gets hurt. Right. God forbid.
Which happened Monday night, and he just was never missed any action.
Right. I can't tell you. I'm so bummed out. The minute I saw him pulling up, and you saw what looked like his calf or his ankle kind of twist, I'm like, no, please don't do that to the season. Like, as an NFL fan, you just don't want to see that. Like, I'm sad still, even though I'm a Niner fan, and I don't want to see Detroit have the advantage over the Niners down the road. I'm upset seeing that Hutchinson's out. It changes a lot. I would like to see him playing at his peak late in the game, so late in the season. So I mean, for sure, Mahomes, like the last person you want to see getting hurt is Mahomes. And of course, we all want to see as NFL fans, what the Chiefs are. Are they able to three-peat? Are they going to be 15-0? Do they play the guys down the stretch to maybe go for that perfect season? I mean, this is history. So if you're a fan, and that's one of the reasons why 24-17, hand the ball off, get out of the way. Like, I couldn't believe he was scrambling last night, Tuesday, last night. I couldn't believe he was running. This guy's he's a maniac. Like, get down or hand the ball off and call it a day.
Yeah. When Carson Wentz was warming up to throw, I just thought to myself, it's like, man, Carson Wentz was the MVP candidate in 2017. He gets hurt. Then Foles comes in, wins the Super Bowl. I was like, what if Wentz comes in and leads the Chiefs to the Super Bowl? I thought I'd be like, that would be, what an amazing story that would be. But we'll save that for another year.
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
Yeah. All right. So I did like Wentz in Philly. I thought he got robbed of the MVP that year, and a Super Bowl win that year. But anyway, we have the Niners at the Buccaneers here. The Niners are favored by 5. Or 5.5. I like the Niners a lot here. They're coming off a bye. Now I know a win off the bye, but still, they're still coming off a bye, and they're 4-4. So it's not like a win off a bye where they're feeling good. If they're like 6-2, I can see them being a little flat. But like they're 4-4, they're not in first place in the division for once off a bye, and they might get Christian McCaffrey back. We don't know if he's going to be back for sure, but he's going to practice. So we'll see if he plays. And
all signs say that he's playing.
Okay, so and that's going to be a huge factor for them in the red zone offense. Now,
Exactly.
the red zone offense this year, they've been bottom 5 for most of the year. They were number 1 last year. Like he is the big difference there. So having him back will make them more efficient in the red zone. They won't have to rely on kickers hitting field goals. Although we will have to say goodbye to the Niners kicker over 1.5 field goals made, which is like been automatic money for us. So that won't happen anymore. But the Niners will have extra juice here with McCaffrey. And the Buccaneers they played their hearts out Monday night. They put everything they had into that game. They're not that good, even though they took the Chiefs down to the wire. They have no receivers. Their defense is a mess in the secondary. They're missing the top 2 cornerbacks. They've been weak against the pass already, and now they're down to the top 2 cornerbacks. So it's a rough spot for them coming off an overtime loss. They're going to be exhausted off a short week. And now they have to battle a Niner team that, like I said, they have to get going here. They know that. They're 4-4. They can't afford to have many slip-ups. If you're worried about the early start time, Kyle Shanahan in 1 p.m. East Coast games, 9-5 against the spread. Not that that's a reason to bet the Niners, but it's a reason to not be worried about the Niners in the spot. So I like San Francisco quite a bit here. I think Tampa is just pretty bad, and we just saw them play their best game. I don't think we're going to see that again. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so here's where I disagree. So the matchup wise, everything you said is 100% on the money, right? The Niners rank number 2 in yards per play offense. That's without McCaffrey. They rank number 3 rushing the ball. Tampa Bay is 31st in both of those categories defensively. Matchup screams Niners. Last year, Niners number 1 red zone because McCaffrey had 20 touchdowns. He changes everything. I did hear somebody that I really respect say, "Oh, McCaffrey's not worth anything to the line." That is a ridiculous statement. McCaffrey is one of the few offensive players like a Justin Jefferson or a Tyreek Hill that really changes a lot, and for multiple reasons. First of all, he's one of the best football players I've ever seen, right? Undisputed. I mean, the guy is unbelievable. But what he does to that team is he can line up in different spots, and then you can flip-flop him and Debo. They're able to run different, like basically the same personnel, but like different personnel groupings, if that makes sense. Like he can run him as a receiver and almost have 3 receivers on the field. They can run him, of course, as a running back and almost being like a 21 or a 12 personnel. So he changes everything matchup-wise for the Niners, and everything you said about Tampa is correct. Lack of receivers, although I think Mike Evans will be back in this game. Cade Otton's been very good. We hit some props with Cade Otton the other night. Tampa Bay, Baker's a gamer. And they really fought hard in that game. They did put a lot into that game. It was a Monday night game. It went into overtime. It's on the road. They probably didn't get home till late, so they're at a tremendous rest disadvantage. So everything matchup-wise says, yeah, the Niners are a much better team, and they're going to come in there and they're going to blow them out. Here's what I'll tell you. The Niners will come in, and they'll be up by 14 points or 17 points. And you know what's going to happen? The same thing that happened against the Rams, the Cardinals, the Seahawks, and the Cowboys. They're going to blow the lead. They almost blew the game against Seattle, and they almost blew the game against Dallas. That's what they do. That's what Shanahan does. He did it with the Falcons in 28-3. He's done it with the Niners many times, multiple times this year alone, because once the Niners get a lead, they're very content to punt, to run the football a few times and punt, and their defense has just not been good enough to get off the field. So if that's the case, I made this line 3.5. And I have the Niners 4th in the league. And I have Tampa Bay as a dead average team. The Niners are 5-6 points better to me on a neutral field. Take away a point and a half, and I think this line is a little large. And I do not like the fact that the Niners continue to blow these games. It's a must-win game at 4-4, kind of in the muck of the NFC West. They must win this game. Absolutely must win this game. Cannot fall under 500 this late in the season, especially with teams like the Rams playing well and Arizona ahead of them with wins against the Niners. So they absolutely must win this game. I just do not trust Shanahan to maintain leads when he will settle for field goals, punt the ball, and then have to get stopped. So I got a backdoor potential if the Niners are up by 10, and I'd be very, very concerned if they're ahead in this game by 10, 14 points, that all of a sudden Tampa gets a touchdown. It's a 1-score game. The Niners have the ball in the fourth quarter, and they have shown consistently, that they're not getting those late first downs to take a knee and to end the game. So until I see that change, I don't have confidence in them laying these points. And I like the Bucks. I like the Bucks a lot.
A lot. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably my number 1 or 2 game on the board.
Really?
And I'm not trying to be the biased, scared Niner fan because their season, 2 years ago, last year even also, I was on the Niners every single week. It was like, I can't make this team high enough. They're so good. They're so good, especially regular season. They were so good just running away from teams. And I don't trust them anymore. They were horrible against Dallas late in the game. Again, show me the proof that they're going to run away and win these games by margin and keep their foot on the gas. They just don't. They're much better than Arizona. They're much better than Seattle and Dallas and the Rams. And the Rams didn't have half their team playing in that game. They're up by 10. They blew the game outright. So I can't trust them. And Tampa Bay is your perfect team to try. They fight when they're down 20. They did that against Baltimore. They did it last week, the other night against Kansas City. If Mike Evans plays, he's scary for me. Baker runs around, makes plays. I just don't trust the Niners. I don't trust the coaching staff to maintain these leads. And I hate to say it, but I think this game's going to be really close.
Okay. Well, I mean, based on what you're saying, maybe Niners first half instead.
Niners first half is a great bet. Niners first half is a great bet. The Niners first quarter, and again, I don't want to bet quarters, but they come out in these games. They don't even get to third down. Their first drive often is first down, second down, first down, second down, first down, first down. They get chunk plays. They move the ball downfield, and really it's just a question of whether or not they end up settling for a field goal. Then I don't know the stats. I don't have the stats on me in the last year, 2 years. This team is awesome in the first drive. They come out of the gate and they dominate. They have a game plan ready to dominate. They suck in the late third quarter and fourth quarter. They cannot move the ball. They cannot pick up that late first down, and they cannot get off the field. So against what? Against the Rams without their players? Against Dallas, who has no running game, who the Niners own? That game was a blowout. All of a sudden, 6-point game. Dallas has the ball. Seattle. Now, these are games that were over. The Niners are 6-2 in my book, yet they're not 6-2 on paper because they do not know how to finish games. They don't know how to finish Super Bowls against the Chiefs. They didn't know how to finish when Shanahan coached Atlanta the Super Bowl, and they don't know how to finish against bad teams. So, yes, you're right. They own everything matchup-wise. They should dominate matchup-wise, schedule-wise, rest-wise, and first half-wise. But when the game is 24-10 or 27-13, and Tampa scores, and they go for 2 maybe, and they're down by 6, and the Niners get the ball back with 6 minutes to go, I'm not excited. They're covering if the line is 4.5, 5.5, but Tampa's going to get that ball back, and they're going to get a shot. And you're going to have to hold your breath if you're a Niner backer. So it's just going to happen. It's a fact. It's happened almost every single game this year. Niners don't run away, and they don't lock up these games. So I like Tampa, and I'm concerned as a fan winning the game outright.
Wow. Okay. Well, it's our big disagreement here. I do wonder if McCaffrey.
I hope you're right.
I do wonder if McCaffrey returning changes that. Because not that Mason and Garendo have run poorly, but McCaffrey is just a different.
I'm
animal.
very curious to see how they use McCaffrey because last year they were even with big leads. They were given. Remember a couple of times like they wanted to get him the record with touchdowns in a game in a row. And it's like, you're up by 21 points. What are we doing? Why are we running this guy into the ground?
Yeah,
right.
That's great.
He's got like 300 touches on the season. They're just killing him. And what happened? He picks up an Achilles injury in week 17, and he wasn't the same. So now he's missed half the season. So are they in a position where if they're up 10, 14 points late, are they going to run him into the ground? Or are they going to see that they do have capable players behind him that should get 5-6 carries? There's no reason why Mason and Garendo shouldn't get at least combined 10 to 12 touches. You don't need to give McCaffrey 25 touches, especially in the first game back. So I think McCaffrey is a huge difference maker, but if they give him 25 touches, that's irresponsible.
Yeah.
And that would be a mistake. They need him for the playoffs. They obviously have to make the playoffs. They cannot come back after a year off and give him 25 touches in this game.
I agree. And I totally am on board with you saying that they ran him into the ground irresponsibly last year. It's just, I remember thinking, like, not even hindsight, I remember seeing this live and like, what are they doing here?
Yeah.
So foolish. Anyway, let's get to the next game. Patriots at the Bears. This line is Bears -6. I like the Bears a lot here. They're coming off 2 losses in a row. One with obviously the Hail Mary loss, but then last week they got embarrassed in Arizona. They lost 29-9. I like backing these like at least semi-decent, / good teams coming off an embarrassing loss. You can argue maybe the Bears aren't that good, but they at least have a good defense. They have good skill position players. Caleb Williams will eventually be good, I think. So they have these pieces where they can be classified as good in some parts at least. And the fact that they were embarrassed in Arizona, I think that will motivate them. And part of that was I don't know if you watched the broadcast, but Charles Davis he made a great point that like it rained and hailed unexpectedly before they closed the roof. And
that was crazy. I didn't know what I was seeing when I saw that on the field.
It was crazy. And Charles Davis, he brought up a great point. He was like, Arizona has a huge advantage here because they could change their cleats, and Chicago didn't bring their rain cleats, so they couldn't change their cleats. They're slipping all over the field. Just a big disadvantage for them. So I think they're going to come back, fight really hard. We've seen them do very well against these bad teams. They blew out the Jaguars in London. They blew out the Panthers. They beat the Rams when the Rams didn't have their receivers. They've done well against bad quarterbacks as well this year. And Drake May, maybe not that bad, but he's still a rookie. And so a rookie against this defense, I think is going to be a disadvantage. Plus the Patriots are coming off, a try-hard game coming into overtime. Going to be a little exhausted here traveling. I like Chicago to bounce back here. The line seems very manageable. It was 7 on the advanced line. Now it's 6. I think
that's like 5.5 at Circa.
Oh, it's 5.5 now. Okay, interesting. So yeah, I like Chicago here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I don't have much to add. I mean, New England's only offense is Drake May rushing. And New England should have lost last week by at least a touchdown. That last touchdown was kind of fluky.
Yeah.
Credit to them for getting it, but that was kind of pathetic. I agree with everything you said there. I think Chicago bounces back. I think they were totally flat last week, coming off the Hail Mary loss. The cleats situation was just weird. That game kind of ended in the first half. There was a play where they had a penalty, and instead of being down by maybe 3 or 4, they ended up giving the ball back, and DeMarcado runs for a long touchdown. And all of a sudden, it's 21-9 at halftime. The game's over. So I expect them to bounce back. I expect this to be a little bit more like the Chicago wins against Jacksonville a couple of weeks ago, where they just won. When they play some of these bad teams, they've won by margin. And I expect they'll do the same here. I think they'll shut down May's rushing, and I don't think New England will score. I mean, I would be looking for a team total under, and I think New England has 13 or fewer points in this game. So 23-13, 26-13, something in that ballpark. I haven't really been so impressed with Caleb Williams lately, but it's definitely a Caleb Williams spot. I'd want to see him practice. He did tweak the ankle late in the game against Arizona. I think that's why some of these lines are off the board. But yeah, I expect Chicago to bounce back and play well here at home and win by 10 plus.
Okay. Glad we agree on this one. Let's get to the late games. We have Titans at the Chargers. It's basically the same thing. The Chargers aren't coming off a loss, but they're so well coached. It's such a big difference this year from Brandon Staley to Jim Harbaugh, like just night and day. Jim Harbaugh, excellent head coach. Brandon Staley, one of the worst head coaches. If this were Brandon Staley coaching the Chargers, I wouldn't have interest in them, but I think the Chargers will fight hard here at home. They don't really have a look ahead, so no issues there. The Titans are a bad team coming off a win, not just a win, but an overtime win. So I really don't like teams or like pretty bad teams with success. They usually struggle to sustain success. And so I think that they're going to have a letdown here, especially with like their quarterback situation against the Chargers defense, which ranks 3rd in defensive EPA. So anytime you get a bad quarterback going against a really good defense, that's something you want to fade. The Chargers have played 4, I would call bad quarterbacks this year. You have Gardner Minshew, Bryce Young, Spencer Rattler, and Jameis Winston. They've won those games by 12, 23, 18, and 17 points. And yeah, I like that. I like the Chargers. I think they will win pretty easily here. We've seen them win by margin quite a lot this year, and I think that's like the new coaching bump, where it's not like the Chiefs, where it's old hat. We've been through this so many times. We'll just get through this game and win. The Chargers have made a statement almost each week when they play these bad teams, and I think they'll do that again here. So, who do you like in this game?
This is a hard game for me. I don't like – I mean, you make a good case for the Chargers. Tennessee last week, I saw after the game, I think it was Callahan was like tears in his eyes because they won. I mean, they beat New England in overtime. They almost blew the game, and they're so excited about a win. I mean, that's pretty pathetic.
Yeah.
They're 1-7 against the spread. That's more pathetic. So
Yep.
it's very, very hard for me to put any sort of faith in this team. But I'm still not a believer in the Chargers. I get it; they're better coached. I have them as the number 17 team, and I'm still not buying what I'm seeing. Last week, we talked earlier again about 3 or 4 plays. Those 2 early touchdowns they had, one was on 3rd and 20, 3rd and 19, or something, 3rd and long from 27-yard line, and coverage bust touchdown. Then they had another coverage bust on a 3rd down for a 56-yard touchdown. And Denzel Ward after the game comes out and said, "Those were on me. Those were gimmies. Those should not have happened." Outside of those 2 long pass plays, Chargers did nothing. Herbert took 6 sacks in the game. I had teaser plays on Cleveland, and of course I also had a contest pick on Cleveland. Dead wrong. I mean, they certainly shouldn't have won. Winston turned back into what Winston does. He threw 3 picks in the game. At one point, I said to somebody that Browns had 5. They ended up with 6 before they scored that last touchdown, but they had 5 straight drives into plus territory and had 0 points. So, and the Chargers went 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. Yeah, I get it. They had the lead. This is one of the reasons why we've said it. This is not a team that's kind of running up the score, even though they are winning. They won by margin, but they're very happy. Harbaugh is very happy. Punt, 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 run, punt, run, punt. So I don't trust this team to win by margin. This line at 7.5, 8 just feels a little high. Now that said, I don't trust Tennessee, especially coming off the win. So I don't really have a strong lean either way. My line here was 6.5, and when I made my line, I'm like, yeah, 6.5. I kind of like the Chargers. And then I see 7.5, 8, and I kind of feel it's a little too rich for me. I mean, I made this game 23-16 because I could see this game being 23-7 or 23-10, and the next thing you know, it's 23-16 or 23-17 and game over. So I just don't trust the Chargers to continue scoring. I will say Herbert looked impressive when you let him throw. The guy's a great quarterback. They don't let him throw. They turn him into a game manager. And as a game manager, and he's taken sacks. Walt played very poorly last week. Slater was very poor last week. Again, I don't see Myles Garrett on Tennessee, but their defense, again, I think I said this last week. Their defense looks great against bad teams or bad offenses. I don't expect the Chargers to put up 30 plus, or high 20s here. So I think this line is spot on. I would like to see it 7 or under to be on the Chargers. At 7.5, 8. I'm kind of more, give me the points, but I have no conviction in that whatsoever. I wouldn't bet this game either way.
Yeah, I think Quentin Johnston coming on, I think that's a big deal for the Chargers. He was out for a couple games, and they didn't really have anyone to.
I was very high on him coming out of TCU.
Yeah,
he was horrible last year.
Yeah, he was awful. Darius Davis outplayed him late in the year. It was so embarrassing for him. But whatever Jim Harbaugh has done has worked with him because he looks like a legitimate receiver now. And he was out for a couple games, like that Arizona game on Monday night. Now having him back, I think, is a huge deal, and it really opens up their offense. And so, I especially with these cornerbacks out for Tennessee, I think it's a nice edge here for the Chargers. So, I have this game 27-10. So I will have this on my cards, provided there aren't any weird injuries. All right, so Eagles at the Cowboys here. This advanced line was Eagles -3, and then Dak Prescott gets hurt. 7 now. So Cooper Rush is going to play. CeeDee Lamb might even be out. So it's not just the quarterback; it's the quarterback plus receiver battery. And it's that was the only thing the Cowboys are doing well is Dak Prescott to CeeDee Lamb. Now that's gone. Micah Parsons might be back, but it's not enough. He's not the cure all here that Dallas is looking for because. They were so weak to the run as well. They're down the cornerbacks, although they got Trayvon Diggs back, but he really struggled last week. So it feels like the Eagles should be able to score pretty well against them. I don't see how Cooper Rush does well. Talked about how Tennessee is going against a great defense. Eagles are 4th in defensive EPA. They struggled early in the year, but with Vic Fangio there and the talent that they have, I even said at the time, I'm like, this team could really improve as the year goes on because they have the talent and they have the coaching. And that's exactly what they've done. So if this were under normal circumstances, I would love the Eagles. They would be on my card at -7. I don't see how Cooper Rush would score against them. But they play against Washington in 4 days. It just feels like this could be a look ahead. And, Nick Sirianni does stupid things in the second half. We saw it last week. They had a 22-0 lead, and like suddenly, poof, it was like 22-16. It's like how that happened. Just absurd plays, decision making on his part. He kicks. He passes on a field goal to go from 6-9,
Right.
and then he kicks a longer field goal to go from 5-8, which some guy needs to explain math to him, because it just is, I don't know, lacking with him. So I like, there could be a backdoor cover here. I still would take the Eagles, but I'm not going to bet this game given the look ahead factor. What are your thoughts here?
So you said Nick Sirianni does some stupid things. You know who makes him look like a genius?
No,
Mikey
boy.
Mack.
That's right.
Mike McCarthy, that guy comes up with wonderful fourth down, fake
Yep.
punts in the wrong moments. I mean, they were down like 14-10, and all of a sudden he's fake punting. I mean, the guy just is a bonehead.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy, that guy should have been fired. He should never have gotten hired after his stint in Green Bay years ago. So I've called him the worst coach in football since he got the job with Dallas, and every single year. I love watching Dallas in the playoffs because this guy routinely, they're not going to be in the playoffs this year. Unfortunately, we won't get a chance to bet against him. But we will get a chance to bet against him now. Now, Cooper Rush. So I went back and I looked 2021 and then 2 years ago, 2022. And he won his game in 21. He won his first 4 games as a starter in 2022. And you know who the first game he lost to? He threw 3 picks and they got blown out against Philly.
Mm-hmm.
And this is basically the same, close to the same Philly team a couple of years ago. Cooper Rush is not an NFL quarterback. And now he doesn't have any running game whatsoever. 0. And their defense is pathetic. The defense is ranked 29th overall and 32 against the pass. I'd like to see if A.J. Brown's going to play. Hopefully A.J. Brown plays. And this is an absolutely terrible matchup for Dallas's defense against Philly's offense. Now, you said there's a look-ahead spot. Okay. That's true. There is somewhat of a look-ahead spot. Short week, divisional game on the line, as we discussed before. Huge game against Washington. There's no look-ahead spot when it comes to Dallas and Philly. These two teams cannot stand one another. There's no way Philly is going to overlook Dallas in this game. And Philly finally, for a couple of weeks now, has jumped out to big leads. Now, 2 weeks ago and 3 weeks ago, they won big. They killed the Giants, and I expect that's what's going to happen here. Then they killed Cincinnati, and they were killing the Jaguars before they started playing around again. Not going up by 2 scores in the fourth quarter when they had a chance to do so made no sense. And at that point, you got to play the clock and play the situation. And they almost blew the game because of it. Sirianni has done a horrible job, but now they're at least getting back to what their potential really could be. Their defense has played better. Their offense is clicking, and they cannot stand Dallas. I don't see how Dallas backdoors anything. It's all dink and dunk. It's all underneath. If CeeDee Lamb doesn't play, Dallas is not going to score. This game is going to be 28-3, just like the Giants-Eagles game was 28-3. I think Philly's going to put up more than 28. I think they're going to really, really, throw that ball deep, take advantage, step on the throat. I hate laying 7.5. When this line was 6.5, I bet it immediately. And I thought this line should have been 7.5 to begin with. Now it's 7.5. I actually think it may have come down to 7 in some spots here. No, it's still 7.5. Maybe shading towards 7. It's 7.5 even. I think this line closes more than 7. And I just don't see Cooper Rush as somebody who has the backdoor potential. And I like the fact that the Eagles – and let me give you another stat here on Dallas. Dallas's home games this year, 0-3, outscored 119-53. And a lot of those 53 points were against Baltimore when they were down like 28-6. And they scored like 19 points, to make that game look more respectable. So they're getting blown out at home, one after the other. Sirianni, the Hurts, that team, they want to shove it to Dallas. Mm-hmm. So there's no look ahead. There's like, hey, let's go put up 40 on this team, because that's what's happened a couple of other games in Dallas. Dallas is going to get run out of their own building again. And Mike McCarthy, for some reason, is still not going to get fired. So I like Philly. And this might be one of those games where you can take like a pleaser or get an alt line, because I could see Philly getting up big. And by the way, in-game betting here, this is something that I do often when I see Dallas down big, just keep betting against Dallas. Dallas team total under, other team with the spread. If they're up 17, give me minus 16.5. They got up by 23, 24, give me minus 23.5. Dallas not going to score. So I love Philly in this game. I don't see Dallas. I don't see how they compete. And put a fork in them. They're absolutely done right now. That season is over. And like I said, enjoy it while you can. You only have a couple more games where you can bet against Mikey Mack. because
Yeah.
he is not getting another job after this one.
But we had one of the people on for our election was Cam Cole. He's the only 5-time Millie Maker winner on DraftKings. And he said he's like, let me take over the Cowboys. I'll make them a winner. I think you can have anyone take over the Cowboys and just have them be an upgrade over what they have now.
Mike McCarthy, just every year he does things that are just so funny. And I can't get out of my head that Zeke Elliott being the center against the Niners in the playoffs game a couple of years ago to end the game, and then Dak running late. I mean, just he is so bad. I think there was a Thanksgiving game where they got blown out at home. I forget against who a couple of years ago. I think it was against the Raiders 3 years ago. They got roasted at home on Thanksgiving Day. And again, he's 4th and 14 on his own 20-yard line, throwing fake punts, a fake punt where the punter's throwing the ball. It's like this guy is just such a bad coach. It's comical watching him coach. And every week, Jerry Jones gets on like, yeah, we love McCarthy.
Yep.
I don't get it. But hey, great. Keep betting against them. And when they go behind, especially at home, live bet against them because they get blown out every single home game now. And that trend is not gonna stop here.
Did you hear the scuttlebutt of who Jerry Jones wants to hire as their?
I have no idea. Who does he want to hire?
Jason Witten.
Jason Witten.
Yeah. He wants. That's we reported that Charlie Campbell reported that he was going to interview Jason Witten, who's a high school coach right now.
Jason Witten.
Yes, he's a high school.
I mean, is that similar to the Raiders hiring Saturday? I'm sorry, it wasn't not Raiders. The Colts hiring Jeff Saturday for a game.
At least Jason Witten's a high school coach, where Saturday had never coached anything.
Saturday was an announcer. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So
I think hiring a high school coach. That's insane.
Yeah. Well, it's Jerry Jones.
What about Vrabel? If Vrabel's not available?
Jerry Jones is 82. You know, I think he's lost a couple of his marbles. So
I think Jerry Jones just wants to be the coach himself.
He does. He does. You've talked me into this because as you were saying this, you're like, you're adamant this is not going to be looked at. I wondered, was Jacksonville the look ahead to Dallas plus Washington? Like Eagles might have been like, all right, we have this 2-game gauntlet here against our big rivals.
It's not a look ahead, but you're up 22-0, and they should have been up 23 or 24-0. So I wouldn't call it a look ahead. That was just bonehead at the end. Decisions that let Jaguars come back.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they knew who they had next.
Listen, I hate laying points. Right?
Yeah.
I hate laying points.
Yeah.
This year we've seen that laying points proves to be profitable for a year. It's just been a weird year.
Mm-hmm.
I look at my pools that I'm in. The people who are generally towards the top are towards the bottom because we're underdog bettors, right? We're not laying 7.5 on a routine basis. Throw the point spread out the window. Philly is going to run this team out of their own house.
Yeah.
I don't see how Dallas keeps this game close. I just don't see it.
All right. You sold me on it. I'm going to bet the Eagles.
By the way, that's Saquon Barkley last week, that play.
Yeah.
The spin with the reverse hurdle. Dallas, what's Dallas against the run? Not very good. 29th, 30th. I mean, they're low in the rankings defending the run. Like Micah Parsons may come back. That's not going to help them in the run game. Saquon's going to go for another 150 yards in this game. Hurts is going to run the ball in this game. And if A.J. Brown plays, they're going to pass. They're going to score 34 points. It's going to be 34-10. Listen, this game is going to be an absolute rout.
This is a big difference from the Eagles teams of prior years where they didn't have Saquon Barkley, and now they do. So, yeah, Dallas has been weaker against the run the past few years, and now the Eagles have that advantage. So you're right. It's another good point. All right, next game we have Jets at the Cardinals. We had a post on here, I think from Cassandra, saying that let's see here. I'm going to try to find it, but Cassandra was saying that that there was some sharp money coming in on Arizona. I think I hadn't seen that, but that's what the sharps are doing last week because they moved Arizona from a home underdog to a favorite. I don't know what to make of this game. I don't see any like big advantage here. The Jets, they're both teams are coming off wins. I love how like the media buried both teams in the past, and now everyone's higher on them. I'm not convinced the Jets have turned things around. That maybe this mini bye week is going to be favorable for them because though they'll have more time for Rodgers to gel with Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson, so that could help. But then again, I like Arizona. I like where they're going. I think they've been underrated for a while. This
Did you
is
say
not.
sharp money was coming in on Arizona?
That's what someone said in the chat. I don't know if that's true or not. I was
This
just
line was Arizona 2, it moved down to 1.5, and then it moved down to 1.
yeah.
It's still 1.
Okay.
And,
I just saw in the chat. I didn't see it. I was just reading what I wrote. Anyway, this is one of the games where I have like no opinion. So here it is. Cassandra says, Walt, the Sharps came in Arizona, so maybe you were right to be much more hesitant than I was to hammer the Jets. I still like the play though. Cassandra said Cassandra was on the Jets. So what are your thoughts on this game? Because I really don't have anything here.
I'm on the Jets.
Okay.
I'm back on the Jets. Jets finally win a game, and we're back on the Jets. Over 7.5 wins. I'm on the Jets here because I think Arizona is a bit overrated right now. And we said last week that there were a couple of games. Obviously, we mentioned the Niner game that they should have lost. They were razor thin against the Chargers, who almost had a chance at the end of that game to get a first down, run out the clock, and win the game. And then Miami, Arizona should have covered, but they probably shouldn't have won. I mean, it was a play at the end of the game, went over to his head, forced Miami to punt. And credit Arizona taking advantage of these situations. They made plays when they needed to make plays, and they've kicked game-winning field goals, and now they're 5-4. And theoretically, they could be 2-7. So if they were 2-7, are they power rated where they are now? I don't think so. I do have them as an average team. I have them actually slightly below an average team. And I still have the Jets a little bit above an average team. So I have the Jets as the better team. And I think the Jets are just absolutely continue to be desperate to win games. Getting the win really helped. We said last week before the Houston game that they were better than what they were showing. They should have won some of those games. They were finding ways to lose, and it was mostly because of the kicking. And because they were losing those games, all the other problems became magnified. The coaching became magnified, the decision-making, the lack of tackling, the drops, Rodgers getting sacked in the pocket, finger pointing here and there, and all of a sudden, just bad vibes in the locker room. Now they win a game. Rodgers gets on the set with Thursday Night Football. He's all smiles. Garrett Wilson had an unbelievable catch. I don't know how Arizona's defense, especially their secondary, contains these receivers. And Rodgers is going to be able to make plays. Now, on the flip side, the Jets' rush defense is not very good, and Connor might have a big game. But I expect the Jets to win a close game. I think this game will be close for sure, because that's what Arizona does. They generally play close games. Arizona has kind of played with fire the last couple of weeks. Not last week. They did show out last week against a flat Chicago team, but they're kind of due for a loss. They've won a whole bunch of games now in a row. The Jets really need this game. If the Jets win this game, I think they have the Colts next week. Take a look here at the Jets schedule.
Yeah, they moved that from Sunday Night Football to 1 o'clock.
Okay, so that's the 1 o'clock game next week. Indy, and then the Jets go into a bye. So if the Jets can win, this week and then win the home game against Indy, go into the bye 5-6. Obviously not great, but in the playoff mix. So the Jets are the more desperate team. To me, the Jets are the better team. And given that Arizona continues to play with fire and kind of sneak out some of these wins, I lean to the Jets. It's a possible contest pick. I'd probably lay off this from a contest perspective because I've just been burned with the Jets time and time again. But I do expect the Jets to play well and now off of a win, play with a little bit more momentum, have the rest advantage here, maybe get back to the basics. And if they do, I don't trust Arizona to stop the Jets receivers. Mm-hmm. And that to me is the catalyst for why I like the Jets more.
Yeah.
Also, Arizona's going into their bye. Arizona's got a bye week next. So I don't love teams going into a bye, almost like the travel spot. It's like, oh, we're going to win this game and then we're going to go on vacation, right? We've won a couple of games in a row. They're feeling good, thinking about the bye week. They got a deserved bye week off. I don't like that. So the situation for me, and then the rest edge for the Jets. I don't think the Jets are running away with anything, certainly, but the Jets should have won last week by a lot more than they did at the end of the day. And I expect the Jets here to come out, play well. And I would have made the Jets a small favorite. I would have had the Jets -1. I know they're +1. And I wonder where this line closes. I'm curious to see where the real money comes as the week goes along to see if the Jets become a favorite or if the Jets or if Arizona is the team that the Sharps and the pros are betting on. But I like the Jets.
Okay. Like I said, I was very torn on this game. The line I made was Arizona -2.5.
Okay. So you have Arizona as the better team.
I do. Let me see where exactly I have them in my power rankings. I have Arizona at number 14. I have the Jets at number 19.
Okay.
So,
I flipped that.
okay. Yeah, I don't know if I evaluated these teams correctly, so I'm not very
I have the
confident.
Jets at 14 and the Cardinals at 20.
Okay, that's funny. Yeah, that makes sense that we have different sides here. So
Because if you think about it, if the Jets kick extra points,
yeah,
right, and they're not 3-6, they're 6-3.
right.
You would not have the Jets at 19. Now, again, they didn't kick the extra points. They didn't kick field goals. They didn't tackle.
Yeah.
And they lost. They found ways to lose. So you're right. They haven't deserved the ranking of being higher. But throwing records aside, going forwards, because that's what your power ratings want to do is predict going forwards, the Jets, to me, if that offense could click, is the better team. Arizona's defense is weak, especially to the pass. And I always look for these situations where, I want to know who your opponents are. I want to know your resume, right? We'll talk about Detroit in a couple of minutes as far as resume is concerned. So I want to know what your resume is. I want to know who you've played and who you've beaten or who you haven't beaten, like Denver, right? And predict that going forwards. Like if the Jets were 6-3 and Arizona had those close losses and we're 2-7, this line is Jets -3, not Jets +1. So is there value in a pick'em spread? No, there's no real value, which is why I probably lay off the game. But I have the Jets. I think this is a must-win spot, like the spot, and we'll see if this team can get back into the playoff mix.
Yeah. For me, it's the coaching. I just can't buy into the coaching the Jets have.
Yeah, he's terrible.
Yeah, so that's my biggest hang up with them. So, all right, let's get to the Sunday night game. We have the Lions at the Texans. Lions are -3.5. The event spread in this game was Lions -2.5. And you have Houston losing to the Jets, but they were underdogs, and the Lions beat the Packers, and they were favorites. So, like, why did the line move across 3? Now, I know it's only 1 point, but moving across 3 is such a big deal. The most likely result of any NFL game is 3. So, this says Detroit winning by 3, probably the most likely result. So, you get the win with Houston there. But I like Houston here. I think they bounce back coming off it wasn't really an embarrassing loss, but a substantial loss on national TV. They get Nico Collins back. That's the big deal here. Houston's offense looks so dreadful without Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs, and now they get Collins back. Giving them a number 1 viable receiver is huge for them. By all accounts, Collins is healthy and ready to go. Now, if we see any reports saying Collins is limited, may not play, I may change my analysis on this game. But I suspect Houston's going to be a lot better offensively with Collins back. And Detroit is coming off such a tough win at Green Bay in the elements. And they recently had a game in Minnesota where that went back and forth. They won at the last second. They won, I believe it was by 2, 31-29. And I view Minnesota and Houston like pretty similarly. I think I have them right next to each other in my power rankings. I have Minnesota at 11, Houston at 13.
I actually have them exactly the same as well.
Oh, that's funny. If Detroit can't cover a 3.5 in Minnesota, why would they weren't -3.5, but still hypothetically, like why would they cover the -3.5 in Houston? I think this is a good bounce back spot for Houston, and Detroit, 7-1 could have a bit of a letdown after that win against Green Bay. So I like Houston here. What do you think?
Agree 100%. Everything you said. Now the key here is Nico Collins, a healthy Nico Collins, because if Nico Collins does not play, then this line probably is fair. With Nico Collins in the game, I would make the line 2.5. You have to give credit to Detroit. They've played unbelievable football, and their resume, it's one good team after another, and they're taking care of business one game after another. It's like, at what point do you have that letdown? Maybe it's now versus an AFC opponent, because they've gotten off the revenge game against Dallas, the blowout game against Dallas, the road games in division. It's like one big game after another, sandwiched in between a game against Tennessee, which is probably the only game on their schedule that was quote unquote a gimme. So now you're going up against a team that, coming off a bad loss, extra rest. Stroud had a brutal game. Again, we talked about this last week with Stroud against the Jets. Maybe it's a bad matchup. He was 11 for 30. That was the worst percentage of his career. He took 8 sacks in the game. He fumbled. He's being pressured this year at a top 5 rate. But after the game, he said, unlike Josh Allen, who said, "Oh, now we can exhale," or unlike Brian Callahan, who's crying because they beat the Patriots, Stroud was pissed He comes out and he's like, we just got embarrassed. And there's a lot of things that we have to fix. That's what you want to hear. A team that's 6-3, that's got a 2.5 game lead on the division, that comes out pissed off. We just got embarrassed and we have to fix this. Now, their coaching continues to be backwards. They're putting themselves, because of bad coaching on early downs, they're putting themselves in 3rd and long. And with Nico Collins, they've been able to overcome that. So they need to fix that. And that's something that if Mixon can be good, at some point, Detroit's just not going to win every single game. Now, Detroit's been not only are they winning 7 out of 8, they're 7-1 against the spread, which is even more impressive. We talked about the Giants and Panthers that are 2-7, but are 2-7 against the spread. It's even more pathetic. On the flip side, Detroit's 7-1 against the spread is even more impressive than their 7-1 record. And by the way, Detroit's 40-15 against the spread in their last 55 games. So take this team back a couple of years. That's an insane clip. And the public now continues to bet them. So now there's a point tax. So now Vegas says, you know what? You want to bet Detroit every single week? Great. Here's an extra point. So that extra point might be meaningful. That 2.5 to 3.5 is where I agree with you. And I highlighted Houston. If Collins plays and we're getting 3.5, I'm playing Houston at home off of a bad loss in a great spot. And you know what? If Detroit continues to win these games, good. They get into the playoffs. They have an unbelievable resume. You know who to back. You know where the value is going to be. It doesn't matter what Vegas makes the line. They're not making the line high enough for Detroit to kind of become this NFC juggernaut, just winning every game. They kind of look like last year's Baltimore team. Goff, can't believe I'm saying Goff, but Goff is playing at an MVP level. I like Houston coming off the bad loss, the embarrassment that they took on national TV. As long as Collins is healthy, as long as Collins is playing, I like Houston plus 3.5. 2.5, stay away, because I'm not going to bet against Detroit to win. But if I'm getting 3.5 points, I like Houston.
Yeah, glad to hear we're on the same side there. I've been I said this way early in the show. It feels like an eternity ago. But every time I've gotten like bonus bets, not every time, but most of the time I've gotten bonus bets, from deposits on FanDuel or whatever, or Caesars BetMGM. I've just been throwing it on the Lions to win the Super Bowl. So I haven't actually bet a single dollar on them to win the Super Bowl, but like I'll win like substantial money if they do, just from these bonus bets that I've put on Detroit. I've also done it with Green Bay a lot too. I like Green Bay quite a lot, but I like Detroit a lot more. But the odds obviously aren't as good.
Yeah, I like Detroit a lot. But again, if you look at their schedule, they continue to have a very tough schedule upcoming. Just want to take a look at Detroit's card here. Houston. Okay, so then they actually get a little bit of a break now. Jacksonville at Indy, Chicago, Green Bay at home, Buffalo at home, at Chicago at the Niners, Minnesota. So the home games, Thursday night Green Bay home game, Chicago home game Thanksgiving, Buffalo home game. But these are tough. These are not easy teams. These are not gimme games like the Tennessee game was. So, and they close at Niners and then home Minnesota. And if they're winning those games, they're the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's what they want. So if they lose some of those games, it might open the door for Minnesota to win the division. Or we'll see how Washington and Philly play out, because if Detroit can lock up that 1 seed, your bet's going to be a great bet. They're going to be in that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they're going to play against Kansas City. And remember last year, week 1, they were the only team that beat Kansas City.
That's right.
So they might have a favorable matchup. And Hutchinson could be back for a Super Bowl run, as crazy as that sounds. But, yeah, I love Detroit. Detroit's playing great football. They're fun to watch. They're fun to bet on. I love the coaching. At some point, you got to expect there's going to be somewhat of a slip-up. But I like Houston with the 3.5. I need that hook with Houston. And I need Collins to be healthy.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sorry, just breaking news here. I don't know if you saw.
Yeah, I see Trump has won Pennsylvania, according to Fox News.
Yes, he won Pennsylvania, and Election Wizard is saying he's been elected. I don't know. Election Wizard's legitimate.
I do see on Fox News Trump is expected to speak soon.
Yeah.
But I also see that CNN has not yet called Pennsylvania, although it seems he's leading heavily in. Let's see what this is. He seems to have a huge lead in Michigan. It's up by like 250,000 votes in Michigan.
He's up 6 figures in PA and Michigan. It's crazy.
And he's also up a little bit in Wisconsin.
Yes.
So he can get Michigan and Wisconsin. Figure he's going to get Alaska to get to the 270. He could end up getting closer to 300 before the night's over.
Yeah, and he's up way up in Nevada too.
I see he's up a little bit in Arizona, but Arizona's where they do a lot of funky stuff happens in Arizona.
Yeah, well, they won't have to do the funky stuff if he gets to 7.
Yeah, no, it won't matter. You can have
Right. So anyway, you're saying Hutchinson. They
yeah,
got,
I saw Hutchinson theoretically could be back for a Super Bowl run.
Yeah.
For really like late January, and that would be like a miracle.
Yeah,
But we've seen, and that guy's a freak of an athlete, so I wouldn't put it past him to be able to come back.
Yeah, and they got Zadarius Smith today, which I thought was a nice trade.
Yeah, that's a nice move. I mean, I think that was pretty much expected. I think for the last 2 weeks, people have been talking about Zadarius Smith going to Detroit. That makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I thought that was a nice move. They didn't give up much, and he's obviously not Hutchinson, but he's good, solid short-term replacement. They needed an edge rusher. Let's get to the last game here. Dolphins at the Rams. I like this matchup for the Rams. The Dolphins can't really block that well. They have to rely on a lot of short passes and stuff like that. So, Tua has to move the ball methodically, to Devon Achane and these short passes and stuff. I don't think it's going to fly against the Rams here. I think they've improved their defense a lot. Their pass rush is really good. They get after the quarterback like very well. It's like night and day from what we saw earlier in the year. Like a lot of their young players have really stepped up. And the Dolphins are weak to the run. They can't stop the run at all. And, Kyron Williams is going to be able to have a good game here. And it's not like the Dolphins can stack the box because Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, who, by the way, it's funny, they played for 2 games. They haven't been healthy on the field together yet because 2 weeks ago, Cooper Kupp was not quite himself yet. And then last week, Puka Nacua got ejected. So this could be the first game where they're both healthy for the entire game. Also, I don't know how much you buy into circadian rhythms, West Coast teams against East Coast teams at night. It tends to be a big advantage. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but I think it's better than the West Coast team going to East Coast. It just, from what I've seen, like ATS wise, it's better. Not that doesn't factor into my handicapping here. I just wanted to mention it, but I do like the Rams -2.5. I'm not in love with this one, but I do like the coaching mismatch here with Sean McVay against Mike McDaniel. So what do you think?
Yeah, I love the Rams here. I made the line 3.5. I find that a lot of the pros have been on Miami for the last year or two or more. I've been against sorry, not on the Rams. They've been on the Dolphins.
Yeah.
I've been against Miami. We should have covered Buffalo last week. That was a fluky non-cover. I know obviously the game got tied and we kind of got lucky to win the game late with a 61-yard kick, but Josh Allen threw a pick that ricocheted off of Keon Coleman's chest at the 1-yard line. And that was basically taking 7 points. Now he wasn't in the end zone, but that's first and goal at the 1 if he catches that pass. Josh Allen had a touchdown run late in the half that was called back for a holding penalty where the announcers were looking around. I don't know if you saw the broadcast.
Yeah.
Like, where's the hold? Was that the hold? Was that the hold? Like, no, that wasn't the hold. Like, I don't know. I guess I just didn't see it. It's like, all right, play on. So that was kind of interesting. Now, give Tua credit. He's completing passes, but everything is short. He's 25 for 28 in the game, and I think 2 passes were thrown more than 7 yards downfield. So everything is snap, throw, and Buffalo is sitting back in a weak zone. It was really a poor defensive game plan, allowing them to run. I said before, Miami had a bunch of runs, 10, 12 yards a carry, which is why we said we like Indy and Jonathan Taylor this week. I think the Rams are better than that. I like the coaching edge, as you just pointed out. Jared Verse and Braden Fisk are playing very well together, the 2 Florida State boys, having a nice rookie season. And we said this a couple of weeks ago with the Rams coming out of the bye week. Last year, 3-6. They came out of the bye, won 7 out of 8 to make the playoffs. This year, they were 1-4. And coming out of the bye, we were looking like, okay, is it going to kind of follow last year's trend? They may not cover some of these games, but now they have an opportunity at 1-4. Let's see if they can stack some wins together. And that's exactly what they've done. They were the better team last week. I have Seattle better than Miami in my power ratings, and that was in Seattle. Now they're at home. I certainly have them the better team here. I make this line 3.5 without any home field advantage because I give the Rams a big fat 0 for their home field advantage. Now, I don't know that Miami has traveling fans, although I'm sure they do, who are in LA. So again, I don't use any home field edge for the Rams generally at all in their games, even at night. Maybe you get a celebrity crowd. Maybe it's more of like a Super Bowl type of crowd. And of course, you may have a lot of Miami supporters there. So I make this line 3.5 without a home field advantage. If you give any home field edge at all to the Rams, this line should be even higher. So I really like the Rams to continue to stack these wins together. I don't think Tua will play well. I think obviously the Rams are a different team, obviously with Puka, Cooper Kupp, and Kyren Williams all together at the same time. So we're seeing a different Rams team, a team that's potentially a top 10 team that, again, like the Niners, we said before, kind of 500 in that division. They need the wins. And Miami's defense is terrible. So why am I going to trust Miami's defense to get a stop when they need a stop? I don't trust it at all. So I think the Rams win this game by 7+. Certainly I could see the Dolphins putting up 20, 24 points and keeping the game relatively close. But I like the Rams to win by a touchdown or more. And this is definitely 2.5 or 3, definitely on the card for a contest play.
Yeah, we agree on the projected line. I have Rams -3. EPA has -4, so average them together 3.5. So we get to the same line. So glad we agree on the final game there. So teaser this week to close out. I'm going to tease the Chiefs, as I said earlier, -2 with either or maybe both Chargers.
Eagles.
I was about to say either the Chargers or the Eagles.
You can box them together and take 1, 2, 2, 3, and 3, 1.
Yeah, like I said, that meme. Why not both? You take them both. If the Chiefs cover the -2, then you could try to middle. Although I do like the 2 favorites there, so maybe I won't middle. But anyway, that's where I'm going. So any final thoughts before you head out?
No, I mean, this week it hasn't been available yet. 3 straight weeks. I pointed this out a couple of weeks ago. FanDuel is weak, and they put out these weekly specials every single week that are just low-hanging fruit. A couple of weeks ago, I was really lucky with a 15-1 shot on Baker and Lamar to combine for 650 passing yards. 15-1, not a bad shot to take. I won by 1 yard, right? 651 yards. 2 weeks ago, we had a couple of similar plays. I forgot even what they were at this point. This week, I hit 2 of them. I had Lamar and Josh Allen to combine for 6 touchdowns, rushing or passing. They combined for exactly 6. That was plus 450 or 480. And then on Monday night, I bet that we really, really liked that I took last week, Monday morning, as soon as it came out, was Kelsey and Kate Otten to have 20 yards receiving in each half, which hit very easy. Actually, didn't hit easily. Kelsey actually almost did not get there. He needed 71 total yards because he had 51 in the first half. He ended up with 74 before overtime. So he barely got there, but I thought that was a great play, again, at plus 440. So I look out for those. I'll text you when I find them. Nice. You could post them. But usually I'm not looking for the things that pay like 2-1. We're looking for plus 400, plus 600, plus 800. Shots that you could take on FanDuel that are really valuable because they shouldn't be priced at 5-1 or 6-1. So there's a lot of low-hanging fruits there. Of course, we continue to talk about season win totals. I know you asked me the other day about Tennessee under 4.5 wins. I'm not super in love with Tennessee under 4.5. I actually already have Tennessee under 6.5, but that's something to pay attention to. Chicago is a team that has a whole bunch of tough games coming up. I wouldn't take it now. By the way, it's not on the board. I was looking and I didn't see it anywhere.
It was on the board Sunday night. Let me look.
I think it came off the board because Caleb Williams was questionable with the ankle injury.
Okay.
I wouldn't take it now because Chicago has New England now. Yeah. But after New England, Chicago plays Green Bay, Minnesota at home, at Detroit, at San Francisco, at Minnesota on the road. And then they close with Detroit, Seattle, and at Green Bay. That is a murderer's row of games. No. They're not going to be favored in any of those games, barring injury. Maybe Seattle at home on a Thursday night. Maybe. But if they're over under, forget this week. Let's say they win this week. So you're talking about Chicago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more games. Their over under in those games can't be more than 2.5. Just can't be.
Yeah.
I mean, they're playing, like I said, Minnesota, Detroit, and Green Bay twice. They have all 6 divisional games upcoming. They're going to be dogs on the road in every one of those, and they're probably going to be dogs at home too. So, and they play San Francisco on the road and Seattle on a Thursday night. So that is 8 potential games against teams competing for playoff spots. Their line cannot be more than 2.5. So Chicago, after this week, wait for this week. Next week, I'll remind you, if it's on the board, we're going to play Chicago under. Anything more than 2.5 wins going forwards, we're going to play Chicago under. And there's a whole bunch of teams now. I mean, the value's gone on teams like Carolina or the Giants, but pay attention to these teams, to make or miss the playoffs. There's a lot of opportunity now that we kind of know who's what, know the situation. Vegas factored in that line for Pittsburgh, making that line only 3.5 more wins for the season. I would have liked to see 4.5. So I haven't taken any. This is the first week in like a month that I haven't played any futures win totals going into the week. But we'll continue to monitor the futures win totals, yes or no to make the playoffs. I don't like those future divisional bets. I know you said you put a bunch of money on bonuses on Detroit to win the Super Bowl. I think you should maybe look towards maybe like those divisional parlays. You can package some of the teams, like obviously now it might be a little late for Kansas City, Houston, Buffalo, but maybe throw Baltimore, Detroit, Washington together with maybe Baltimore, Detroit, and Philly. You have these bonus bets. You're going to get like 4-1, 5-1 when you play 3 or 4 of these together, and cover yourself with going both ways on the Washington, Philly, or wait till next week, see who wins next week, and then use that team. So instead of going all in on Detroit to win the Super Bowl, you might have some opportunity with bonus bets to look for futures on divisional teams, like parlay divisional teams. So, yeah, that's all I got for this week. We'll look out for some of the FanDuel specials. I'll shoot you a text if I find something if you want to post as you go through your Thursday thoughts and whatnot. So see if we can make it 4 weeks in a row where we hit some of these larger long shot or medium shot FanDuel weekly specials.
Nice. Looking forward to that. The Bears that I brought up too, as I said, if the Bears blow out the Patriots, look really good, 34-7 or something like that, then I think we can get a good number on the other under wins. At least maybe the number of wins doesn't move, but we get a nice big number or something. So that's the hope. That's what I'm looking for. Bears to blow out the Patriots, and then we bet their under wins. So hopefully we get some of those long shot. I like your divisional parlay.
I have a whole bunch of divisional parlays that, and they're worthwhile. I mean, some of them I took earlier in the season with teams like Buffalo and Houston. The only one that's really kind of scary is Baltimore. I really like Baltimore, but Baltimore's behind Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So, at the end of the day, right now Baltimore's still the favorite. I think they're minus 220 or somewhere in that ballpark. But it's going to come that if Baltimore loses this week and Pittsburgh wins, they fall behind, and then Baltimore and Pittsburgh play each other next week, and we'll talk about that next week. But that line's 3.5, and those games are always field goal games. You and I can play quarterback, and those games are going to be a field goal game. Yeah. So whether it's Lamar against Mason Rudolph or Russell Wilson against Snoop Huntley, bring back whoever you want to put in that game is always a field goal game. So we'll talk more about that next week. But Baltimore minus 220, I still think packaging them with some of my divisional parlays is still a good play. And obviously, I'm well ahead of the curve on teams like Houston, Kansas City, Buffalo. And we'll see. I mean, I think when we first started talking about Washington, and I said, get over 8.5 now, that line's 11.5. They were like plus 330 to win the division. Now it's like plus 140. So Washington's been very good to me. I got to continue to ride Washington because I'm playing with house money at this point. But yeah. That's all I got for you this week, Walt.
Awesome. Always glad to do the show with you. It's funny that we started off with all this politics stuff. I'm at 4.5 hours here broadcasting.
That's crazy.
That's definitely a record for me. At least I got to go to the bathroom. If I hadn't gone to the bathroom, I think I'd have to use one of these bottles here to relieve myself. So I think we can do well this week. Bounce back from those 2 and 3. I also went 2 and 3 in the contest. So
it's a new mini. It's a new mini for Circa, and it's a new mini for Super Contest. So this is week 1. Everybody gets to start fresh. I am sitting exactly at 500 in Circa at 22, 22, and 1. That is very frustrating. Very frustrating.
Yeah, I have a similar record. I think I'm like 20. I think I'm 23, 21, and 1. I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the Super Contest, I'm 21 and 23. What's annoying is that I'm 73, 63, and 2 overall. It's so much easier to pick every single game than it is to pick 5. People don't understand that when you know how long it takes to figure out which team you're leaving in versus putting in versus leaving out. It is so frustrating. And then I'm in 2 contests. Like, okay, the line is a little bit better here, so I'm going to use the Colts here. I'm going to use the Jets here, whatever. And it's like, okay, I went 9 and 5 or 10 and 5 overall, and 2 and 3 in the contest. Like,
yep.
Shit.
I know. It's so frustrating. Or like one of those weeks where you go like 11 and 4, and then you're like 1 and 4 in the contest. You're like, wait, why didn't I take these other 10 games?
Right.
So I get it. It's
That's why sometimes I hate ranking like 1 through 15 or 1 through
Yeah.
16. I find that my number one pick is a big loser.
Yeah.
I have a friend that I used to be in the contest with, and he's like, "Who's your number one bet so I can fade it?" I said, "Yeah, that's a good point." And I've lost my number one pick the last 3 weeks. So
It's wild.
go figure. So it's like, who do you like this week? I don't know. I'll tell you who I like I'll give you every game. You can bet every single one. And I'm hitting 54% on the season. Not terrible. But in the contest, I'm 50-50. So if you're taking the top 5, we're not making any money.
I know.
Where we're making money is on FanDuel props and futures.
I've lost so
We'll
much
continue to be
sleep.
good with those.
I've lost so much sleep like deciding which team I would have number 5 in these contests rather than 6. It's horrible. And it feels like I never pick the right one. It's always wrong. And I always get the pick right that I didn't take. That's how we roll here. So all right,
That's how
guys.
it goes.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks so much, guys, for watching, commenting. Really appreciate it. Being here since the beginning when we started the politics and ended with Week 10 football picks. And we will be back tomorrow. Kenny's not going to be on, as he said earlier, for the next 2 weeks. So I'll either do it solo or I'll find someone to do the fantasy rundown with. So prepare your fantasy questions. Please hit like, subscribe, comment below, share this video. Visit the link in the description for the merch store. Evan, thanks for bookending the political show with the sports stuff. So yeah, we'll be back next week. And everyone, have a great night, and congratulations to those who voted for Donald Trump. So we will talk to you later. Have a good night.